On a summer day in 1540, an executioner at London's Tower Hill makes a mess of an already gruesome task. The victim was Thomas Cromwell, a powerful minister of Henry VIII, but the crowd's horror was not directed at the traitor's death, but rather the incompetence of the executioner. Contemporary chronicler Edward Hall recorded how Cromwell, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. In an era when executions were meant to demonstrate the crown's swift justice, a botched beheading was deemed unnecessarily cruel, and not to mention quite unprofessional. The executioner's greatest offense, as suggested by Hall, was not the killing itself, but his failure to deliver a quick, clean end. This is but one account, but it shows the paradoxical role of a medieval executioner, a figure at once central to law and order, yet universally stigmatized for the very violence that he was obliged to carry out. Executioners in medieval Europe occupied a rather unique but uneasy position in society. Tasked with enforcing the ultimate punishment of the law, they were indispensable agents of justice, especially as public executions became the dramatic crescendo of medieval criminal proceedings. Yet these same men, for the role was almost exclusively male, were socially reviled, often literally living on the margins of the community they served. The life of an executioner was typically marked by isolation, inherited duty, and strict professional demands that might surprise the modern imagination. Far from that volunteer, hooded axeman of popular myth, historical executioners were usually reluctant recruits who treated their office with a sober seriousness, and who needed considerable expertise to avoid disasters like we mentioned in the introduction. The story of medieval executioners is one of duty and dishonor, skill and stigma, a very human story at its core, and it gives us a pretty good window into the values but also the contradictions of medieval society. So let's take a look at the lives of medieval executioners. Another grim topic, but I know that's what you're here for. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I advise you to do so. And I would like to first thank the supporters on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and those who kindly donated. This video is 100% ad-free because of their kind donations. We are sustained by the audience here. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. Well, let's start with the early medieval ages. Somewhat of a chronological approach today. The role of an executioner in this time was pretty much unknown. Early medieval justice systems were often decentralized and rooted in more community-based or familial responses to crime. Among the Germanic kingdoms that replaced the Western Roman Empire, formal capital punishment was actually quite rare to other forms of redress such as Wehrgild, that is, monetary compensation for wrongdoing, or even blood feud as well. The earliest law codes of the post-Roman tribes make no mention of any official charge, specifically with executions. For example, the 6th century Lex Burgundionum, that is the law of the Burgundians, lex being the Latin word for law, and Burgundionum being the word for Burgundians. Well, it refers to a royal official called the Vitiskalk, as essentially a court officer who proclaimed sentences. But this person, quote, only passed on sentences, not executed them. This suggests that in that era, if a death sentence was carried out, it was not by a permanent executioner, but likely by whatever agent of authority was available. A soldier, a local strong man, or even by the injured party's family, of course, all under sanction of the court. Ecclesiastical influence in early medieval Europe also played quite a role in the absence of a formal executioner's office. The Church advocated mercy and penance over bloodshed for much of this period, and trials by ordeal or combat were commonly used to simply let God decide a culprit's fate. When outright executions did occur, they were often military or political in nature. Let's just take one example, the battlefield execution of prisoners or the post-revolt massacres ordered by kings like Charlemagne. These executions were carried out by knights or soldiers, rather than by a designated professional. In Anglo-Saxon England, a convicted thief or murderer might be hanged, but the duty could fall to a local sheriff, or even to the accuser, or perhaps the victim's kin, following the ethos of personal retribution within this legal framework. In essence, the idea of execution as a full-time occupation had not yet come to existence. It was a still grim task, sure, but it was assigned case by case. On those occasions when an execution needed to be done, medieval communities sometimes resorted to creative coercion to find someone willing to act as the headsman. Chronic anecdotes hint that some early executioners were themselves unwilling participants. One notorious method was to recruit from the ranks of the condemned. If a prisoner slated for execution could be convinced or perhaps desperate enough to, quote, swap the noose for the sword, he might even be pardoned, on the condition that he take up the role of the executioner. In Scandinavia, this practice was extensively used in the late early medieval and early high medieval period. Such men were essentially dead in the eyes of society, complete outcasts, their old lives now forfeit, pariahs, essentially, and thus they could perform the community's dirty work. According to a Danish account preserved by the historian Hugo Matheson in 1470, that is on the cusp between the medieval and Renaissance period, a Swedish thief in Arboga was standing at the gallows when he begged for mercy and offered to become the town executioner. The gathered public took a bit of pity on him, and after a little bit of conversation, they actually agreed. The man was pardoned, but not without the permanent stain of his new station. A red-hot iron branded his flesh, with the symbols of both thief and executioner, literally writing his shame onto his body. Well, that example shows a transition underway, don't you think? Executioners were being made, not born, not hired, often from the ranks of these outcasts. To ensure everyone knew the executioner's identity, and to prevent them from slipping back into an ordinary life, authorities in some regions mutilated or marked these men. Scandinavian sources indicate that a new executioner might have one or both ears cut off as a visible sign of his new office. And spoiler alert, they don't grow back. Elsewhere, executioners were branded on the face or forehead with irons, effectively a permanent badge of infamy. Extreme measures like this, it's a bit of an example of how socially toxic the role had already become by the end of the early medieval era. The executioner was set apart as a kind of living scapegoat, bearing the literal scars of the community's sins. Thus, through the early Middle Ages and into the 11th century, one cannot yet speak of a standardized executioner's profession, at least across Europe. Capital punishments, yeah, they certainly existed, as evidenced by chronicle reports of hangings, beheadings, and burning of heretics or rebels, but the task was usually handled in quite an ad hoc manner. The very reluctance of people to perform executions, except under duress or necessity, set the stage for the later development of a more specialized professional office. The early medieval executioner, insofar as he existed, was an outsider, not by coincidence but by design. You see, by forcing condemned criminals or marginal persons into the role, communities kept the taint of blood off respectable hands. Over time, the practice of shunting the duty onto social pariahs would crystallize into a hereditary profession. But first, changes in law and urban society during the High Middle Ages would create the conditions for the professional executioner to finally appear in a more formal context. Okay, so let's talk about the situation in the High Middle Ages. If you don't know what the High Middle Ages are, that is the 11th to the 13th centuries. So, that's just to help you get your bearings a little bit if you're not familiar with the terminology. It was at this time where there was some profound shifts in European legal systems and urban life taking place. And of course, that led to the emergence of the executioner as a more recognized public official. Kings strengthened their authority. Towns gained the rights of self-governance. The administration of criminal justice was becoming more systematic. Executioners, as the ultimate assertion of law, were increasingly staged as public events to deter crime and symbolize sovereign power. And, well, there's probably nothing more demonstrative of power than just being able to cut someone's head off in the middle of the public square. It certainly discourages people from committing crimes. Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, many regions moved away from purely compensatory justice and began to impose the death penalty for a wider array of offenses, especially for crimes like murder, theft, treason, heresy, where moral outrage or the need for deterrence was pretty high. With this expansion of capital punishment came a need for a more reliable professional executioner to carry out sentences efficiently and regularly. One indicator of this shift is terminology in the sources. Earlier medieval documents rarely used a specific term for executioner, but by the 13th century, new titles start to appear. In German-speaking areas, words like Nachrichter, which sounds as bad as it is, it actually means after judge, and Scharfrichter, the sharp judge or headsman, came into use. While Latin records too might use carnifex, a term dating back to the Roman executioner. In French, bourreau eventually became the word for executioner, though its usage solidified somewhat later. These terms reflect a view of the executioner as an extension of the judiciary, that is, one who implements the judge's sentence after verdict. So quite rightly now a part of the system. Now notably, that word Nachrichter implies someone who executes judgment after the trial, emphasizing the quasi-judicial nature of the role rather than just casting it as mere savagery. But the first explicit documentation of a permanent executioner in a European town also appears around this time. City charters and law records from the late 13th century occasionally mention the office. Just as one example, the city charter of Augsburg in 1276 contains what is likely the earliest reference to an official executioner in that municipality. This suggests that by the late 1200s, some towns had found it quite necessary to appoint or at least hire a specialist for executions. The rise of towns and the judicial autonomy many gained in the period was key to this. Medieval cities sought to assert their right of high justice, the privilege to pronounce and execute capital sentences, which had formerly been the purview of nobles or kings. Hiring a professional executioner, but that was all part of that assertion of authority, ensuring that justice could be visibly served within the town's walls. As for the town councils, they recruited professional executioners as a way to bolster their control over crime and provide a frightful spectacle of public punishment as a deterrent. Dare I say it probably worked for most people, but desperate times, desperate measures. And as always, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So sometimes even the spectacle of having your head cut off in public wouldn't discourage you from seeking riches in underhanded means. After all, we've all got to make a living. You just hope that you run faster than the soldiers chasing you, and hope they don't have sore horses. Well, in other words, as the urban centres grew and developed their own courts, the executioner's role evolved from a necessary evil to more of a civic necessity, albeit one carefully kept at arm's length. During the 13th century, new legal philosophies also contributed to this development. The rediscovery of Roman law and the influence of scholastic theology led to a framework where the state, or the city, was expected to punish wrongdoers and maintain order. Executions were no longer ad hoc vengeance, but part of a more orderly process. Justice that had to be seen, to be done. The gruesome public executions of this time, whether they were hangings, beheadings, burnings at the stake, were consciously used to instill fear and obedience. And this meant that the executioner's work was often very public, before large crowds. The hooded, anonymous headsman of later legend, that was not the norm in the Middle Ages. In fact, the medieval executioner typically did not wear a mask. Why is that? Well, it was precisely because everybody already knew who he was. I mean, they put him up for the job, didn't they? So what's the point? Far from being able to hide, he was a known figure, sometimes even required to wear identifiable dress or insignia when on duty. For instance, chroniclers mention cases where executioners had to carry a special staff or even wear a particular colored garment in public, signaling their profession so people could avoid physical contact with them. Untouchables of the European variety. By the end of the High Middle Ages, 14th century, many parts of Europe had established the office of executioner at least in some form, and some executioners were itinerant professionals, traveling a circuit of villages and towns that had too few executions to each employ a full-time hangman. Others became salaried officers attached to a city or a prince's court. In German lands, for example, a trend towards standing executioners on regular salary was emerging by the 14th to 15th centuries. But the job was, well, so universally shunned that it was often forced upon certain families. A common pattern was beginning. An executioner might be appointed from a criminal background or born into the trade, inheriting it via family ties, and then his sons and his sons-in-laws would succeed him. What started as opportunistic recruitment of anyone desperate or perhaps despicable enough for the task, solidified into more lineages of executioners. By the 13 and 1400s, the phenomenon of executioner families was noted across Europe. The occupation, though not legally hereditary, became de facto hereditary in many places. We can observe that genealogies of executioners could be drawn much like any other European royal dynasty, monopolizing their grim office over generations. Yet even the role of professionalized executioner in the late medieval period, the ambivalence and stigma attached to it grew. In medieval moral hierarchy, certain trades were considered unclean and dishonorable, and executioners, well, increasingly they fell squarely into that latter category. Surprisingly, though, in early medieval times, in earlier times of the High Middle Ages, rather, the hangman's dishonor was not always sharply distinguished from that of other unpopular but needed professions. For example, let's look at butchers and tanners. They dealt with blood and animal carcasses, and because of that they were also viewed with a degree of ritual impurity, and even millers were sometimes regarded with suspicion for cheating customers. The executioner was initially just one among several unclean figures. However, as guilds and towns drew stricter lines of respectability in the late Middle Ages, executioners were increasingly singled out and pushed to the margins of civic life. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we saw guild articles and city laws explicitly barring hangmen and their kin from guild membership, civic honors, and even church attendance. A sign that by the end of the medieval era, the executioner had firmly become a social outcast. Well, before examining the later medieval social conditions in detail, I want to make it clear to you that by the High Middle Ages, the executioner had emerged from the shadows to become a known functionary in the machinery of justice, simultaneously an agent of government and an outcast of society, necessary and impure at the same time. In the late Middle Ages, we can see this contradiction intensify, producing a fully formed culture of executioners living on Europe's social fringes, even as they performed one of the realm's most vital public services. By the late Middle Ages, that is the 14th and 15th centuries, the institution of the executioner had spread across much of Europe's towns and cities, accompanied, of course, by an elaborate web of customs, privileges, and don't forget the restrictions. The executioner was now typically a permanent post, often held by one family over multiple generations, and his duties had expanded along with the growing sophistication of criminal law. This period provides the clearest picture of the life of a medieval executioner, thanks of course to better documentation in town records, chronicles, and even the rare memoir. Yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. But in this era, executioners became paradoxically both more integrated but more isolated in society. They were integrated in the sense that authorities formally recognized their role as salaries, contracts, exclusive rights. For example, a city might grant its executioner free lodging and exemption from taxes and tolls as part of his compensation. Not a bad deal, right? Well, some archival records show executioners being paid handsomely, and that's per task, by the way, so the more executions you would do, the more you would get. In the 13th century England, an executioner could earn about 5 shillings per execution. Doesn't sound like much, but it was equivalent to several weeks' wages for a skilled laborer. All you need is, well, 2 or 3 of them a month, and you're doing pretty good. By the 15th century, Fees of 10 shillings per beheading were recorded in some places, a considerable reward that reflected the importance and difficulty of the act. These payments and perks made the executioner economically better off than many commoners, and that's a fact that is not lost on contemporaries. In fact, we'll find a lot of them often resenting seeing a social outcast reap such financial rewards. Now, if you're a natural introvert, well, it might be a decent career move. And indeed, executioners in prosperous cities could become quite wealthy from their official duties, and a little bit of side businesses too. Because remember, if you were only getting maybe 2 or 3 executions a month, of course you'd be doing other things in the meantime, right? Why not open up a little tannery? Or even a brewery? Oh, there's so many options. Side hustles. I have a video about medieval business, if you want to look at that. And recently I did one about running a medieval tavern. That being said, I don't think anybody would be showing up to the executioner's tavern, though he could brew the beer himself, or the ale, wine, whatever it is, and then sell it on, but they'd probably be keeping it a secret where it's sourced from. Anyway, a bit of imagination there. Well, at the same time as all this, late medieval executioners were culturally and socially pushed to the margins harder than ever before. Wherever they served, they and their families were treated as if contagious moral impurity had clung to them. Like I said, proper untouchables. Let's look at France and the Holy Roman Empire. Executioners were typically barred from living inside the city walls. They dwelt on the outskirts, or just beyond the gate. A late 15th century ordinance in Burgundy, for instance, ordered that the executioner reside by the town's leper house, effectively associating him with those unclean people in a biblical sense. If an executioner had to enter the city, rules often confined his presence to what was necessary for his work. He couldn't just go in for a night out at the pub or anything. One chronicler describes how in some towns executioners could only come in on certain days, or they had to wear identifying. Well, I'm getting executed at the moment, aren't I? Let's start again. They could only come into town on certain days, and they had to wear identifying gloves so that townsfolk might avoid inadvertent contact. Now, of course, this must have some psychological implications upon them, don't you think? Because remember that a lot of this was hereditary. My dad was an executioner, my grandfather was an executioner, so now I have to do it. Regardless, you think people just want to make friends? Be normal people. After all, executioner or not, everyone's human, and everyone needs to talk to people from time to time. All this social isolation, it was enforced both through custom and law. Church attendance, that was the cornerstone of community life, and it was heavily restricted for executioners. Many churches did not permit an executioner to mix with the congregation. At best, he might be allowed to stand in a designated pew, often at the back, separated from the rest of the faithful. In some locales, executioners were outright forbidden from going into the churches, except perhaps when no one else was present. There was a rationale behind this too, a mix of superstition and stigma. Shedding blood, even lawfully, was thought to defile a man spiritually, and his presence in the church was seen as a potential pollution of the sacred space, an unwelcome miasma-like spirit coming in. And similarly, municipal regulations banned executioners and their families from public inns, bathhouses and markets, alongside ordinary citizens. The town of Memmingen in Bavaria famously passed an ordinance in 1528, a little bit after the medieval period, I know, but I want to mention it, that made it illegal for any citizen to sit at the same table or even eat with an executioner, even though the executioner was an employee of the town. Well, this merely codified what had been long common practice. Executioners often had to dine alone, and if they entered a tavern, others would keep a wide berth, or just get up and leave altogether. Pretty much like a leper coming in. But instead of this physical danger, it was more seen as a spiritual danger. You don't want to be around that kind of person. Late medieval society's treatment of executioners thus verged on that of untouchability, as we've mentioned. A vivid description of that comes from later folklore, but encapsulates the late medieval reality. If an executioner walked through a busy market, a kind of bubble of empty space would form around him, as people hastily moved away to avoid even brushing against his clothing. Simply touching an executioner was believed to bring bad luck, even moral contamination. So one can imagine the psychological burden on the executioner's children who found themselves shunned by their friends. Well, perhaps they weren't even their friends to begin with. Sometimes even refused admission to any schools because their father's infamous profession. Not good. Well, that being said, there wasn't that many places for them to go anyway. These were more church institutions that they were blocked out of when we say schools, things like that. So it's not surprisingly, executioner families tended to close ranks. They often lived together in small enclaves, and it became common for the children of one executioner to marry into the family of another. It just makes sense. By the late Middle Ages, endogamy, that is, in-marriage among executioner dynasties, was prevalent. Daughters of executioners marrying the sons of executioners, creating a self-perpetuating caste. Well, this was part practical. In part, I suppose. No other family would readily consent to such a match. But in part it was also cultural, as only someone raised in the milieu of that trade could fully understand the peculiar burdens and secret knowledge of the business. Several executioner dynasties in late medieval Europe began a lineage that would last well into the modern era. In France, for example, the Sanson family, though famous in the 17th and 18th centuries, traced its origins to an earlier tradition of hereditary executioners in Normandy. In Germany, records from the 1400s show certain families like the Meister Franz line in Nuremberg, or the Reinholter family elsewhere, dominating the office. This family nature of the work only reinforced the outsider's perception that the executioner were a breed apart, almost a tribe denied any civil status among the ordinary folk. Well, by 1500, the medieval executioner stood as an established, if uncomfortable, feature of society, recognized, tolerated, but importantly, never accepted. Well, having talked about all this and set the stage with how the role developed and how executioners were viewed by the late Middle Ages, we can get into the details. What was it like? The daily life, the daily work. Who were these men behind the mask, if any mask was worn at all? And what exactly did their job entail? How exactly did one become an executioner, and what skills were required? We've discussed that briefly, but we'll go into a bit more detail. And what perks made the job tempting to some in different areas? And don't forget about the danger that loomed over them too. So, let's get to that. Explore the executioner's professional world, This mix of practical knowledge, precise brutality, and unusual side duties, as well as the personal and familiar sphere of those labeled masters of death. To the medieval mind, an execution was not just a killing, it was the ultimate legal ritual, carefully choreographed, a piece of public drama of justice and punishment. The executioner, as the central performer in this theatre, had to carry out his duties with a high degree of skill, even a bit of artistry, I suppose. Far from being an unskilled brute, the successful executioner in the Middle Ages was expected to be technically competent and mentally disciplined. His profession, reputation, and sometimes his life depended on it. The core duty, of course, was to execute sentenced criminals, by whatever method the law or custom prescribed. Medieval Europe knew a variety of execution methods, of course. Beheading, hanging, burning at the stake, drowning, garroting, breaking on the wheel. It's probably one of the worst ones. And then, of course, you got dismemberment. Well, you got a few more, depending on different places, but these were the main ones. I suppose it depends what you did, how much people didn't like you. Executioners needed to master multiple techniques too. Beheading was considered an honorable death, often reserved for those nobles or high-status offenders, and it required a great bit of skill with a sword or axe. In England, the headsman's axe was usually the main implement for beheading, whereas on the continent, especially in German and Italian cities, a long sword was preferred. We do have surviving examples of these executioners' swords, by the way, which are straight-bladed, two-handed swords without a point, since they were not for combat, but purely for cutting off heads. They were often engraved with pious or moralizing inscriptions, showing once again the solemnity of the act. A little bit later, but one 17th century's executioner's sword from Germany famously bears the inscription, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." Well, that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Even in delivering death, it seems the executioner should pray for the soul of the condemned, but it also reflects the executioner's self-image, not as a murderer, no, but as an instrument of divine and kingly justice. Just doing his job. Well, granting the condemned, of course, a chance to atone and receive eternal life, even as he's hacking away at the back of their neck. I suppose everything has to be seen in a theological context. But cutting off heads like this, that wasn't the most common method. At least for ordinary criminals, thieves, bandits, etc. Most of them were hanged, and of course that too had its own techniques. A medieval executioner had to know how to tie the noose and where to position the knot for a quick death. However, unlike the modern long drop hanging, medieval hangings often led to death by slow strangulation, unless the executioner or assistants pulled on the victim's legs to hasten death. Now that must have been a grim task. Sometimes it was done out of mercy, or even a bribe had been paid for a quicker end. Still not good, though. Well, we can't go past the burnings now, such as those of heretics or witches, particularly in the late medieval period. The executioner's role was to arrange the pyre, or often to strangle or otherwise kill the victim before the flames grew unbearable, if that was allowed. It sometimes was. Chroniclers do mention instances where a condemned person was secretly choked or a bag of gunpowder was hung around their neck to ensure a mercifully swift death in the flames. In these acts, when they did occur, were usually thanks to an executioner's discretion, or perhaps a hefty payment from the victim's family, like we said, side hustles. The punishment of breaking on the wheel, like I said, gotta be the worst one, reserved for heinous crimes like aggravated murder by the late Middle Ages, involved the executioner smashing the limbs and bones of a living victim with an iron bar and then threading them through a wagon wheel. They would just hack away at your knees and elbows, any bones that they could find, pretty much just turning you into a bag of walnuts, if we want to use that terminology. Of course, this required physical strength and accuracy to deliver the blows in the prescribed horrific sequence, and some executioners unfortunately became quite notorious for prolonging or, even conversely, swiftly ending the torture, depending on their character or the expectations of the crowd. But no matter what the method, professionalism was paramount. Authorities and spectators alike demanded that an execution be carried out smoothly, with minimal unnecessary suffering, beyond the punishment itself intended. A clumsy executioner who needed too many blows to decapitate someone, or who set a fire poorly such that the victim burned too slow, would face public anger. And in some regions, the standards were actually codified. Let's look at some German towns first. They often had an informal 3-strike rule for beheadings. If the headsman failed to dispatch the condemned in 3 strikes, the crowd might literally take his life too in place of the victim's. Though, that being said, I think the victim would probably be bleeding out already over time, so it's pretty cold comfort for them. While this was not usually written law, it was a well-known folk custom. It's been noted, too, that in some of these German towns, an executioner was permitted 3 times to get the job done before he was grabbed by the crowd and just thrown on the block himself. Likewise, in France, a botched execution could lead to a riot. City officials might punish the executioner afterwards by docking his pay, throwing him in prison, or even firing him. You're fired. The medieval mindset saw a bungled execution as an affront not only to human decency, but to justice itself, possibly even an omen of divine disfavor, since a clean execution signified the righteousness of the sentence, whereas a disaster on the scaffold, well, that could be interpreted as God intervening to show the victim's innocence. And this is why executioners honed their craft so assiduously. They didn't want any mistakes making them look bad. So what about training? How'd that start? Well, like with most things in the Middle Ages, you had to go through an apprenticeship, often from father to son. An inspiring executioner in a family dynasty would start young, learning how to tie knots, handle weapons, perform lesser duties such as quartering bodies or disposing of remains. The famous Nuremberg executioner Franz Schmidt, whose 16th century diary provides a rare first-hand look at the profession, recounts how as a youth he practiced decapitation first on inanimate targets like pumpkins, and then on animals, graduating from stray cats or dogs to larger livestock, before even approaching a human victim. Vegans in the comments section not happy about that one. This was, of course, a gruesome training, but it was all deemed necessary to build the precision and nerve required. Schmidt's diary notes that his father, an executioner before him, supervised this progression and only allowed him to perform an actual execution after extensive practice. Such apprenticeships could last years, ensuring that by the time the new executioner took up the sword or the rope in his town, he was as prepared as he could possibly be. But executioners were also responsible for torture during interrogations. Now that is a grim task. I think that's more grim than the actual executions, to be honest. Medieval and early modern courts frequently used torture to extract confessions or information, and of course, all that dirty work fell to the executioner. The aspect of the job further required a detailed knowledge of how much pain a human body could take without dying, knowledge that you only got through experience. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Devices like the rack, thumb screws, or the strappado might be employed on the executioner under a magistrate's orders. Now, just quickly, the rack, we know that as the stretching of the limbs. It would dislocate all your limbs, essentially. Not good. Thumb screws, basically these big things they would put over your thumbs and screw down these, well, screws, I suppose, and eventually would penetrate your thumbnails and, well, you can imagine in your head how that would be problematic. Then we have the strappado that I mentioned. Right, so put your hands behind your back, okay? At the back of your chair, your hands together. Now imagine that they're tying a rope on your wrists, and then that rope is attached to a sort of hoist. And then, of course, they are hoisting your body up and sort of like putting you back and forth, up and down in the air. Of course, arms are not meant to move that way. So you can imagine, quite chillingly, I suppose, this is the best way for me to explain it to you, how your shoulders would eventually dislocate, and, well, your body would not deal well with this. Those were the three main methods. Of course, it paints a grim picture, doesn't it? It contributed to an unexpected skill set. Executioners became, in a sense, experts in anatomy and also trauma, understanding how to relieve or inflict suffering. And indeed, contemporary accounts and later analysis reveal a striking irony. You see, executioners often possessed medical knowledge that rivaled or even exceeded that of licensed physicians of the day. By necessity, a headsman knew how to swiftly sever joints or arteries. A torturer knew how to resuscitate a fainting prisoner, or treat a wound to keep someone alive for further questioning. So over generations, this practical anatomy translated into an informal surgical tradition within the executioner families. By the late medieval period, it was not unknown for an executioner to double as a healer or bone setter for his community. One of the few services he could provide that did overcome social barriers, because even those who shunned him socially might secretly seek his help when desperate. But think about it. If you're a little 8-year-old boy, fallen over or something, you've dislocated your shoulder, and your mother tells you, quick, go to the executioner's house. I don't think you'd be too keen. A little nervous, perhaps. Well, of course, let's move on. There is one historian, Hanel Glamatela, who observes that executioners had, quote, fundamental knowledge of human anatomy, and even exhibited uncommonly high literacy rates for people of their class, since they needed to read court orders and keep records. Some executioners compiled remedy books or had apprenticeships in rudimentary medicine. An unexpected side hustle again. There are also documented cases of late medieval and early modern executioners acting as healers. For example, a 1579 license issued by King Frederick II of Denmark formally granted Anders Fremont, the executioner of Copenhagen, the right to set bones and treat old wounds. so pointedly forbidding him from treating recent injuries, likely so he wouldn't compete with regular surgeons. Well, regular surgeons, I'm guessing they weren't inviting him out for drinks either. There was another Copenhagen executioner, Andreas Liebknecht, became so renowned for treating venereal disease around 1695 that he even wrote a medical book on the subject. Now, these are later examples, but they do stem from a trend that was already visible in the 15th century. People might avoid the executioner in the marketplace, yet if they had a persistent ailment or a dislocated limb, the executioner's door would be knocked on in secret. Franz Schmidt himself wrote in his journal that he treated hundreds of patients, far more than the number of people that he executed. In one tally, across nearly 50 years of service, Schmidt executed 394 individuals, but in terms of providing medical treatment, he claims to have done it for 15,000. He even mused that he would rather have been a doctor by profession, had fate not forced him into that role of the executioner. Thus, the late medieval executioner seems to be a man of dual faces. On the scaffold he was a cold enforcer of death, but behind closed doors he might be a pragmatic healer and a folk doctor. A nice guy at heart, I suppose. Well, this dual role improved his lot only slightly. It earned him a bit of begrudging respect and extra income, but it didn't erase the stigma. As one executioner's contemporaries put it, people who didn't want anything to do with an executioner socially would still come to his house if times were tough. The executioner's knowledge was valued, even if his person was not. Finally, the executioner was responsible for many post-execution tasks. You can't just leave the body there, can't you? After an execution, it was the executioner himself who disposed of the corpse, whether that by burying it, often in unhallowed ground, gibbeting it, that being hanging the body, or just the severed head in 9 cage on a roadside gallows as a warning, or quartering it and sending it to the parts of various city gates. These chores ensured that no ordinary citizen had to handle a traitor's remains. The master of high works would take care of it. Executioners often also acted as grave diggers for people who took their own lives, or for criminals. Again, because such bodies were considered to be polluted. Additionally, the executioner was charged with carrying out non-lethal corporal punishments, that is, whipping criminals, cutting off ears, or the hands of thieves, where such sentences were given. This wasn't universal. And also branding people, a pretty ironic task, given that many executioners bore brands themselves. And then there was also escorting offenders during shame punishments like public pillorying or parading. Now, the pillory is a different word for the stocks. You know, when they put your head and arms in the wooden block and people throw tomatoes at you and all the rest. Well, if they had tomatoes were not native to Europe, but they would throw something at you, or just hurl insults. Well, in many cities, the executioner became a general specialist in all the dirty work of the community, a role that the French came to call les basses ouvriers, the low works. I hope I said that right. Could have French people in the comments yelling at me. I'm trying to improve, really. Anyway, these tasks included being the knacker, removing and flaying animal carcasses, the cesspit cleaner, and even the street cleaner for filth that others would not touch. And the logic was simple. Since the executioner was already polluted by death, additional filthy jobs could be assigned to him without newly tarnishing an innocent soul. Late medieval records from France and the Low Countries and Germany all indicate executioners had exclusive rights to certain unpleasant tasks with hidden profits. For instance, only the executioner could clean the city latrines and cesspools, but he had the right to keep any valuables he found in the sewage. I know, right? It still doesn't sound good. Similarly, any stray dog caught could be taken to the executioner for culling, and he might collect a fee or a bounty for each. Animal carcasses in the streets, they were his to collect too, and with them he gained the animal hides, meat, and bones to sell. Why the bones? Well, bones were often rendered into glue or fat, and that was a common byproduct. Medieval stuff, you know. In a sense, the executioner was a one-man public works department for all those jobs deemed too foul or spiritually corrupt for anyone else to handle. One particularly interesting duty was that in some areas the executioner had a kind of oversight over other outcasts. He could be put in charge of regulating the women of the night, if you know what I mean. Lepers and gamblers, the fringe populations of medieval society. In the 16th century Troyes in France, for example, the executioner was allowed to collect a tax from women of the night, 5 sous, once from each new worker, and of course from lepers he would take a liard, a small coin. Anyone who entered the city was subject to that. This bizarre arrangement basically made him the sovereign of the underworld. It put a bit of extra money in his purse, while reinforcing his symbolic position of the lord of society's lowest, the prince of the poverty line. In other places, executioners were tasked with expelling vagrants or driving lepers out of town limits when plague or fear of contagion arose, and they often maintained the brothels or gambling houses too on behalf of authorities, since interacting with those kinds of people was considered defiling for most citizens. But the hangman's moral status could hardly sink any lower by doing so. In all these duties, the executioner had to balance on a knife edge, performing essential functions, yet reinforcing his own infamous reputation with each task. It is little wonder that executioners developed a certain pride in their work as a counterweight. Far from the crackling sadists of fiction, many saw themselves as professionals, just upholding justice. They would have seen themselves as law enforcement officials, I suppose. Executioners often took an oath of office, just as magistrates did, swearing to execute sentences faithfully and without cruelty or malice. Their tools, the sword, the rope, were almost sacred instruments of authority. One executioner's sword, as noted, was etched with a wish for the sinner's soul. Others bore images of scales of justice or the crucifixion to signify divine order in punishment. These symbolic touches suggest that the executioners coped with their grim work by framing it as a necessary moral surface. The meticulous choreography of an execution also gave the executioner a certain status in the event. He was the final arbiter of life and death. Manuals and traditions dictated, for example, how the executioner should accept a token coin from the condemned, a ritual tip to ensure a swift death, or how he might offer a last prayer, perhaps a swift mercy. In some famous cases, condemned nobles bribed the headsman heavily to ensure he would strike true and not make them suffer. The custom of tipping the executioner was widespread, Contemporary accounts mention that families of the condemned would pay extra for a strong, sharp sword or a well-tied noose. Executioners who earned a reputation for quick, clean kills could command higher fees, and perhaps even earn a modicum of respect, at least as the lesser of evils compared to a clumsy torturer. No one wants that. We actually have quite an interesting anecdote of the executioner's initiative, and it comes from Franz Schmidt's own reforms. In Nuremberg, he argued to the city council that the traditional method of punishing women convicted of infanticide, that is, stuffing them into a sack and drowning them, was inefficient and insufficiently a deterrent, rather, So he convinced the authorities to let him replace drowning with a swift beheading in such cases, reasoning that beheading was more certain and carried a greater symbolic weight to dissuade others. This change, when Schmidt boasted about it in his journal, shows that an executioner could contribute to policy, emphasizing efficient justice over older, perhaps more cumbersome methods. It also shows that the executioners were not mere functionaries. They were often deeply invested in the efficacy of punishment as much as a spectacle. So, the executioner's duties in the late medieval period seem to have spanned a breadth that could be quite startling. Precision killing, orchestrated pain, public theatre, sanitation, law enforcement on society's fringes, even healing, which is quite ironic. He needed the brawn of a butcher, the steady hand of a surgeon, the stoicism of a monk, and the stagecraft of an actor. These demands forged a particular, identity among the executioners, a sense of being the keepers of arcane knowledge, and an unsung maintainer of the social order. Yet, no amount of professional pride could shield them fully from the scorn and alienation that their work attracted, as we shall see in the next section on their social world. So you might ask the question, why would anybody remain an executioner, given the heavy social price? Well, it's the money. I think that's pretty much it. The answer at least lies partly in economic incentives and privileges that came with the office, especially by the late Middle Ages, when things were a bit more lucrative. Rulers and town councils understood that to keep an executioner on the payroll, they had to compensate for that stigma. Thus, executioners were often granted special privileges and material perks, fringe benefits, to sweeten a very bitter job. One common privilege was the right of harvage, known in French as the right to dip in, droit de harvage. This was a kind of tax or toll privilege. An executioner could take a portion of goods, that is, drink, food, wares, from vendors in the marketplace or from carts entering the city, ostensibly to feed his family. But in practice, it meant that as the executioner walked through the market, he could just dip his hand into a sack of grain, or select a cut of meat or a loaf of bread, without having to pay. Now, understandably, this did not make him very popular among the merchants, but it was an accepted custom enshrined by local authorities to ensure the hangman never went hungry. The droit de harvage was meant to ease the ostracized life of the executioner and his family by providing them free sustenance, since many townsfolk would refuse to trade with them. Now here's something interesting. The only others who commonly enjoyed this were kings or feudal lords. It was a seigneurial-like right. Now that shows the executioner had a semi-official-like status. So many contradictions with it. Social pariahs with the same rights as kings. Notably, the privilege could make the executioner's household comparatively well provisioned. Of course, a big handful of grain every day certainly adds up over time. Contemporary observers sometimes grumbled that the executioner took lives as casually as they took garbage, implying that the constant stream of freebies made the hangman and his family rather complacent, or even gluttonous. But it certainly set them even further apart. While others paid taxes, the executioner, in effect, received a tax directly in produce. Executioners were also usually given a house at public expense, often just outside the city gate or adjacent to the jail. Free housing, of course, saved them rent and kept them at a remove from neighbors. Many were exempted from municipal taxes and road tolls, too, and some even drew a fixed salary or retainer on top of the fees per execution. In late medieval England, a city hangman might be paid a retainer by the borough and then the additional sums per head or per flogging. In parts of Germany and Italy, the executioner was sometimes provided with a horse and livery, that is, uniform for official duties. Though again, he might ride that horse only when leading a condemned person or transporting a corpse. It wasn't for his personal leisure among the townsfolk. But there's another lucrative prerequisite. That is the right to the belongings of the executed. By custom, when a criminal was executed, the executioner could claim the clothes and personal effects on the body at the time of death. This might include jewelry, a purse of coins, garments, which in those days were quite valuable. On occasion, executioners even got to keep the property confiscated from felons, or at least a portion of it, as part of their payment. This was quite likely more if they were heretics, because, for example, if a heretic's goods were seized, as they often were, the hangman might be entitled to some furniture or a cut of the auction proceeds. Of course, this varied widely by locale, but it adds another incentive. The more people they executed, the more potential spoil for the executioner. It is worth noting, however, that executioners were not generally seen as doing it for justice or profit. In fact, it wasn't them who decided what kind of jobs they would get. Well, more of a principled executioner would typically take no joy in extra executions. At least, he would act like he wouldn't take any joy in it. Nonetheless, these rights could accumulate into a tidy source of income. The side jobs that we described were also sources of profit. Being a knacker or animal disposer meant that the executioner could sell hides, tallow, and meat. Cleaning latrines could bring quiet payments from the city or guilds who contracted him for that unpleasant task. Driving out lepers and vagrants could be monetized if towns paid a bounty for each person removed. Collecting fees from brothels or gambling dens, essentially an extortion sanctioned by authorities, lined the executioner's pockets even further. But perhaps the most poignant perk, if it can be called as such, was a kind of job security and social acknowledgement that came with being the necessary villain. By virtue of their feared status, executioners often navigated spaces closed to others. For example, bandits and criminals would not harm an executioner, it was said, because they knew that one day they might need his merciful hand to finish them swiftly. There are also folktales of outlaws tipping their hats to the hangman as a strange, professional courtesy. Also, an executioner had the ear of the authorities to some degree. After all, he dealt regularly with judges, sheriffs, even princes who employed him for more delicate tasks. The proximity to power sometimes allowed a clever executioner to petition for favors. The case of Franz Schmidt provides an example. After a long and distinguished career in Nuremberg, Schmidt petitioned the emperor in 1617 to restore his family's honor and remove the hereditary stain of dishonor from his children. And impressively, he succeeded. Emperor Ferdinand II granted Schmidt citizenship and an imperial dispensation, declaring his lineage free of the executioner's taint. An extraordinary reward, essentially a noble ennoblement of a hangman. It was only possible because Schmidt had earned the trust and even the admiration of elites through decades of impeccable service. While Schmidt's case is post-medieval, it does reveal a dynamic that began in the late Middle Ages. Some executioners managed to leverage their unique position into a kind of grudging respectability. Well, let's think beyond physical danger. There was the spiritual and psychological weight of the job, too. Medieval culture was very religious. Executioners, though assured by courts and sometimes church decree that they were absolved of the sin for doing their job, often struggled with the prospect of eternal judgment. Many believed, as did most of their neighbors, that they were destined for damnation, simply by the blood on their hands. And this inner turmoil is quite hard to document, but occasionally it surfaces in letters or second-hand reports. Some executioners attempted to atone by acts of charity. For example, anonymously funding masses for the souls of those they executed, or making donations to churches, even if they could not attend the church service inside. A few joined lay religious confraternities if they were allowed to pray for mercy on their own souls. The Catholic Church's stance was that an executioner performing lawful sentences did not commit murder, and several popes and theologians affirmed that such work could be morally illicit, or rather morally licit. But popular sentiment and personal conscience often triumphed official doctrine, leaving the executioner feeling spiritually contaminated. It perhaps explains the pious inscriptions on the swords, and the sometimes scrupulous care given to the condemned person a last chance to confess or receive rites. The executioner knew that he might soon stand before the same divine judge, and he might soon, too, be the one begging for mercy. Breathe in the damp smell of human misery. A cramped cell, a gaunt prisoner, he huddles in the corner in his ragged clothing on top of a bed of straw, surrounded by scuttling rats. This haunting image of a medieval dungeon is one that's captivated our imagination in books and films for some time. But imagination is one thing, history is another. What exactly was the reality of life and death in a medieval English prison? From the early Middle Ages through the late 15th century, the English prison evolved from a rare makeshift holding pen into a grim institution of royal justice. Let's go back together today, and we'll speak of how prisoners lived and died, what they ate or didn't, how they were treated, and how the very notion of incarceration changed over time. And don't forget the damp cells and torture chambers, the corrupt jailers, the long-suffering inmates, and the broader justice system that consigned these people to their fate. It's a story of cruelty and despair, but also of order and reform, peppered with astonishing anecdotes of human endurance and ingenuity. Welcome to the channel. Well, it's good to be back for one of these more macabre topics. They seem to be quite popular. If you're new to the channel and you're still trying to figure out what's going on, well, nice to meet you. I invite you to hit the subscribe button if you've not yet done so, the like button too, and leave your thoughts down below in the comment. You wouldn't believe how good it is for the algorithm. Now, you will notice throughout the breadth of the video there are 0 ads. Not bad, hmm? Made possible, of course, by the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreons, and the occasional cheeky donation. Thank you all very much. Surprisingly, the kindness of strangers is, well, it's quite abundant. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed. Introductions out of the way. Let's go to jail. Well, we begin. The origins. In the early medieval period, the concept of long-term imprisonment as a punishment, well, it was largely unknown, at least in England. During Anglo-Saxon times, that is before the Norman conquest of 1066, there were essentially no dedicated prisons at all. Anglo-Saxon justice, well, it relied on fines, known as vergild or man price, or harsh corporal penalties like mutilation and execution. They weren't going to lock people away. Just get it over and done with. Off with a finger. Something like that. That ought to teach them a lesson. If a crime was committed, the offender or their family usually paid compensation to the victim's family. For serious crimes such as treason or violent offenses, the response was swift and brutal. An execution or a physical punishment. But not imprisonment. The very idea of maintaining a prisoner at the community's expense, well, that ran quite against the practical customs at the time. A person found guilty would be punished or made to pay. They wouldn't lock them up. Waste of taxpayer money, I suppose. In fact, early medieval law codes and chronicles barely even mention jails, and records suggest the Anglo-Saxons had no professional jailers or prison buildings in the way that later centuries would. But when necessary, a suspected criminal might be temporarily detained in a lord's house or a church crypt until a trial could be arranged, or more commonly, they were bailed into the custody of kin. But the notion of a prison sentence, months or years behind bars, before the 12th century in England, it simply did not exist. All of this began to change after the 1066 Norman conquest. The Norman kings and barons brought new attitudes towards authority and fortification. They built great castles across England, and within these castles they created secure chambers and dungeons to hold those people deemed dangerous or important. In the 11th and early 12th centuries, imprisonment started to appear as a tool of political control. A rebellious noble or a high-ranking captive taken in might find himself thrown into a castle dungeon, not for a defined sentence, but as an open-ended detention at the whims of the king. For example, in the year 1100, the Tower of London received one of its first famous prisoners, Ranulph Flambard, the Bishop of Durham. Flambard had been a powerful minister to King William II. When King Henry I came to power, he accused Flambard of extortion and locked him away in the Tower. But this early incarceration did not last long. Flambard actually got out. How did he do it? Well, his plan was to get his captors drunk on wine, and then lowering himself from the tower with a smuggled rope. Clever idea. His escape became quite legendary, showing both the presence of these new Norman prisons and the fact that a clever prisoner with resources could still outwit his jailers. Nevertheless, by the early 1100s, the idea had taken root that castles could serve as prisons for the enemies of the realm. It was under King Henry II, reigning 1154 to 89, that a truly systematic network of prisons were established in England. Henry II's legal reforms revolutionized the English justice system. In 1166, through the Assays of Clarendon, the king ordered that those accused of serious crimes be held in custody, while royal judges travelled circuits to try them. Crucially, this royal decree required that every county in England have a jail for detaining these suspects. If a county had no jail, the sheriff was now obliged to set one up, often by fitting out a room or cellar in an existing castle, or county sheriff's house as a holding cell. The crown even bore the expense of constructing jails where necessary, reflecting how important this system was to Henry to have his reforms and suspects secured. Within a few decades, permanent prisons, usually called jails or castle dungeons, existed in every county. By the early 13th century, nearly all English counties had an official jail in operation. These early jails were often just repurposed keeps or gatehouses. For instance, the City of London began using the old Newgate, one of the city gate's towers, as a prison by 1188, following the mandate by Henry II. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, imprisonment had evolved from a rarity into an integral part of the justice system, albeit, initially, as a means to hold the accused before trial, rather than as a punishment itself. Now, if I were to tell you that the daily life and the conditions inside these jails were actually surprisingly humane, you would accuse me of being a liar. And you would be correct. It is a lie, because they were far from humane in any definition. Life inside a medieval jail was characterized by filth, discomfort, and insecurity. Most jails were impoverished spaces in old buildings, castle dungeons, gatehouse towers, or cellars repurposed to confine human beings. Comfort was the last thing on the build plan. Conditions, of course, varied from place to place, but a few common features stand out. The typical prison was dark, often windowless, or with only a tiny barred opening admitting scant light. Cells could be stone rooms with nothing but straw on the floor, or sometimes just deep pits or oubliettes, accessible only by a hatch in the ceiling. Of course, think about what they make castles out of. Dampness. That was pervasive. It didn't help that many dungeons lay below ground level, so water would seep in, and prisoners shivered in the cold, clammy air. Torches or lanterns were a luxury, seldom granted, leaving inmates in near perpetual darkness, save for any daylight that might slant its way in. The stench in such a place, well, that was pretty famous too. With primitive sanitation, prisoners often had to relieve themselves in buckets, and as if they had a bucket. Sometimes they just had a corner, and in crowded quarters, waste could overflow or go uncollected, fouling the air. One account from London noted that female prisoners at Newgate had to walk through the men's chamber to reach a privy, an indignity only remedied in 1406, when officials added a separate tower with a latrine for women. Overcrowding itself was a chronic problem. Multiple inmates were crammed together in spaces scarcely large enough, especially during times of social turmoil or when courts were not in session and the backlog of untried prisoners grew. In 1419, the situation at Newgate became so dire, with the building decaying and many prisoners dying from the close quarters, rampant disease, and terrible sanitation, that the city authorities had no choice but to temporarily shut the prison down. Only after the wealthy Lord Mayor Richard Whittington left funds in his will was Newgate rebuilt with slightly improved facilities a few years later. Certainly gives a sense of how appalling conditions could become before anyone really took action. And so within the prison walls, daily life followed no strict schedule beyond what necessity dictated. Prisoners passed the time in idleness, misery, and desperation. There were no organized work or rehabilitation programs. Concepts like that, well, they were a few hundred years away, that's for sure. Most inmates simply just waited for their trial, their sentence, their family to bring aid, or in the worst case for death to just bring some sort of release to them. Those who had money, they might be able to bribe the jailer for small comforts, like a little bit more straw on the mattress, a blanket, or even a little freedom of movement. Those without resources, which was the majority of people, languished on the bare stone floors, often shackled in heavy irons. Chains and fetters were commonly used to prevent escape and to punish. One late 15th century complaint by a prisoner recalled having, quote, great fetters and bolts of iron fastened on his legs, and being locked into wooden stocks in a deep pit. As for clothing, jailers did not typically provide that either, so inmates wore whatever they had upon their arrest until it fell to rags. In winter, the cold could be deadly for those without cloaks. Conversely, in the summer, the unventilated cells turned fetid and stifling. Infestations of lice, fleas, and rats were all just a part of the furniture of the place, I suppose. Prisoners often suffered constant bites from vermin. Indeed, the scurrying of rats across the floor and even sleeping over prisoners at night was a ubiquitous horror. Some inmates trapped and even tamed rats out of sheer loneliness, while others no doubt saw them as agents of terror, nibbling at their meager bread, or worse, their skin. But what about if you had friends in high places? Well, for those of higher social standing, conditions could be mitigated. Medieval prisons didn't have a uniform standard. A wealthy knight or noble held captive might actually be lodged in the jailer's own house, or in a castle apartment, rather than the common dungeon. And such a privileged prisoner could even have servants attend him. Decent food, decent wine, and even a bed. For example, during the 100 Years' War, noble captives like the French prince Charles of Orleans, held in England as a prisoner of war for 25 years after 1415, actually had a pretty comfortable life, spending his time writing poetry and walking within the castle grounds. But don't be fooled. These were exceptions. The vast majority, common thieves, debtors, accused peasants, they experienced incarceration at its harshest form, chained in a dark, crowded chamber, sleeping on straw soaked in filth. They lived day to day under the watch of jailers who might be brutal or indifferent, and their survival often depended on what charity they could obtain from the outside. In this oppressive environment, time lost its meaning. One medieval proverb grimly advised, "Go to friends for counsel, to women for pity, to church for pardon, to prison for experience. Experience, yeah, that's one word for it. The prison was certainly a world apart. Ordinary rules of comfort and hygiene ceased to apply, and only the strongest in body and spirit could hope to endure for long. And speaking of endure, what was the menu like? Nice little buffet in the morning, perhaps? Well, not quite. Food, or lack thereof, one of the most critical factors indeed in a prisoner's fate. You see, unlike modern prisons where authorities are obliged to provide meals, medieval jails typically did not guarantee any inmates sustenance at all. If a prisoner had money or friends on the outside, they might eat tolerably. But if not, they might just starve right there in the cell. Jailers were not funded by the government to feed any of their charges. Instead, they often made food a source of profit, selling provisions to prisoners or charging fees for allowing outside food to be delivered. In many prisons, there was effectively a pay-as-you-go system. Those who could pay the jailer or prison cook could buy better food, but maybe a little bit of meat, ale, or cheese. But the penniless, of course, survived on scraps or nothing at all. One chronicler in the 14th century described the plight of inmates calling out through their cell grates to passers-by, begging for scraps of bread. It was not uncommon for local townspeople or charitable church guilds to distribute alms, and especially around religious holidays, precisely because without charity, they knew that those souls locked down there in the dungeon would simply wither away. We even find bequests in medieval wills leaving small sums, quote, to the poor prisoners in such and such a jail, for food or fuel in the winter, indicating a community awareness that prisoners desperately needed outside help. Now, for those with absolutely zero support, the default ration might be nothing more than the proverbial bread and water, and often not even on that regular of a basis. The bread and water diets were sometimes explicitly imposed as a form of punishment. For example, errant monks might be sentenced by their abbots to a week on bread and water in a cell. In prisons, receiving only a coarse loaf of bread and a jug of water per day was essentially the lowest sustenance level to keep someone alive, and even that was not guaranteed unless some ordinance required it. And so starvation was sadly a real killer behind bars. Many inmates grew emaciated over long months of confinement. Diseases like scurvy could develop from malnutrition and lack of any fresh foods. A jailer's ledger from one medieval castle prison lists an expense for straw and bread for the prisoners, suggesting that at least in some places, minimal rations were given. But the quality, well, that would be pretty poor. You can imagine it. Dry, blackened barley bread, and water that might be foul or brackish. No warm meals, no fruits or vegetables. It was a diet that barely sustained life. Well, those who could afford it supplemented this meager fare. Family members might bring home cooked food to the prison gates. Some jailers allowed prisoners to send out for tavern meals at the prisoner's expense, plus a hefty bribe to the guard for favor. Prisoners of means might sometimes actually dine relatively well. Historical anecdotes tell of imprisoned nobles who feasted while captive. Renaud Flambard's famous escape from the Tower in 1101 was facilitated by a banquet of wine and meat that he hosted for his guards, a luxury repast for a prisoner. But such cases only show the vast divide between rich and poor. While Flambard could fill his cup with wine, countless unnamed debtors and thieves were lucky to swallow a crust of stale bread a day. In some instances, starvation was not just a byproduct of neglect, but a deliberate tactic of cruelty. One of the most horrifying events of the early 13th century was King John's treatment of Matilda de Braose, that is, Maud de Braose, also named, and her young son in 1210. This noblewoman and her child were held captive in a royal castle, tradition says Corfe Castle actually, as John's prisoners. John reportedly ordered that they be given nothing but a minimal daily ration, a small quantity of raw grain, and maybe a bit of raw bacon, and then no further food at all. After about 11 days locked in the dungeon, Matilda and her son were both found dead. According to a chronicler, the boy's corpse was discovered with the desperate mother's teeth marks on his cheeks, so maddened by hunger that she attempted to feed on her own child. A ghastly tale, that's for sure. It might be somewhat embellished, maybe not, but it still sent shockwaves through the nobility. I suppose the thing is, King John already had a reputation for, not being a nice person. People would willingly believe a story like that. Well, it was cited as one of King John's many tyrannies, and helped inspire provisions in the Magna Carta of 1215 that no free person shall be imprisoned or destroyed without due process of law. While it's an extreme example, it shows that starving prisoners into submission or death, it was indeed within the repertoire of the medieval rulers. Even on a less dramatic level, ordinary prisoners often wasted away slowly if they could not secure enough to eat. Chronic malnourishment made them vulnerable to disease and death long before any formal sentence was carried out. And guess what? Back then the court system was extremely slow. Sounds familiar, right? So you could be waiting for who knows how long. Thus, I think we can say that among the torments of medieval prison, that hunger was one of the most omnipresent and feared. To be a prisoner without friends or coin, well, that was in effect already a slow death sentence. Well, if it wasn't the hunger, it was probably going to be the disease that gets you. So let's talk about that, shall we? Cramped together in unhygienic conditions, and of course weakened by that poor diet, disease ran rampant. Medieval jails were breeding grounds for illness. In fact, they lent their name to one notorious sickness, jail fever, the term used for epidemic typhus that so often ravaged the prisons. Jail fever was spread by bodily lice, thriving on unwashed skin and clothing. In the squalor of a medieval dungeon, it could run rampant, killing prisoners by the score. Chroniclers and later commentators noted that in some years, the death toll in a prison from illness rivaled any executioner's tally. At Newgate, for instance, a report survives of 1 year in which 22 prisoners died from jail fever alone. And outbreaks like that were not isolated. All it took was one infected individual in the crowded, vermin-infested quarters, and a deadly epidemic would ensue behind bars. The symptoms, high fevers, rashes, delirium, would sweep through the jail, often affecting the jailer too, the turnkeys as well, and even visiting officials. Of course, medieval people, they didn't understand the precise cause, but they knew that prisons were unhealthy places. There are records of judges at county assize courts refusing to hold court inside a jail or delaying trials because the stench and sickness from the prisoners made it too dangerous or unpleasant to proceed. Beyond typhus, many other maladies flourished. Dysentery, also known as the flux, that was pretty common, wherever people drank fouled water and lived in filth, causing uncontrollable diarrhea, and often dehydration and septicemia. Tuberculosis, too, also called consumption back in those days, could spread in the dank, sunless air. Skin diseases, ulcers, and infestations were virtually universal among long-term inmates. Malnutrition and scurvy meant wounds healed poorly, and gum disease was rampant. In winter, prisoners who were exposed to cold and damp might succumb to pneumonia or exposure. It was grimly observed that many who entered prison healthily would not emerge alive unless their stay was very short. For example, during the Black Death of 1348-49, plague likely tore through the prisons as ferociously as it did anywhere else. Contemporaries wrote that enclosed communities, like monasteries, suffered extremely high mortalities, and one can infer that prisons, likewise sealed off and overcrowded, saw a horrific rate of death. Indeed, some historians estimate that when plague struck, nearly everyone confined in a stricken town's jail would perish, as there was no escape from the pestilence once it infiltrated those prison walls. No special measures were taken to evacuate or protect prisons during the epidemics. They were essentially left to deal with it on their own. Now, in some towns, the sudden emptiness of the jail after the plague was actually one small consolation to the survivors outside. Death was a constant presence in the prisons. A significant proportion of prisoners died before their cases were ever resolved. When a prisoner died in custody, a coroner's inquest might be held, especially if there was foul play suspected. In theory, if a jailer's abuse or neglect led to death, he could be held liable for homicide. On occasion, juries did, indeed, indict prison officers for prisoners' deaths. There was one case from 1290. It tells of a Newgate jailer's servant who so brutally tortured a detainee, pressing him with heavy weights and even standing on his neck, that the prisoner died within 2 days. The subsequent inquest found the jailer's man guilty of murder, and he was actually hanged for it. It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? But such accountability as this was very rare. But the fact that it happened at all shows that officials recognized extreme mistreatment leading to death as a crime. However, more often a prisoner's death was simply attributed to the will of God by a sickness. The bodies of dead prisoners were usually unceremoniously removed and buried in unhallowed ground if the families did not come and claim them. For the prisoners who remained alive, seeing their fellows carried out for burial would have been a pretty grim reminder of their own fragile odds of survival. Here's another cruel twist. Those who died under a pending felony charge were posthumously considered guilty, since they could not prove their innocence in trial, meaning that their goods, if they had any, were forfeited to the crown, and of course nothing was left for their families. The image of medieval prisoners routinely stretched on the rack or subjected to iron maidens is largely a creation of later imagination. Sorry to disappoint you. But in reality, torture in medieval English prisons, while it did exist, was not an everyday occurrence for the average inmate. English common law did not formally sanction torture to extract confessions in ordinary criminal cases. A point of pride, of course, repeated by legal scholars of the time. In the 1470s, Sir John Fortescue contrasted English law with that of France, noting with horror that on the continent suspects might be racked with tortures till their sinews cracked and their veins burst, whereas in England such methods were considered, frankly, to be barbaric. Nonetheless, there were certain situations in which extreme physical coercion was used in English custody, and the medieval prison certainly could be a site of torment. Maybe if you want to hear about real gruesome stuff, I'll do a video about the French medieval prisons. That could be interesting. Leave me a comment if you want that. Right, so continuing on, one context for legally sanctioned torture was the procedure known as the peine forte et dure, the strong and hard punishment, introduced in the late 13th century by statute in 1275. This was not torture to elicit a confession, but rather to coerce a defendant to submit to trial. If an accused felon refused to plead guilty or not guilty, perhaps hoping to avoid the verdict and protect their property from seizure, the court could order them put to the procedure. In practice, this meant the prisoner was chained in a low, dark chamber, fed nothing but little bread one day and stagnant water the next, and pressed beneath increasing weights. The idea was to break the person's will to insist on silence. Some yielded and agreed to stand trial. Others tragically died under the slow, crushing weight. This grim punishment was pretty rare, but it did claim victims. On paper, it was a form of legal torture, and it shows that the medieval justice system did have a mechanism to inflict extreme pain on the uncooperative. That case of the Newgate jailer's servant in 1290 who effectively murdered a prisoner by grave pressing penance may well have been an abuse of this very practice, taken to a lethal extreme. Beyond this, outright torture was sometimes employed especially for high-profile political prisoners or suspected conspirators against the crown. The Tower of London, as the state's fortress, was the usual setting for such interrogations. By the late medieval period, the tower had acquired devices like the rack, a notorious framework that could dislocate limbs by stretching. It earned the nickname the Duke of Exeter's daughter, after a constable of the Tower, and although it became infamous in Tudor times, it likely made its first appearances in the 15th century, used sparingly on those accused of treason and other grave threats. Other implements included iron gauntlets or hanging shackles. Prisoners might be suspended by the wrists from the wall. The torture left no telltale scars, but caused excruciating pain and potential dislocation of the arms. And we do know that during the War of the Roses and the turmoil surrounding them, there were instances of captured agents being tortured for information, though the details of that are pretty scant. Understandably so. I'm sure they weren't publishing that in the daily newspaper. But there is one example outside the political realm. The torturers suspected witches or sorcerers. Extremely rare in England at the time. But there are hints that in exceptional cases, authorities did not shy away from applying the rack or other torments to extract information about supposed conspiracies involving magic. Of course, a few weeks ago I did do a video specifically about the English witch hunts. I've also done one about the German witch hunts and, of course, the Salem trials of later times. If you want a little bit more detail about it, well, perhaps that's your next stop. Now, moving on. Imprisonment itself, of course, was often punishment enough. When additional torment was desired, it could be ingeniously inflicted by the very design of the prison. It's where it gets interesting. Now, case in point is the Tower of London's tiny dungeon cell, known as Little Ease. They always give them such cute names, don't they? Built within the bowels of the White Tower, Little Ease measured only about 4 feet square by 4 feet high, so small that a prisoner could neither stand upright, lie flat, nor fully sit down. Being confined in this lightless hole for days at a time was itself a form of torture by discomfort and sensory deprivation. Though documented instances of its use come from the 16th century, Catholic recusants like Edmund Campion were said to have been kept there. The cell existed by the late medieval era, and it represents the psychological torture that architecture alone could inflict. Even without formal instruments, jailers had these cruel options. They could throw a prisoner into a horrible pit, that oubliette, literally forgotten hole, or deliberately deny sleep and warmth as unofficial torments. It's also important to note that while torture occurred, it was not applied arbitrarily to petty offenders. Most common prisoners, thieves, debtors, brawlers, they weren't worth the trouble of torture. They suffered enough through neglect, not active torment. Active torture, that was reserved for those considered enemies of the state, or those who refused to play by the judicial rules. And when it did happen, it was kept behind closed doors. No medieval English jury could convict somebody solely on evidence from tortured confession, unlike in inquisitorial continental courts, which meant torture's role in English law was quite limited and unofficial. But still, the possibility of facing the rack or other horrors loomed in the medieval imagination. The very threat could be quite effective. We have records of prisoners who, upon merely seeing the implements of torture laid out, immediately gave up whatever secret they had, or at least told the jailers what they thought they wanted to hear. In that sense, the dungeon's menace was as potent as its reality. For the unfortunate few who did feel its bite, the prison became literally a hell on earth, a place of screams in the dark and agony mixed in with the despair. Well, let's keep going. We're going to talk a little bit about the role of the jailers and a bit of corruption, bribery, all that good stuff. The prisons were not only places of misery, but also rampant corruption. Jailers and sheriffs wielded enormous power over the fate of those in their custody, and many didn't hesitate to exploit it for their own personal gain. In an era without standardized prison administration, each jailer essentially ran their jail as a private enterprise, making the rules as they went along, and often purchasing the post from the crown or a local lord and then extracting income from the prisoners. This led to a system of fees and bribes that touched every aspect of a prison's life. Upon arrival, the new prisoner might immediately be expected to pay a fee, simply to be admitted and unshackled. A practice so common, it had a name: the garnish, or entrance fee. And you better pay it, because without doing so, you'd be thrown into the worst cell, laden with the heaviest irons, or denied any basic needs. Those who did pay, they might secure a cleaner cell, lighter chains, or even occasional leave to walk outside, under guard, of course. In effect, money could buy survival and a modicum of comfort, while poverty had condemned you to the lowest circle of prison hell. Extortion by jail officials was often flagrant. They charged for everything: a bundle of straw to serve as a bed, a candle for light, a scrap of additional food, the removal of irons, or even messages delivered to the family. There are accounts of jailers who presented prisoners with regular bills to be paid, failing which the prisoner would be chained in a nasty dungeon, or even tortured. Debtors, people imprisoned for owing money, were especially vulnerable, creating a darkly ironic situation. They were jailed for their debts, and then forced to incur more debt inside the jail just to stay alive. Medieval city governments occasionally tried to curb such abuses. In London and other towns, ordinances were passed to set official prison fees. For example, so many pence per day for basic board, or a fixed fee for iron removal, in hopes of preventing outrageous price gouging. But enforcement was pretty lax, too hard to control, and many jailers ignored the rules. After all, what recourse did the prisoner have? If they complained, the jailer could retaliate with even worse treatment. Some prisoners did petition higher authorities for relief. The Court of King's Bench, or even the Chancellor in Chancery, might hear grievances from inmates who alleged they were being unlawfully extorted or abused. One such petition from the late 15th century by a cleric named William Haming reveals the horror of what corrupt officials could do. Hemming was falsely accused by a local sheriff's deputy, who then kept him in a dreadful pit, weighed with heavy irons and deprived him of food and drink, all to force Hemming to pay a hefty £10 fine to regain his freedom. Even after extorting the sum, the sheriffs made Hemming swear not to sue them under threat of violence. Such cases, they laid bare a system where the lines between lawful punishment and outright criminality by jailers were blurred, and the fact that Hemming eventually could appeal to the Lord Chancellor shows that there were theoretical checks on abuse. On paper. But practically, justice for prisoners was very rare. The corruption extended even to matters of life and death. For the right price, a jailer might even allow a prisoner to escape. There are stories of guards turning a blind eye or even actively helping affluent captives flee in exchange for bribes. The dramatic escape of Roger Mortimer from the Tower of London in 1323, for instance, is believed to have been enabled by sympathetic insiders, whether through loyalty or coin. Likewise, some jailers sold pardons or arranged for charges to be dropped if they were well connected, essentially playing power broker. Clearly a well-placed bribe could accomplish what legal appeals could not. At the same time, a prisoner without means might find every gate closed. Even when medieval knights occasionally proclaimed amnesties or released prisoners during coronations or at Easter, one had to pay the jailer a fee to actually get out. The jailer's control was such that an old saying went, "The keys of the prison are made of gold," meaning money was the key to freedom. Now this all sounds pretty bad for the prisoners, but I have to say, if you really want to get on your grind, being a jailer might be a pretty good way to get ahead financially. It's the top one side hustle of 1312. Anyway, jokes aside, not all jailers were villains out of a storybook, of course. Some performed their duties within the accepted norms of the day without egregious cruelty. A few even showed mercy, allowing poor prisoners to beg at the gate for alms or not enforcing fees on those who were truly destitute. But the structure of the system, the entire game of jails, it incentivized abuse. Jailers had to support the prison and themselves, and since many were unpaid except through prisoner fees, extortion became the norm. In the late medieval consciousness, the jailer was often viewed as a sinister figure, greedily profiting from misery. Literature and popular stories depict corrupt sheriffs locking people up unjustly and taking bribes to get them out. The Robin Hood ballads, for example, include rescue of comrades from the sheriff's prison, tapping into the common folk's resentment for tyrannical officials. Is there any other kind of official? Well, the prevalence of corruption in medieval prisons shows that for many inmates, justice did not continue once the cell door clanged shut. Instead, they entered a shadow economy, governed by the whims and greed of their overseers. It is often said that in medieval England, prisons were not so much a punishment as a holding pattern. And that's largely true. The primary function of jails during the Middle Ages was to detain the accused until they could be tried, or to hold convicts for a short time before another punishment was carried out. Let's take a thief, for example. He might languish in a prison for months, awaiting the visit of the traveling justices who would judge his case. If he was found guilty, they might hang him. The prison was just the grim waiting room for the gallows. Similarly, a debtor would be locked up until his family paid his debts or he died trying, using incarceration as leverage rather than as a sentence itself. Long-term imprisonment as a sentence was quite rare. Public, corporal punishments were favored. Flogging, the stocks, the pillory, branding, banishment, or execution. However, by the late medieval period, we do start to see, imprisonment creeping in as part of some judgments, especially in towns. Think of a dishonest tradesman or a nighttime mischief maker being ordered to spend a few weeks in jail as punishment. And that reflects a slight shift in attitudes. Still, for most of the medieval era, to be in prison usually meant you were awaiting your trial, or awaiting ransom if you were a hostage or a prisoner of war, or just awaiting some outcome, like a payment of a fine or a royal decision on your fate. Thus, the medieval prisons occupied an uncertain place in the justice system. No one was really sure what they actually were yet. No one had realized what prisons would become. They were absolutely necessary for securing suspects and certain offenders, but not endowed with the moral purpose or bureaucratic oversight that later ages would demand. Simply tools of royal and civic power. The castle dungeon symbolized the lord's ability to crush opposition, and the county jail symbolized the crown's law reaching into every shire. Yet, there were also ad hoc and neglected institutions. Few resources were invested in making them humane or efficient. Prisoners were expected to fend for themselves, and if they suffered or died, well, that was just considered part of the inherent harshness of justice. Only occasionally did humanitarian concerns peek through, as when reform-minded mayors or sheriffs might allow a little better upkeep, or when the church intervened against a more egregious set of cruelties. The church did actually run its own ecclesiastical prisons as well. Convicted clergy or heretics could be confined in monastery cells. Notably, some Lollard heretics in the early 15th century were imprisoned under church authority, and usually with somewhat better conditions than lay jails. But it still wasn't a very nice place to be. The right of sanctuary also provided an interesting counterpoint. A fugitive who reached the sanctuary of a church could avoid the king's prison, at least for a time, showing that imprisonment was feared enough that desperate people would cling to altars to escape it. By the end of the medieval period, the institution of the prison was firmly entrenched in English society, dreaded by all, yet accepted as a basic element of justice. The medieval prison was a place of contradiction. It upheld the law by containing the lawless. Yet inside its walls, lawlessness and suffering often prevailed. It was meant to keep people safe from criminals, yet it provided no safety to those within. Looking back with a more modern perspective, we can certainly see how the medieval jail was a prelude to later reforms. Those horrors endured by the prisoners in these centuries eventually gave rise to calls for mercy and change, though true prison reform would not come until much later. The 18th and 19th centuries, figures like John Howard shining a light on conditions. In any case, the medieval period built the foundation. It established the prison as an instrument of justice, brutal and flawed, but indispensable. The tales of torture, disease, starvation, and corruption that we've explored today, they also serve to remind us of how far the concept of criminal justice has evolved since then. Yet, in some ways, the medieval prison experience has never entirely left. The very word, dungeon, it still evokes darkness, fear, and oppression. These were the realities of life in the medieval English prison. Hope was scarce, suffering was common. The strong arm of justice was often indistinguishable from the cruelty of captivity. It's certainly one chapter of history that once you've learned about, you won't easily forget. The fascinating story of the Knights Templar. It reads more like a drama than medieval history. In the span of 2 centuries, from 1119 to 1312, this order of warrior monks rose from their humble beginnings in Jerusalem to become an elite military and financial force. They were officially known as the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, but history remembers them simply now as the Knights Templar. It is a tale that encompasses devout faith and martial valor, enormous wealth and political influence, and a sudden fall amidst scandal, persecution, and betrayal. So we will explore the Templars' origin in the Crusader states, through to their rise in military and financial power, their expansion and governance, relations with the church and monarchies, and eventually that bitter downfall. But don't worry, we're not going to leave out those myths and conspiracy theories that have shrouded the Templars since their dissolution. We can't go without them. And so our journey through the annals of the Knights Templar will reveal not only the Order's true history, but also leave us with a few of those lingering questions yet to be answered. But let me welcome you to the channel first. It's going to be a long video, so we may as well get acquainted. Anybody who's new here, I invite you to click that subscribe button. The like button helps too. And leave a comment telling me what you think of the Knights Templar. I'm sure there'll be some interesting opinions in the comments on a video like this. Now, this video and everything else on this channel is ad-free due to the generous patrons and YouTube members, both on Patreon and YouTube memberships, of course. And a thank you to those who checked out the merch store. I do appreciate that. Now, of course, the best thing you can do for the channel is share it around and just enjoy. And that's what we're going to do now. So, get relaxed, and we can begin our journey back to the time of the Crusades. And indeed, The Knights Templar were founded in the aftermath of the First Crusade, that being 1096 to 1099, which had been quite a success, establishing Christian control over Jerusalem. And in the years following the Crusaders' victory, Christian pilgrims began to flock to the Holy Land. But there was a problem. Those traveling through Outremer, the Crusader states that is, faced grave dangers on the roads. Bands of robbers and hostile locals preyed on pilgrims traveling between the coastal ports like Jaffa and Jerusalem, often ambushing and massacring the unwary travelers. These were not warriors traveling through. These were elderly people, families going to see the holy sites. They didn't come to wage war. They didn't carry with them any sort of protection. They were ripe for the robbing. So in response to this insecurity, a small band of knights, led by the French nobleman from Champagne, Hugues de Payens, proposed the creation of a new kind of order dedicated to protecting these pilgrims. And so, in 1119, de Payens approached the King of Jerusalem, Baldwin II, and Warmond, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, with this new idea. Baldwin was quite pleased. He welcomed the proposal, likely formalized at the Council of Nablus in January of 1120, and thus he granted the knights quarters in his own palace on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Prime real estate, that's for sure. The royal palace was located in the former Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders now called the Temple of Solomon, and it is from this new location that the order took its name, the Order of the Knights of the Temple, or simply just the Templars. Thus was born the Knights Templar. The legend begins. Originally a group of perhaps only 9 knights bound by vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In these early years they truly lived up to their moniker as poor knights. Of course that would change later, but we'll get to that. They had no great wealth or land of their own, and relied solely on donations from the kind public to survive. A poignant symbol of the Templars' initial poverty was their official seal, depicting 2 knights riding a single horse. Now, that was to show that resources were so scant that 2 men had to and willingly shared a single mount. Despite their small numbers and meager means, the founding knights, among men who were like Godfrey de Saint-Omer, André de Montbard, which was Hugues de Payens' comrades, committed themselves to protecting Christian pilgrims along the perilous roads. For the first few years, the Templars operated in relative obscurity. They had no formal rule or recognition by the Church at large, essentially a self-organized band of devout knights carrying out a charitable mission. But this changed dramatically in the late 1120s, thanks to a powerful ecclesiastical patron, Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. Bernard, a renowned Cistercian abbot and influential churchman, saw great promise in this new knighthood that combined piety with military service. He happened to be the nephew of André de Montbard, one of the founding Templars, and thus had a personal interest in their success. And so, at the Council of Troyes in 1129, Bernard championed the Templars' cause before a gathering of church leaders. Under the guidance of Bernard, the Council of Troyes officially approved the Church of the Order of the Temple, and formulated a rule of conduct for them, effectively transforming the Templars into a disciplined religious order under church sanction. Bernard himself drafted a laudatory exhortation for the Templars, in praise of the New Knighthood by its title, which praised the concept of warrior monks in general. In it, Bernard celebrated the Knights Templar as, quote, a new kind of knighthood, one unknown to the ages gone by, fighting a dual battle, both earthly and spiritual. It was this endorsement that gave the order enormous moral legitimacy. And with that, papal support soon followed. In 1139, Pope Innocent II, a close ally of Bernard, by the way, issued the bull Omne Datum Optimum, which granted the Templars extraordinary privileges. The Templar order was made exempt from local church authority and answerable only to the Pope himself. They were allowed to operate freely across all Christendom. The bull allowed them to travel through any border, exempt them from paying tithes or taxes, and permitted them to keep their own spoils from Muslim territories. It seems those days of poverty are well and truly over. But in practice, while they still respected local laws and rulers when prudent, the Templars now enjoyed an unprecedented autonomy under papal protection. The poor knights of the Temple had gone from obscurity to being the Church's favorite little militia, all within 2 short decades. As donations of money, land, and noble sons poured in from pious patrons across Europe, eager to support the holy cause, the stage was set for the Templars' rapid rise. By the 1130s, what began as 9 knights living humbly on the Temple Mount had grown into a prominent religious military order, the first of its kind in medieval Christendom. With official church endorsement and growing resources, the Knights Templar swiftly expanded their operations and military activities. They were headquartered in Jerusalem, later in Acre after 1191, and on Cyprus in 1291. But their ranks swelled with recruits from all over Europe who were drawn to the idea of this knightly vocation in the service of God, and word was spreading that being a Templar was the holiest you could get. And so by the 1140s, the Templars had become the most integral part of a Crusader army in the Holy Land. They were among the first to arrive and the last to leave in any major engagement against Muslim forces. In fact, the Second Crusade, from 1147 to 49, was the first crusade in which the Templars officially participated. A contingent of Templar knights fought alongside King Louis VII of France and King Conrad III of Germany in the ill-fated expedition. And the Templar even advised the French king on tactics during the march across Anatolia in 1147. Although the Second Crusade ended in failure, it cemented the reputation of the military orders as indispensable elements of the Crusaders' warfare. On the battlefield, the Templar Knights developed a fearsome reputation as shock troops, the medieval equivalent of an elite special forces unit. Clad in heavy armor, bearing their distinct white surcoats with a red cross emblazoned on the chest, and riding war horses, the Templars were noted for their discipline and bravery. One of their trademark tactics was the disciplined cavalry charge. The Templars would form up in tight formation and charge en masse at the enemy lines, aiming to smash through with sheer momentum and break the foe's formation. Contemporary observers marveled at the effect of these charges. When launched at the opportune moment, a Templar charge could cause havoc and turn the entire fortunes of battle. The Templars were often assisted to guard the flanks or lead the vanguard of Crusader armies because of their reliability under pressure. They fought with a combination of monastic discipline and knightly prowess. Strict rules punished any Templar who faltered in courage or obedience. For example, if a brother knight lost his sword or horse through negligence in battle, he could be expelled from the order. Such iron discipline ensured that Templar units generally held formation and followed orders even in the chaos of combat. They were the best trained and equipped of any Crusader army member. They played their crucial roles in many of the major battles and sieges of the 12th and 13th centuries in the Holy Land. They garrisoned key frontier fortresses and were frequently tasked with the defense of critical passes and castles that shielded the Crusader states. For instance, the Templars defended the strategic pass of Amanus north of Antioch, and they took custody of castles that kings or nobles could not adequately secure themselves. In some cases, they even built or rebuilt fortresses to strengthen the Crusader defenses. Their castles at sites like Bagras and Safad helped anchor the Crusader frontier. But they never forgot their original mission as protectors of pilgrims. Throughout the 12th century, the Templars maintained a network of patrols and small forts along the pilgrimage roads, providing escort and refuge to travelers who otherwise would be very easy prey for all the brigands. The annals of the Crusades record both glorious victories, but also crushing defeats for the Templars. They were present at the siege of Ascalon in 1153, the Battle of Montcassard at 1177, where Christian forces, including the Templars led by their Grand Master, won notable victories against Muslim armies, alongside Baldwin IV, the leper king himself. They also fought bravely during the Third Crusade, 1189–92, alongside none other than King Richard the Lionheart. At the siege of Acre, 1189–91, which marked the start of the Third Crusade, the Templars and their counterparts, the Hospitallers, formed the backbone of the besieging Christian army, and their contributions were vital in finally recapturing the city of Acre. They even appear in accounts of the Fourth Crusade, 1202–1204, while the order did not officially endorse that controversial campaign. If you know, you know. Some Templar Knights joined the Crusader force that unexpectedly captured Constantinople in 1204. Not very Christian crusade, but it is what it is. Later on, during the Fifth Crusade in Egypt, the Templars took part in the siege of Damietta, and were among the first to scale the walls when Damietta fell to the Crusaders. Yet the Knights Templar also suffered terrible losses in defense of the Holy Land. Given their reputation, captured Templars could expect no mercy from their foes. They were often executed rather than ransomed, as Saladin and other Muslim leaders considered them too dangerous to be left alive. After the disastrous Battle of Hattin in 1187, where the Crusader army was annihilated by Saladin, 230 captured Templar knights were beheaded, a grim testament to the fear and hatred that these warrior monks evoked. Only the highest-ranking Templars were spared for ransom in that instance. The Templars' Grand Master at Hattin, Gerard de Ridfort, was one of the few that survived the battle. He was taken prisoner and later exchanged, only to die fighting 2 years later during the siege of Acre. Decades later, in October 1244, at the Battle of La Fourbière near Gaza, the Crusader forces, including a large contingent of Templars, were decimated by a Muslim army. Some 300 Templar knights were killed in that battle, In 1250, during the Seventh Crusade, led by King Louis IX of France, the Templars again paid a blood price. At the Battle of Mansoura in Egypt, many Templars, including the Grand Master, Guillaume de Sonnac, fell in combat as they valiantly defended the Frankish forces retreating from a Muslim counterattack. Such was the commitment that several Grand Masters of the Order perished in battle over the years, fighting right at the front line alongside their knights. Through victory and defeat alike, the Templars maintained their zealous fervor. Chronicles describe them as utterly ruthless on the battlefield, sometimes even to a fault. Eagerness to engage the enemy could make them difficult for secular commanders to restrain. But there is no doubt that the Kingdom of Jerusalem and the Crusader presence in the Levant would have been ever more short-lived without the staunch defense provided by the Templars and other military orders. Even after the fall of Jerusalem, the Templars continued to fight on, helping to hold the remaining Crusader coastal strongholds. They were the defenders of cities like Acre, Tripoli, and Antioch in the 13th century, and they organized several last-ditch efforts to reclaim territory. The Templars' final stronghold in the Holy Land was the fortified city of Acre, and when it fell in 1291 to the Mamluks, the Templars led a heroic last stand at their fortress by the sea. A handful of Templar survivors evacuated by ship to Cyprus after Acre's fall, marking the end of the Latin East. The loss of the Holy Land would set the stage for the Order's changing fortunes in the years to come. But by that time, the Knights Templar had also built a vast presence and power base back in Europe, and that is what we are going to explore next. And so, even as the Templars poured their blood and treasure into the Crusades, they were steadily expanding their footprint across medieval Europe. Donations from kings, nobles, and churchmen throughout Christendom allowed the Order to establish a widespread network of preceptories, that is, local Templar centers, in nearly every kingdom of Western Europe. By the mid-12th century, Templar communities had sprung up from England to France, to Spain, Italy, and as far east as Hungary and Bohemia. These communities not only supplied recruits and funding for the Holy Land, but they also became power centers in their own right. The Templars held extensive land holdings in Europe, farms and vineyards, villages, churches, mills, and estates, all gifted to them by benefactors or purchased with donated funds. Over time, the Order amassed hundreds of properties, which they managed efficiently to generate income. A portion of this income, often 1/3, was regularly sent to the headquarters in the East to support the crusading efforts. The rest funded the Order's operations in Europe and the upkeep of their members. One remarkable aspect of the Templars' growth was their pioneering involvement in finance and banking. With so many far-flung properties and so much wealth moving around, the Templars became quite adept at managing money. As early as the 1130s, the Order was putting its funds to work by issuing loans and earning interest, despite the Church's general prohibition on usury. By 1150, the Knights Templar had introduced an innovative system of letters of credit for pilgrims. A traveller could deposit money or valuables at a temple preceptory in Europe and receive a document or cipher indicating the deposit's value. Upon reaching the Holy Land, the pilgrim could present the document at a Templar house and withdraw an equivalent amount of funds. You imagine having a system like that 800, 900 years ago. It's pretty impressive. This system allowed pilgrims to journey without carrying large sums of gold, you see. And if you're not carrying large sums of gold, there's not much point in anybody robbing you. Effectively, making the Templars medieval bankers now who facilitated safe travel. It is perhaps the earliest known form of international banking or travelers' checks. And as their reputation for trustworthiness grew, the Templars were entrusted with guardianship of treasures and assets for kings and nobles. Many monarchs and lords deposited their own funds in the order's treasury for safekeeping. For example, the Templar compound in Paris, the Paris Temple, as it was called, served as a kind of treasury for the French crown. And in London, the master of the temple acted as a trusted financial agent to the English king, rather. The order also provided financial services. They could transfer money across great distances, offer secure storage, and even issue loans to cash-strapped rulers. By the 13th century, the Knights Templar had become proficient and trusted bankers, to the point that the kings of France, England, and Aragon were doing regular business with them. When nobles set off on a crusade, they often forwarded funds to the Templars in the East in advance, so that money would be waiting for them to pay troops and suppliers upon their arrival. The scope of the Templars' financial operations was unprecedented in medieval Europe. It's been noted that, given their vast economic network and trans-regional activities, the Order of the Temple, well, it arguably qualifies as the world's first multinational corporation. This comparison highlights how far the Templars' enterprise reached beyond the pure military scope. Money streamed into Templar coffers from various sources, whether it was donations, revenues from estates, spoils of war, ransoms, banking fees. But the order also had significant expenses, you see, and that kept its wealth in perspective. Maintaining knights, garrisons, war horses, and not to mention the castles in the Holy Land. Well, as you can imagine, that was enormously costly. The Templars also undertook charity. By rule, they gave alms, such as distributing a tenth of all bread they produced to the poor. They paid clerical tithes where required and made political donations to secure favor when necessary. The result was that the order's actual disposable income was likely less spectacular than the myths about their limitless riches suggest. After all, you gotta spend money to make money. One account notes, the order was never quite as rich as everybody thought. In fact, given their heavy commitments, the Templars often reinvested or spent money as fast as it came in, purchasing new lands, building fortifications, equipping crusades, or lending to monarchs. And the monarchs sometimes defaulted on debts too. Nonetheless, by around 1300, the scale of the Templars' operations was truly quite impressive. By the time of the Grand Master, the final one that is, Jacques de Molay, the Knights Templar had established a presence in nearly every corner of Latin Christendom. It is estimated that at least 970 Templar houses, that is, commanderies and castles, existed across Europe and the Mediterranean by the early 14th century. The order's core membership likely numbered around 7,000 brothers, knights and sergeants, which, if one includes their servants, serfs, affiliates, means they directly supported tens of thousands of people. Their fleet of ships, used for transporting goods, pilgrims, and knights, made them a naval power as well. They owned entire fleets docking at Atlantic and Mediterranean ports, and even owned the island of Cyprus outright at one point. They got that in 1191 when Richard the Lionheart sold it to them. They governed it briefly before reselling it. The Templars' political influence grew alongside their economic might. In the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, they were granted important castles and often consulted on truce negotiations with Muslim powers. In Europe, they frequently acted as royal treasurers and advisors, and so it's little wonder that the sight of the Templars' Red Cross banner flying over a castle or compound became common from the British Isles to the Iberian Peninsula, and all the way to the eastern Mediterranean. But despite the extensive resources, the Templars remained a religious order bound by their vows, and not by commercial enterprise. Every penny was meant to support their mission of holy war and pious service. In theory, individual Templars kept no personal riches. The wealth belonged to the order and its holy cause. This collective wealth and the Templars' considerable independence would eventually stir envy and suspicion, as we'll see. But first let's consider how the order functioned internally during its 200-year history. From its inception, the Templars combined the lifestyle of monks with the profession of knights, requiring a unique organizational structure, and of course a strict code of behavior. On top of the hierarchy was the Grand Master, the supreme leader who oversaw the entire order worldwide. The Grand Master was elected by the senior brothers of the order and held the position for life. In practice, many Grand Masters died in battle, or if they were lucky, old age in office. Though most of them would prefer to die in battle, I dare say. Under the Grand Master, the Order's territories were divided into provinces or priories, each overseen by a regional commander, often called a master or preceptor. Local Templar communities were called commanderies or convents, typically based around a fortified house or castle, and led by a commander or preceptor who managed the daily affairs and reported up to the provincial leadership. This pyramidal structure allowed the order to maintain unity of purpose across vast distances. Correspondence and reports flowed between the far-flung commanderies and their headquarters, bearing the order's seal, the two knights on the horse to authenticate official communications. Periodically, high officers of the order would gather in general meetings or chapters to discuss the important business or enact policy. Though these were relatively infrequent, for the most part local Templar commanders had considerable autonomy in managing day-to-day matters, but this was so long as they observed the rule and loyalty sent required revenues to the recruits to the east, and followed the moral codes. Only serious misconduct, however, would draw intervention from higher-ups. Membership in the Knights Templar was broadly divided into several categories. The core of the order were the Knight Brothers, noble-born men who had been knighted or would be knighted, and took up the Templar vow. These knights wore the famous white mantle with the red cross, and were the ones who fought as the heavy cavalry on the battlefield. However, the knights were actually a minority in the order. Templars also consisted of sergeants, sometimes called brother sergeants or turcopoliers, who were of lower social status, often commoners or lesser nobility. Sergeants served as light cavalry or infantry, and filled many supporting roles. They typically wore a brown or black mantle instead of white. There were also brother chaplains, ordained priests who joined the order to provide spiritual services, administering the sacraments and conducting daily worship for the brethren. In addition to these, the order employed or affiliated many lay servants, squires to assist the knights, craftsmen to maintain weapons and buildings, farmers on the estates, even local mercenary troops drawn from their feudal dependents. There's even records of a few women associated with the Templars, primarily nuns in nearby convents or managers of donated properties. The women were certainly not admitted as fighting members. At its height, the Order's membership and workforce was a diverse community, united under temple rule. The rule of the Knights Templars, basically originally on the Benedictine and Cistercian monastic rules adapted at the Council of Troyes, governed all aspects of daily life and conduct. Templar brothers took 3 monastic vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, binding themselves to the order and renouncing all personal ambition. They lived a communal life, sharing meals and lodgings, following a regimented schedule of prayer, devotional reading, and military training. Attendance at divine office, that is, church services, was mandatory daily, and the knights were expected to maintain the piety of monks even as they bore arms. They were also to be celibate, forsaking marriage and family life in exchange for brotherhood in arms. Their diet was moderate. Meat was typically allowed only on every other day, a concession compared to stricter monastic orders. As knights, they did not observe cloistered seclusion. They could ride out and campaign, but frivolous activities were forbidden. The rule banned worldly pleasures, such as hunting for sport or hawking, which ordinary knights relished, and it forbade ostentatious dress or ornaments. The Templars' clothing was to be simple and unadorned. For example, whereas secular knights often wore ornate belts as status symbols, the Templars only wore a plain woolen cord belt to symbolize their humility. Uniform was certainly an important identifier for the order. The white mantle, granted by Pope Honorius II, was exclusive to the Knight Brothers, symbolizing purity. The red 8-pointed cross, often a cross paté, was added to their garb sometime after 1147, becoming the enduring emblem of the Templars. This red cross, worn over the heart, signified martyrdom and commitment to the Crusade. The Templars were ready to die in red blood for the white cross of Christ. The sergeants wore a darker cape, brown or black, but without the red cross, to distinguish them from the knightly brethren. All brothers were to wear their hair short, in contrast to the long, fashionable knightly locks of the day. And notably, the Templars, as a rule, grew beards. In an era where most Western knights were clean-shaven, the bearded Templar became a bit of a stereotype. Observers often commented on the Templars' long beards, giving them a rugged, ascetic appearance. Discipline within the order was strict but practical. The rule set out a system of punishments for infractions, ranging from minor penances to expulsion. Small breaches of conduct might be met with temporary loss of privileges or extra prayers. The more serious offenses, such as disobedience, cowardice, or breaking the vow of chastity, could result in public flogging or imprisonment within the order's houses. And in extreme cases, a brother could be cast out of the order, which, for a knight who had taken a lifelong vow, was certainly a devastating disgrace. However, the temple rule also emphasized fairness and the spiritual well-being of its members. Trials were held where accused brothers could defend themselves, and mercy was often shown for those who repented lapses. Overall, the rigid governance and a strong sense of spiritual mission forged the Templars into a remarkably cohesive unit. despite their far-flung operations. A contemporary observer, William of Tyre, noted that the Templars were both, quote, monks and knights together. Indeed, their dual identity was reflected at every level of this organization. William of Tyre, by the way, if you didn't know, was the one who wrote the biography for Baldwin IV, the leper king of Jerusalem. Well, he did so until his last year. He didn't quite get his death in it, but he certainly got the closing chapters. Well, back to the Templars. It's worth noting that not everyone in the 12th and 13th centuries was comfortable with this concept. You see, this deeply religious and rudely professional attitude certainly fascinated and impressed many of their contemporaries, but it's not easy. The idea of military monks, too, was unprecedented, and some churchmen initially questioned whether fighting could be reconciled with holy vows. Bernard of Clairvaux and others provided the theological justification. War against the infidel in defense of the innocent was not only permissible, but it was quite meritorious, a form of Christian love in action. The Templars were promised the same spiritual rewards as other crusaders, remission of sins, etc., and were held up as models of holy knighthood. Over time, the success of the Templar experiment silenced most critics, and other military orders like the Hospitallers and the Teutonic Knights adopted similar structures. In fact, I suppose you could say the Templars were trend setters in combining this monastic life with chivalry, and their organizational model began to be emulated all across Europe. From the outset, the Templars enjoyed a special relationship with the papacy, and popes were the ultimate authority over the order. Several popes in the 12th and 13th centuries issued bulls reinforcing Templar privileges. A bull is like a political statement, a written command, I suppose. The Templars' independence from local ecclesiastical oversight, granted by that Omnidatum Optimum in 1139, meant that bishops and archbishops could not excommunicate them or even interfere in their operations. Only the Pope could discipline or regulate the order. This direct line to Rome was both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it protected the Templars from being hindered by diocesan clergy or secular rulers. They could carry out their work across borders without seeking permission or paying feudal dues. But on the other hand, it sometimes bred resentment among the local churchmen. Parish priests and bishops complained that the Templars did not pay tithes, and that the order siphoned off donations that might otherwise go to local church. There were also disputes over burial rites. The Templars, like the Hospitallers, often had ceremonies at their preceptories, and people sought burial in Templar grounds, perhaps to honor a vow or to be considered part of the order's spiritual benefit. Local clergy saw this as an encroachment on a lucrative aspect of their ministry. You see, churches always charged fees for burials, and when you could just go and get buried by the Templars, well, a bit of a cheaper option. Dig your own grave and save, as they say. By and large, however, the Pope staunchly defended the military orders as long as the Crusades were ongoing. The Church lauded the Templars' contributions. Popes like Alexander III and Gregory IX showed praise and called them the militia of Christ. The papacy often employed the Templars as trusted agents. They carried papal messages, safeguarded important travelers, and even guarded relics or treasures on behalf of Rome. In 1172, for example, Pope Alexander III stayed at the Templar house in Rome, that is the temple on the Tiber, as they call it, and later entrusted the Templars with funds intended for the Holy Land. Such closeness to the papacy further enhanced the prestige of the order. Their relations with secular monarchies were more complex and varied from realm to realm. In the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem and the other Latin East states, the Templars were pivotal allies of the crown. Kings of Jerusalem relied on them as a standing army to supplement feudal levies. They granted the Templars castles and lands in return for military service. For instance, the order was given control of Gaza in the 1140s to fortify the southern frontier, and later received other key fortresses. The Templars even acted with semi-sovereign authority at times. They negotiated treaties with Muslim leaders independently. When it concerned lands they managed. On a few occasions, the order's interests clashed with royal policies in Outremer, a famous example being in the 1180s when Grand Master Gerard de Ridfort urged King Guy of Lusignan into the ill-advised Battle of Hattin. But generally, the Templars and Latin kings were partners in survival. Back in Europe, many monarchs appreciated the Templars for their financial services and network. The order functioned as bankers and diplomats for kings. For example, the kings of England in the 13th century frequently used the Templars' Templars' London Temple, as a treasury and relied on Templar sergeants as royal couriers. King Henry III of England entrusted the Master of the Temple with negotiations and was known to seek loans from the order. In France, the Templars' Paris house similarly held royal funds and jewels in deposit. Monarchs like King James I of Aragon and King Alfonso II of Portugal granted the Templars lands in Iberia in exchange for their military aid against the Moors. The Templars played a notable role in the Reconquista, that is the Christian reconquest of Spain, helping to garrison frontier castles and participating in major battles against Islamic Spain. In Aragon, they even absorbed a smaller local order, the Order of Montjoy, to strengthen the fight against the Moors. The Portuguese king aligned so closely with the Templars that after the order's last suppression, Portugal reconstituted the Templar personnel into a new order to carry on their work. But more on that a little bit later. However, with power and privilege always comes friction. The more power you get, the more attention you get. And not all attention is good. By the late 13th century, some secular rulers had grown weary, and at the worst times, envious. They were envious of their wealth and influence, which a lot of the time, was frankly quite more wealthy and quite more influential than the kings themselves. Which lends the question, who's really in control? The order's transnational autonomy, owing allegiance to no king, only the Pope, was an anomaly in a Europe of strengthening royal states. The kings couldn't tax the Templars, and Templar lands often sat as enclaves exempt from feudal duties. Rumors circulated, accusing the Templars of arrogance and avarice, claiming they hoarded wealth and lived comfortably off donations that should have gone to fighting in the Holy Land. Some critics argued that the Templars and other military orders spent too much money building grand preceptories in Europe or engaging in politics, instead of focusing on the Crusades, which by this time were not going so well. There was also strategic reasons. After the fall of Acre in 1291, the original purpose of the Templars was in question. If the Holy Land could not be recovered soon, some European leaders pondered whether these well-funded orders should either be merged or redirected. Indeed, one major proposal floated, especially by King Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V in the early 1300s, was to merge the Knights Templar with the Knights Hospitaller into a single super-military order. The idea was that a unified order would be easier to control and could concentrate resources better for a new crusade. The Templars themselves, particularly the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, opposed such a merger, preferring the independence and traditions of their own order. The debate was still ongoing when external events intervened in 1307. But it was in France that the Knights Templar would meet their gravest crisis. Ironically, the French monarchy had long been a benefactor of the Templars. Paris was home to one of the richest Templar commanderies. French knights filled the order's ranks, and French princes, including King Louis IX's brother, had even joined the Templars themselves. But King Philip IV, as Philip the Fair of France, reigning from 1285 to 1314, had quite a different attitude. Philip was an ambitious, hard-edged ruler, determined to assert control over all elements of society. He had already quarrelled with Pope Boniface VIII and asserted royal authority over the French clergy. But he was also deeply into debt with the Knights Templar. He had borrowed heavily to finance wars against England and Flanders, and the bill was coming in. By the first years of 1300, Philip's court began to see the Templars as both a potential threat and an enticing target. Contemporaries and historians have suggested multiple motives for what Philip did next. The Templars were an independent military force, sitting inside his kingdom that is a state within a state, and there were growing whispers about the order's secret initiation ceremonies and immense hidden wealth. Perhaps Philip truly believed some of the dark rumors. Maybe he just wanted to seize the Templars' assets and cancel his debts. But in any case, he resolved to destroy the order, at least in France. Crucially, Philip found disgruntled former Templars and used their spies to gather accusations of heresy and immoral practices against the Templars. And early in 1307, his ministers quietly drew up a list of charges that would stun Christendom when revealed. On Friday, October the 13th, 1307, that's ominous, isn't it? The Kingdom of France moved against the Knights Templar with ruthless precision. In a coordinated dawn raid, King Philip's officials arrested every Templar in France they could find, from the Grand Master Jacques de Molay down to the brothers at the local preceptories, and seized the order's properties. Philip had sent sealed orders throughout his realm to be opened and executed on that day, catching the Templars completely by surprise. The shock of this sudden attack reverberated across Europe and gave rise to the superstition that Friday the 13th is an unlucky day, a modern legend often linked to the Templars' arrest, though the connection did not become a pop culture meme until much later. Philip's allegations against the order were pretty grave. The Templars were accused of heresy and blasphemy, denying Christ, spitting on the crucifix, and trampling on the cross in their secret initiation ritual. They were also charged with idolatry, allegedly worshipping a mysterious effigy, a demonic idol in the form of a human head, later popularized under the name Baphomet. and with engaging in obscene practices. The accusations actually included claims of ritualized indecent kissing on the base of the spine or navel, etc., as part of initiation, and even acts of homosexuality, forbidden by church law. In essence, Philip's dossier painted the Templars as a corrupt, devil-worshipping gay club that only pretended to be a pious order. These lurid charges were probably fabricated by Philip's advisors. I could say maybe fabricated, but I'm going to say probably or most likely. Well, possibly they drew on conclusions of ex-disgraced Templars and the troops used earlier against heretical groups like the Cathars in the Languedoc region of southern France. Whether any of it was true or not, it was right there on paper, and it was the king pushing it nonetheless. So, well, it provided all the pretext needed. But what about the Pope? They had to get the Pope on their side, right? Initially, Pope Clement V, who was based in France, the papacy had come effectively under French influence beginning with the Avignon papacy, was pretty skeptical and quite alarmed at Philip's unilateral action against one of the Church's most honored orders and oldest friends. Clement V wrote to Philip, protesting the arrests, but within weeks, Philip's agents had extracted confessions from many high-ranking French Templars. Of course, when I say extracted, I mean they tortured and intimidated them until they signed what they wanted them to sign. Even the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, after weeks in a dungeon, was coerced into confessing that, quote, yes, the order had certain secret misconduct. Though Molay never admitted to the worst charges of denying Christ, his confessions were ambiguous and later retracted. Confronted with all of these evidence and confessions, Pope Clement felt compelled to act. He summoned inquiries and ordered monarchs in other countries to also detain their own Templars, lest any guilty person escape. Over the next few years, trials or inquisitions of the Templars took place in England, Aragon, Castile, Italy, Germany, and Cyprus, all under the Pope's authority. No longer just a French phenomenon. They were coming for all of the Templars all across Europe. But not all rulers were as compliant as Philip. In England, King Edward II was initially incredulous about the charges and delayed proceedings. In Iberia, the kings of Aragon, Castile, and Portugal were similarly skeptical, and even protective of the Templars, who had been their crusading comrades for so long. Nevertheless, pressure from the Pope himself eventually forced most rulers to investigate and temporarily imprison the Templars in their domains, as nobody wanted to get excommunicated. The trial process dragged on from 1307 to 1311. Under the scrutiny of papal commission, the Templars' order-wide guilt or innocence had to be determined. It became evident that the outcome varied by region. In France and Italy, where torture was applied rigorously, a significant number of the Templars, including many rank-and-file brothers, confessed to the prescribed charges, although often these confessions contradicted each other or were clearly absurd under scrutiny. In contrast, in England, Iberia, and Germany, most Templars either flatly denied the accusations, or at most admitted to some minor infractions. The most heinous heresy charges found no credible support in these regions. For example, in hearings in Aragon and Castile, not a single Templar admitted to denying Christ or spitting on the cross, and many local clergy testified to the order's orthodox behavior. This inconsistency strongly suggests that the confessions in France were products of torture and fear, not truth. Indeed, many Templars who initially confessed later recanted when they had the chance to speak freely, even though recanting meant they could be condemned as relapsed heretics and be thrown back into the dungeon for more execution. But they recanted because they wanted to assert the order's innocence and the falsehood of the accusations. No physical evidence of heretical practices was ever produced. Despite searches, authorities found no satanic idol, no preserved head, no secret rule endorsing blasphemy. The only evidence was the confessions wrung from prisoners getting their fingernails pulled out. Not very reliable. Well, in 1310 in Paris, a group of Templars attempted to mount a defense of the order. They claimed the right to be heard by the Pope and a church council. And indeed, a provincial church council in Paris saw the public defense by a Templar named Peter of Bologna and others. But the French king's officials were in no mood to allow a vindication of the Templars. In May of 1310, 54 Templar knights who had retraced their confessions were burned at the stake. Relapsed heretics, according to the French Inquisitor, all with papal approval. This gruesome spectacle effectively silenced other Templars from coming forward to speak in their defense, because doing so was now clearly life-threatening. It was against this tense backdrop that Pope Clement V convened the Council of Vienna in 1311 to make the final decision on the fate of the Knights Templar. The Council of Vienne, in southern France, met in late 1311 with the Templar affair high on its agenda. Pope Clement V was caught between the assertions of Philip IV, and the troubling fact that outside of France the case against the Templars was quite weak. In early 1312, before the full council, the Pope decided to suppress the order by his own authority. On March 22nd, 1312, Clement V issued the bull, Vox in excelso. And with that, the Knights Templar were formally dissolved. Notably, the Pope did not condemn the Templars as heretics in doctrinal terms, but he spoke of the scandal and infamy surrounding the order, and the expedience of suppressing it for the good of the Church, rather than pronouncing a definitive judgment of guilt. In effect, Clement V admitted that the Templars' reputation was irreparably damaged, especially in the eyes of the French monarchy and, well, the public too. And thus the order could no longer fulfill its purpose. The order was dissolved, of course, but it was not damned. This crucial distinction has been borne out by historical evidence. Pope Clement actually absolved many of the Templar leaders of the charge of heresy in a secret church inquiry. The findings of the papal commission at Chinon in 1308, discovered in modern times, nonetheless, this is very new, show that the Pope's investigators completely absolved Grand Master Jacques de Molay and the others of heresy, although they were told to do penance for any minor improprieties. But none of that could save the order from political destruction. After suppression, what became of the Templars and their vast properties, you might ask? Pope Clement's follow-up edict in May 1312, Ad Providum, assigned most Templar assets to the Knights Hospitaller, that is, the Order of St. John. In theory, the wealth accumulated for crusading would continue to be used for that purpose by the Hospitallers, another military order which was still in good standing. In practice, the transfer varied. In some places, the Hospitallers did receive former Templar lands, allowing them to significantly expand as seen in England and parts of Italy. But in other regions, secular rulers grabbed the Templar properties. King Philip IV in France secured a chunk of the order's treasury to settle his own claims. No big surprise there. They called him Philip the Fair. Well, I don't know if they meant fair as in fair skin. They certainly didn't mean fair as in equitable. Or perhaps that was the joke. Well, in the kingdom of Castile, over in Spain, nobles simply occupied Templar castles, and the Hospitallers had difficulty claiming them. The Pope's orders were not always effectively enforced when local lords saw an opportunity for land grabs, you see. Most rank-and-file Templars, once the order was dissolved, were just released from their vows, which is kind of sad when you've taken a lifelong vow. You kind of set your whole plans around it, don't you? Clement V instructed that those members who were not found guilty of crimes should be given a pension or allowed to join another religious house. For example, some ex-Templars retired to monasteries or lived quietly on church stipends. Not a bad option, I suppose. They were forbidden from forming any new military order, though, or joining the Hospitallers. The Pope didn't want the taint of the scandal to spread, nor a concentration of former Templars forming a power block within the Hospitallers. I suppose that's understandable. But in a few cases, the Templars did join other orders with special permission. But generally, they just faded into private life. Not every country treated former Templars harshly, you know. In England, no Templars were executed. That's right, not a single one. Those who admitted minor faults were pensioned off by King Edward II, or folded into other ecclesiastical institutions. In the Iberian Peninsula, the dissolution took a more unique course. The kings of Portugal and Aragon were unwilling to simply disband knights who had been crucial in the fighting against the Moors, and they certainly did not want valuable fortresses to fall into the hands of the rival claimants or the Hospitallers. So, they found creative solutions. King Dinis of Portugal refused to persecute the Templars in his realm, and negotiated with the Pope to transfer all Templar holdings into a new order, that being the Order of Christ, founded in 1319. This Order of Christ was essentially a reconstituted Templar order, under a new name, but royal patronage, not under the Pope anymore. Many Portuguese Templars simply switched insignia and continued on business as usual, eventually playing a key role in Portugal's later voyages of exploration. The cross of the Order of Christ adorned the sails of Vasco da Gama and other explorers, by the way, if you're wondering what it is in the artistic depictions. In Aragon, that is, Spain, King James II established the Order of Montesa in 1317 to take over the Templar lands and allow former Templars to join. These successor orders meant that in Iberia, unlike France, the transition was relatively peaceful, and some Templar legacy lived on in an official capacity. But aside from those, no true successor of the Knights Templar was ever recognized by the Church. The Templar order was definitively gone from the stage by 1312. Remnants either scattered or absorbed. The final act of the Templar tragedy came in 1314. The aging Grand Master Jacques de Molay and a few senior Templar dignitaries had been kept in captivity throughout the process. After years of imprisonment, Molay and the preceptor of Normandy, Geoffroy de Charnay, were brought forth in Paris to receive their sentences, and that sentence was thus perpetual imprisonment. It was March 1314, and the two men hearing the judgment publicly recanted their earlier false confessions and proclaimed the order's innocence. This defiance was too much for King Philip. Without further delay, he ordered Shani and Molay to be burned at the stake as relapsed heretics that very evening on the island in the Seine River in Paris. Eyewitnesses say that Jacques de Molay, as he faced the flames, asked to be tied so he could face Notre Dame Cathedral and hold his hands in prayer. He is said to have called out from the fire that God would judge those who had unjustly condemned them. According to legend, Molay issued a prophetic curse that Pope Clement and King Philip would soon meet him before God's tribunal and answer for their deeds. But strangely enough, both Clement and Philip died within a year of Molay's execution. Clement succumbed to illness just 1 month later, in April, and Philip died in a hunting accident in November. This eerie coincidence fueled popular stories that the curse of the Templars had been fulfilled. Well, historians seem to view it as a dramatic legend rather than a provable fact, but I certainly hope it's true. What is certain is that Molay's death marked the end of the Templars as a living institution. In just under 200 years, the Knights Templar had gone from being celebrated heroes of Christendom to dirty, condemned heretics. Yet even as the order died, it entered the realm of myth and legend, where it would achieve a form of immortality. The sudden and violent suppressions of such a powerful order left many people bewildered and searching for answers. This provided fertile ground for the conspiracy theories and lore that have endured up to the present day. And while maybe they're not all based in historical grounding, they're still part of the culture and legend around the Templars. So I don't care. I'm just going to talk about them anyway, because it's fun. Now, before concluding this section, it's important to examine that these myths about the Templars, the Holy Grail, hidden treasures, secret societies, we need to do a bit of due diligence with them. Think about if they're politically motivated. Think about if they have some kind of different basis in some fairy tale or something. But just take the next section with a bit of a grain of salt. Well, let us start with one of the most enduring myths or stories around the Templars, and that is the Holy Grail, and of course the other assorted sacred relics. Well, what is the Holy Grail? If you don't know, it's the legendary chalice that is said to have been used by Jesus Christ at the Last Supper, sought by the Arthurian kings and knights. This connection intriguingly began not in modern fiction, but it actually has its roots in medieval literature. In the early 13th century, the German poet Wolfram von Eschenbach, hope I said that properly, wrote Parzival, an Arthurian romance that features a band of knights guarding a precious grail relic. That's the 13th century, so that's, well, when the Templars were still around. So quite contemporary. Wolfram calls these guardians the Templates and the Temple Knights, a thinly veiled reference to the Knight Templar, which is in Latin Templari. In Wolfram's fictional story, the Grail Knights live in a temple fortress and keep the Grail safe. Clearly an imaginative riff on the real Templars, who did actually have a temple, the Temple Mount, and a reputation for holiness and mystery. Of course, within their fortresses, one could only imagine over 200 years of crusading and battles and wars the kind of treasures they could have collected. Well, it indicates that even as early as the 1200s, the mystique of the Templars had seeped into popular legend. However, of course, there is no historical evidence that the real Knights Templar ever possessed the Holy Grail or were involved in any Grail quest. The Grail is merely a literary motif. Medieval chroniclers and temple documents are entirely silent on such an object. You think if they had it, they'd be pretty vocal about it. But the Templars did collect relics, as all religious institutions of the time did. They likely held the relics of saints, perhaps a fragment of the true cross or bones of martyrs in their chapels. But nothing suggests they found or guarded uniquely powerful Christian relics like the Grail or the Ark of the Covenant. The notion that the Templars, quote, discovered secret treasures under the Temple Mount, this common trope, is quite unsubstantiated. It originates from the fact that the Templars' first headquarters was the Temple Mount, and that invites quite a bit of imaginative speculation. But in reality, while the Templars did conduct renovations and perhaps excavations around the so-called Stables of Solomon, no contemporaneous source indicates they found anything. The association of the Holy Grails with the Templars is essentially a product of fiction, starting from Wolfram's Tale and amplified by later writers. In modern times, novels like the Da Vinci Code and pseudo-historical books have spun plenty of elaborate tales about the Templars hiding the Grail, sometimes depicted not as a cup but as a secret knowledge of Jesus' bloodline. They're pretty fun, but yeah, no basis really. Not a single inventory from the trials mentions a Grail or anything of that nature, and surely if Philip believed that the Templars possessed such an actual relic, he would have trumpeted that to justify his raid, or would have eagerly seized it. Or, then again, maybe it was so important that they didn't want anyone to know that they had it, because of course having something of such value, well, that would invite the wrong kind of attention. So, who knows? Well, what was actually seized from them were just lands, coins, and conventional valuables. The Grail myth remains just quite a mystery, albeit one that's quite fun, with roots in medieval romance literature. But here's another one. Another widespread theory claims that the Knights Templar survived their medieval suppression by transforming into or hiding within the Freemasons, the fraternal organization that emerged in the 17th and 18th centuries. And this is a tantalizing idea, a secret continuation of the Temple Brotherhood, preserving its esoteric knowledge and gradually resurfacing as the Masonic Order. The notion gained popularity in the 18th centuries, when some Masonic lodges created Templar decrees or rites, adopting Templar symbols and rituals. It is true that Masonic ritual borrows imagery from the Crusades. For example, the York Rite of Freemasonry has a body called the Order of the Temple, where modern Knights Templar are created as an honorific decree. However, if we're going to be serious about it, we can conclude that there's no direct historical link between the medieval Knights Templar and the pre-modern Freemasons. Freemasonry in its recorded form arose from a stonemasons guild in Britain in the late 1500s and early 1600s, evolving into a gentleman's fraternity by the early 1700s. The Templar connection was later grafted onto Masonry as a kind of romantic embellishment. But one specific legend asserts that some Templars escaped the arrests in 1307, especially by fleeing by the sea with a treasure fleet from the port of La Rochelle, found refuge in Scotland, which being under King Robert the Bruce was excommunicated at the time, and they might have found a safe haven. and then, of course, fought on the Scottish side at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, thus repaying Bruce for shelter. And I'm sure we all know how Bannockburn went. Subsequently, these hidden Templars supposedly passed their traditions into Scottish stonemason lodges, birthing Freemasonry. That's another intriguing narrative. But once again, no contemporaneous evidence really lends any weight to it. There is no record of mysterious knights aiding Bruce at Bannockburn. Scottish chronicles credit the victory to Bruce's leadership and troops, and note the absence of the Knights Templar, who, if anything, had royal ties to England. Modern Masonic scholars and independent researchers have rejected the theory of Templar survival via Scotland as quite unfounded. In fact, the premier Grand Lodge of Freemasonry itself, founded in 1717 in London, made no claims of Templar descent in its early constitutions, and you think it would have been something important to mention. The Templar connection was injected mainly by 18th century French and German Masonic rites, at a time when invoking the Knights Templar added an aura of antiquity and mystery to the ceremonies. The case is neatly summarized by the historical consensus. The purported link between the Knights Templar and Freemasonry is a later invention and not backed by credible historical documentation. Thus, the idea that the Knights Templar still exist today as a shadowy, secret society influencing world events is not really grounded in any reality, though it's certainly possible that some individual Templars joined other organizations or kept low profiles after 1312, but an organized survival is quite implausible. Well, let's go to the next one. We talk of lost treasures and other legends. Perhaps the most tantalizing Templar legends concerns those lost riches and hidden treasure. The abrupt arrest of the order in 1307 immediately sparked rumors that the Templars had secreted away their fortune. A dramatic tale persists that before the French authorities could seize the Templar treasury in Paris, wagons of gold or a fleet of Templar ships slipped away, carrying the treasure to safety. Destinations speculated include Scotland, Portugal, or even the Americas in the most fringe theories. This notion of a lost Templar treasure has inspired countless treasure hunts. The famous Money Pit of Oak Island in Nova Scotia, for example, has been linked in speculation to buried Templar gold or artifacts. So what is the truth? Contemporary records indicate that King Philip's officials did confiscate considerable assets from the Templar properties in France. Gold, silver, stored in Paris and elsewhere were all catalogued. But these were not immeasurable hoards. Much of the Templars' wealth was in land and loans, which Philip appropriated by cancelling his own debts. It is telling that King Philip, who was thorough in the asset seizure, did not report any astonishing treasure haul. If the Templars did have vast secret caches, Philip's chroniclers failed to mention King getting to them. Moreover, as discussed earlier, the order's wealth was often overstated by outsiders. They had great income, sure, but also great expenditure. When all Templar properties were inventoried across Europe after the suppression, the Hospitallers who received these properties did not suddenly become fantastically wealthy overnight. Rather, on the contrary, the Hospitallers complained that managing the ex-Templar lands was quite burdensome. Much of the value had been lost in the transition. This suggests that there was no huge surplus treasure unaccounted for. In England, an inventory of the London Temple in 1308 found relatively mundane items. No Holy Grail, no sacks of diamonds. This legend of the Templar treasure often intersects with the idea that the knights hid sacred relics or documents. For example, some theorists claim that Templars possessed the Ark of the Covenant, or the Shroud of Christ in secret Gospels. One popular hypothesis has been that the Templars recovered the Shroud of Turin during the Crusades and kept it, explaining why the Shroud's history is vague before the 1350s. It is intriguing, but circumstantial at best. There is no mention of such an object in Templar trial records or medieval accounts. If such a holy relic had been in their possession, the Templars likely would have publicized it to bolster their legitimacy, just as the Hospitalis proudly did with the True Cross. The absence of evidence, combined with the highly imaginative nature of these claims, lends people to regard them as post-medieval romanticism. Another persistent myth is that curse of Jacques de Molay. As noted, Molay's supposed prophetic curse on the king and the pope has entered legend. Some versions extend the curse to all future French kings, claiming the house of Capet was destroyed by it. Indeed, Philip's line died out in 14 years, and the Capetian dynasty had turmoil. Grist for later storytellers like Maurice Drouin's historical novels, Again, a little bit more folklore than history. Chroniclers at the time don't at all mention a curse. The earliest reference to these bold final words comes from an account written years later. Very likely a retrospective embellishment to make Molay appear as a martyr who had divine retribution against his precursors. While it adds poetic justice, well, it's still a legend. Now, finally, the void of the Templars' disillusion allowed all manner of secret society theories to proliferate. In later centuries, people speculated that the Templars guarded esoteric knowledge. For example, some late 18th century writers suggested the Templars in the Holy Land learned mystical teachings from Eastern mystics or heretics, such as the Cathars or the Assassins, and that this secret knowledge was passed down clandestinely. No evidence of this appears in any way in Templar writings or trial testimonies, aside from the forced confession of idol worship, which in itself was inconsistent and likely false. The Templars were, if anything, outwardly quite orthodox in faith. The daily prayers and devotions were thoroughly Catholic. The charges of heresy were politically motivated and unproven, yet those very charges later fueled occult theories that maybe they really did have a hidden creed. The reality is a bit more mundane. The Templars did not have a different gospel or a hidden deity. The Baphomet accusation remains a bit mysterious, but most scholars think it was either a complete fabrication or a garbling of the Templars' veneration of certain relics. Some have posited that they might have had a preserved head of a saint or a representation of John the Baptist's head, which got twisted into translation under torture under a devil's head. In any event, the trial records show that no physical idol was ever produced. And, well, that's it. That's all we have time for. Well, we've always got time for more, but, well, it's all I have time for. I think we've gone on quite a deep dive into the Knights Templar. We learned about how they got started, how they got into quite a lot of wealth, and how they got into quite a lot of trouble. That's the thing. If you're going to be rich, and this is my advice to you, if you're going to be rich, you better be quiet. No one likes a loud, rich person. Did medieval soldiers get PTSD? We often picture medieval knights as stoic, battle-hardened figures. men-at-arms raised solely on a diet of violence and faith, immune to fear or regret. But the truth is, they were just as human as the rest of us. Take an example from the mid-1300s. A French knight and veteran of the Hundred Years' War, Geoffroy de Charnay, wrote a manual for fellow warriors, the Book of Chivalry. And in this book, he warned of unexpected terrors that beset knights off the battlefield. He cautions that, quote, when they would be secure from danger, they will be beset by great terror. Now, that description sounds eerily like the anxiety, hypervigilance, and nightmares that modern PTSD sufferers report. Think about that. A medieval knight openly acknowledging that even far from any physical peril, a soldier might be seized by intense fear. He spoke of the struggle to get through the night, and the feelings as if even nature was going against them. Such words suggest that the medieval fighting man, for all his chainmail and courage, was not psychologically invulnerable. In fact, Charnay implied that mental distress was simply an occupational hazard. This immediately challenges that old notion that pre-modern warriors were too tough or culturally conditioned to suffer trauma. Instead, it invites us to our interesting topic of the day, to dig deeper into chronicles, literature, letters, religious texts of the Middle Ages, and try to find some accounts of haunted nights, fearful hearts, and even a few guilty consciences. But before we get on to that, allow me to welcome you. If you're new here, it's a pleasure to have you in for the first time, and I do hope the video lives up to your expectations. For those who have not yet clicked the subscribe button, I invite you to do so, along with leaving a comment and a like. Tell me your thoughts down below. Let's have a conversation. You will find no ads in this video, thanks to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who donated, keeping the channel going. Thank you very much for your contributions. And those who checked out the merch store. Lots of nice little goodies on there. Now, with warm welcomes out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed and dig into the topic for today. Medieval Europe. It was a world saturated with violence. Wars, whether small or feudal skirmishes, grand crusades, they were all frequent. And that's not to mention the public executions or deadly plague. It all meant that death was a familiar presence in daily life. Now you might argue that people of the Middle Ages were more desensitized to bloodshed than we are today. We're certainly quite coddled in our modern sensibilities, for better or worse. A peasant could witness animal slaughters, or the aftermath of a battle near his village. A nobleman's training from boyhood involved hunting and fighting, potentially inuring him to blood and gore. This cultural conditioning, along with a worldview that often framed warfare in honorable or religious terms, might have offered some psychological armor. For example, knights were taught to see themselves as God's instruments or as heroes from chivalric legend, a mindset that could reduce feelings of moral conflict when you're bashing somebody's head in. Now, in the Byzantine East, too, soldiers were part of a militarized society, constantly fending off enemies. The Byzantine military manuals emphasized discipline and courage, trying to preempt panic or disorder among troops. Yet, as modern historians have noted, greater exposure to death does not make a medieval warrior superhumanly immune to fear. After all, human physiology and psychology are not things that have changed dramatically. we've still got all the same working parts and ingredients. Adrenaline, shock, grief. They all affected medieval people as much as they affect us now. Medieval writers did recognize extreme fear and, quote, madness induced by war. In 15th century France, for instance, there was an understanding that battle could drive a person insane. Contemporaries believed warfare could cause a kind of madness, distinguishing between a good form, that is, when soldiers went berserk in fury against the enemy, which of course was lauded as a kind of ferocious heroism, and then the bad kind, when war trauma shattered someone who was not even a combatant anymore, leading to pity or scorn for the sufferer. Basically, it was good if you were still useful. It was bad if you were not. Funny how that works. Well, this is a pretty telling distinction. It does show that medieval culture did acknowledge the psychological impacts of war, even if they valorized the crazed battle fury of a knight while deriding the shell-shocked stupor of a hapless civilian. But there's another key difference in medieval perspectives, and that was religion. The Christian framework of Europe and the Islamic framework of the Near East profoundly shaped interpretations of trauma. Behaviors we might label as symptoms of PTSD, flashbacks, nightmares, emotional numbing, depression. They could all be explained in supernatural terms. A knight, plagued by horrific night visions of those he killed, might believe he was literally haunted by the vengeful ghosts or demons. And in fact, this idea has roots way before the medieval era. It actually goes back to antiquity. Sources from ancient Mesopotamia around 1300 BCE describe soldiers suffering repeated nightmares of their fallen enemies, which they attribute to angry, ghostly spirits. Medieval Christian clergy, well, they had their own ways of dealing with that. They might interpret a veteran's sleeplessness or hallucinations as either demonic oppression or perhaps divine punishment for sins committed in a war. As we shall see, the Church often prescribed penance, prayer, or ritual, remedies for the spiritual malady that could follow violence. Meanwhile, Islamic societies, they had their own notions. For example, attributing unusual fear or mental disturbances to jinn, or as tests of faith from Allah. Now, jinn, by the way, is kind of like the Islamic forms of devils, malevolent spirits, this kind of thing. Understanding all of this is pretty crucial. A medieval soldier might not say, "I have trauma." There wasn't really that sort of concept around quite yet. But he might speak of being tormented by devils at night, or just a general feeling that his soul was in peril. So what we have to do is try and read between the lines of the testimonies. We don't want to put everything into modern terminology and judge everything with a modern standpoint, but we are going to meet the medieval world halfway. After all, we are beginning with a modern term, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, something from modern psychology. So we have to tread that line somewhat. But before we analyze specific episodes, a quick little caveat. It's not up to us to retroactively diagnose historical figures with PTSD in a clinical sense. It's a modern thing, first formally named in the 1980s, by the way, but terms like shell shock and combat fatigue go back to World War I and II. What we can do is identify those symptoms and behaviors that strongly resemble what we today recognize as the condition. Patterns emerge. and it suggests that combat trauma is certainly a timeless human experience, even if medieval observers understood it through different kind of metaphors. So with that approach in mind, let's travel to the early Middle Ages first. We'll take a bit of a chronological approach, and we'll see how early medieval warriors coped with that aftermath of battle. In the early medieval period, that is the 5th to the 10th centuries, detailed personal accounts of soldiers were pretty scarce. Sorry to disappoint you, but don't worry, we can rely on epic poems, sagas, and a few chroniclers for glimpses into that warrior mindset. These sources, though often literary or legendary, contain revealing hints of psychological strain beneath the heroic veneer. One of the most poignant examples comes not from a chronicle of kings, but from an old English elegiac poem known as The Wanderer. This poem, likely composed around the 9th or 10th century, describes an exiled warrior who has survived the destruction of his lord and fellow comrades. Alone and grieving, the warrior speaks of how memories of battle companions haunt his dreams. In a haunting passage, the poem narrates how the lonely fighter falls asleep and imagines himself right back there in the mead hall with all of his buddies, not to mention his lord. But when he awakes, he only finds cold emptiness. The poem goes like this, a few lines from it at least. Then the friendless man wakes again, sees before him the fallow waves, sea birds bathing, spreading their wings, frost and snow falling mingled with the hail. Then the wounds of the heart are heavier, aching for beloved ones. Sorrow is renewed. Well, that sounds pretty honest in its expression, doesn't it? These lines, they certainly depict what we might call intrusive traumatic memory, followed by a crescendo of crushing grief. The warrior's joyful dream of reunion vanishes, and the reality hits him with an even greater pain. The wounds of the heart opened afresh. He's essentially experiencing a flashback, albeit in a dream, and profound bereavement for his fallen comrades. The sorrow and weary heart of this exiled fighter speak to a form of psychological trauma. He is unable to move past the loss and war that he lived through. While the poem frames it as the universal plight of one who has outlived his friends, we can easily see how this resonates with the modern notion of survivor's guilt, or at least combat-related depression. Notably, the imagery of being surrounded by ghosts, flying spirits of memory. It shows how the past war dead still occupy the survivor's mind. Such a depiction suggests that even in early medieval times, people recognized that a warrior could be haunted by battle experiences long after the fighting had died down. Moving north, we find ourselves in the land of the Norsemen, and we find another early medieval perspective in the Icelandic saga. These prose sagas, written down in the 13th, 14th centuries, but reflecting earlier Viking Age events, often celebrated fearless heroes. But now and then, there is a glimpse of this psychological fallout from the violent encounters they went through. There is a famous case, Grettir Asmundarson, the hero of Grettir's saga. Grettir is a mighty warrior who fights a draugr, an undead revenant named Glamr. In their terrifying encounter, Grettir manages to slay the monster, but Glamr curses him with his dying breath. The result of this traumatic fight is that the fearless Grettir is suddenly afflicted with an unshakable fear of the dark. The saga plainly states that after battling the monster, Grettir might scarcely be alone, for he so feared the darkness. This is a remarkable admission. A Viking hero, renowned for his strength, develops what we might call a nighttime anxiety and persistent fear, essentially a phobia, due to a horrifying experience. The text even notes that Grettir henceforth always needed someone with him at night, or some kind of light burning, as he was tormented by visions of Glamour's staring eyes in every shadow. In modern terms, Grettir suffers from what is called hyperarousal, that is, constant fear in darkness and visual flashbacks of the traumatic event, seeing the dead Glamour's eyes again. The saga, of course, explains this as a curse, not a psychological condition. But functionally, the effect is the same. The warrior is traumatized to the point of altering his behavior and emotional state permanently. Norse literature also gives us the concept of the berserker, warriors who would enter a frenzied, trance-like rage in battle, feeling no pain and performing superhuman feats. After the frenzy, however, it is said that berserkers would suffer a period of exhaustion and weakness. Some scholars have speculated that the berserker fury might be a culturally sanctioned way to channel and release psychological stresses, or perhaps an altered mental state that could shield the mind from trauma during battle, at a cost to one's stability afterwards, of course. While evidence is scant about what the long-term mental state berserkers had, the sagas aren't exactly sympathetic to them, by the way. The existence of these figures shows that medieval people observed rather unusual psychological behaviors in warriors under extreme stress. Outside of poetry and saga, what do the early medieval historical records say? Well, unfortunately, chronicles from, let's say, the age of Charlemagne or the Viking conquests, they rarely go into the individual soldier's emotions. Rather, they focus on events, victories, losses. They didn't really write down the inner turmoil and feelings of the combatants. However, we do find hints of collective trauma in the way chroniclers describe the aftermath of particularly brutal campaigns. For example, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which I've done a full reading of, by the way, if you want to look in the reading section, and later writers record the Viking raids and wars in England. On account of a gruesome battle, there is mention of many widows making lamentation, and that even survivors were sore wounded in spirit. Phrases like that are pretty general, but they imply that those who lived through the carnage carried deep emotional scars. Similarly, after the Battle of Maldon in 991, a famous Old English poem commemorates the fallen. It celebrates heroic sacrifice, yet one can sense in its elegiac tone an undercurrent of mourning, perhaps the shell-shocked disbelief of a community now decimated by violence. Interestingly, some early medieval warriors sought refuge in religion after experiencing the horrors of war. There are cases of battle-weary fighters who became monks or hermits. A notable example, the Anglo-Saxon nobleman St. Guthlac of the 7th to 8th century. Guthlac had been a warrior in his youth, allegedly leading mercenary war bands that committed violent and bloody raids. According to the legend, Guthlac repented of his violent past, renounced soldiering, and retreated to the wilderness to live as a hermit. In his solitude, he is said to have been tormented by demons, vivid, frightening apparitions that attacked him at night. Some modern readers interpret that these demon attacks were psychological struggles of a kind, perhaps linked to the past violence. These demons, the hagiography tells us, taunted Guthlac with visions of his old comrades and victims, and they tried to drive him to madness. but Guvlak fought them off with prayer. This, of course, can be seen as a spiritualized depiction of what we might call combat trauma, nightmares, or guilt, with the remedy being religious devotion. Whether or not we accept that interpretation, the pattern of a soldier turned saint suggests that moral injury, the guilt from killing and plundering, pushed them to seek a drastic life change. The Church, of course, welcomed such men, offering them penance and absolution. The Church was pretty much the only place they could go. Well, of course, this theme will recur. The idea that a warrior's soul was wounded by violence and needed healing through faith. That was a cornerstone of medieval religious response to trauma. In the Byzantine Empire of the early Middle Ages, sources also hint at awareness of a war's mental toll. Byzantine historians like Procopius of the 6th century recount soldiers struck by fear or inexplicable panic during battles, something we might liken to acute stress reactions. One account from a 10th century Byzantine campaign notes that after a catastrophic defeat, many soldiers were benumbed with terror. Some could not even speak of what they had seen. We see a quasi-clinical term. Byzantine commanders writing about warfare mention nostalgia, in Greek pondos, an intense homesickness and melancholy that could afflict troops on long campaigns. Now this does resemble what early modern doctors later labeled nostalgia in Swiss mercenaries, a condition kind of akin to depression. The Byzantines tried to manage such issues, sometimes by rotating troops home or by using religious icons and ritual to boost morale. And while no Byzantine text explicitly describes the veterans' post-battle nightmares, their military manuals acknowledged that fear is universal, and it needs to be addressed. For an example, the 6th century Byzantine Emperor Maurice, in his handbook on war, the Strategikon, advised commanders to keep men busy after a frightening battle and to reassure and encourage those who had been badly shaken, so that fear would not fester among them. This is strikingly similar to modern ideas of debriefing soldiers to prevent long-term trauma. So as we can see, in the early Middle Ages, those glimpses of PTSD-like experiences are certainly there. A lone survivor, haunted by memories, a hero cursed with a lasting fear, warriors seeking penance for bloodshed, and commanders grappling with their men's morale and mental state. The cultural language was different. They spoke of sorrow, curses, penance, and demons, rather than trauma or nightmares and therapy. But the human reactions of grief, fear, and guilt, well, they're unmistakable. So as we move into the High Middle Ages with a larger scale warfare taking place such as the Crusades, we'll find even more explicit accounts of soldiers struggling with what they witnessed and what they did. The High Middle Ages, 11th to the 13th centuries, ushered in an era of intense and often religiously inspired conflict, most famously the Crusades. I'm sure you've heard of them. Certainly. Well, these were armed pilgrimages, when knights and commoners from Europe marched to the Holy Land, urged on by the Church to reclaim that sacred territory. The Crusades, along with other large wars like the Norman conquest and Mongol invasions, brought unprecedented slaughter and suffering. How did Crusaders and their contemporaries react mentally to such ferocious fighting? Well, here we have a mix of perspectives. Military chroniclers praising the valor while hinting at fatigue, and religious commentators deeply concerned with the spiritual fallout of killing. So let's begin with the Norman conquest of England in 1066, a prelude in some ways to later Crusades in its brutality. After William the Conqueror's victory at Hastings, the Normans engaged in the famous harrying of the north, 1069 to 70, crushing the final remnants of English resistance. Medieval chroniclers like Orderic Vitalis describe this harrowing campaign in which villages were burned and people were intentionally starved. Interestingly, Orderic suggests that even some of William's hardened knights were appalled by the scale of the devastation they had to inflict, calling the bloodshed excessive cruelty. Modern historians also note that 4 years after Hastings, there were some Norman soldiers that showed a kind of growing revulsion at these war crimes they had committed, to the point that a few actually rebelled or outright refused orders. Now, this can be interpreted as an early sign of moral injury, don't you think? A crisis of conscience in soldiers who realized they had violated basic moral norms. William the Conqueror, astute as ever, recognized the need to address this guilt and legitimize his men's actions. In a remarkable measure, the bishops of Normandy instituted a penitential ordinance in 1067 for all those who fought at Hastings. This ordinance imposed heavy penances. Anyone who knows that he killed a man in the great battle must do 1 year's penance for each man he killed. Anyone who wounded a man and does not know if he killed him must do penance for 40 days for each man he struck. That was the order of the penance. The more seasoned killers, well, they were facing a lifetime of prescribed penance. They were ordered to kill, and now all of a sudden they're being told by the church they had to do 1 year's penalty for each one they killed. Well, what about the archers? They couldn't possibly know. Well, they were let off with a few Lents of fasting. Not a bad deal. And those who simply could not recall how many lives they took, well, they were told to do penance 1 day a week for the rest of their lives. Or, better yet, endow a church as atonement. Well, it's pretty extraordinary, don't you think? Essentially a system of spiritual therapy that shows the medieval church's recognition that killing in war had a moral and psychological cost. While its primary goal was to cleanse souls of sin, it also had a likely pragmatic effect, offering a structured way for warriors to process their guilt. By undertaking penance for each kill, a knight could at least do something to make amends, and thus perhaps alleviate some of that haunting guilt. The Normans, it seems, needed this. Accounts indicate that William's men were disturbed by certain atrocities, one being the mass famine that their campaign had caused, which even hardened soldiers found shocking in its scale. If any Norman soldiers had nightmares of starving peasants, or felt remorse, the church was obliged to give them a path to forgiveness, which in turn might ease their troubled minds. Notably, William himself took advantage of this ordinance. He founded Battle Abbey at the site of Hastings, both to commemorate the victory, but also to atone for the bloodshed. We might call that a bit of a political move, but it also is symbolically a coping mechanism, transforming a violent memory into a brand new and shiny holy monument. When the Crusades to the Holy Land began, that's been the late 11th century, similar dynamics were at play on the much larger picture. The First Crusade, 1096 to 99, was unbelievably violent. Chroniclers like Fulcher of Chartres and Raymond of Aguirre describe scenes at the Siege of Jerusalem, where Crusaders, after capturing the Holy City, massacred its inhabitants. One chronicle famously describes Crusaders wading ankle-deep in blood in the temple area. Remarkably, the tone of the Christian chroniclers is often triumphalist. They depict the carnage as God's judgment on the infidels, and they rejoice as the city is cleansed. At first glance, this suggests no trauma at all. The warriors seem elated by the slaughter, not disturbed. But this may just be literary bravado. There are hints that not everyone emerged unscathed in spirit. For instance, some leaders, like Raymond of Toulouse, refused to personally enter Jerusalem immediately after the massacre, perhaps out of a sense of horror or humility at what had been done. And shortly after, many crusaders, having fulfilled their vow, hurried back home. Why would they do that? Some were simply exhausted or ill. Others, perhaps, were deeply shaken. We know that hundreds of crusaders died on the journey home from sickness, or simply collapsed from stress once the adrenaline of holy war had wore off. There's an anonymous account of a knight on the return voyage who would wake up screaming during storms, believing God was punishing him for the lives that he took. Well, if true, that's a classic PTSD nightmare scenario, interpreted, of course, via religious guilt. And here's a fascinating case. A knight named Radulf of Cannes, who participated in the First Crusade and later wrote the Gesta Tancredi. He recounts how, after one particularly savage battle, a Frankish knight went into a frenzy, slaughtering enemies beyond any reason. Radulf suggests that this knight was never the same after, as if he'd been consumed by a furor that he could not shake off. This reads almost like a description of a combatant who had a psychotic break, or at least a profound psychological shift due to the extreme violence, while Radulf wraps it in a language of holy zeal, writing that the knight was drunk with God's vengeance. One wonders if fellow soldiers simply saw a man who had snapped under stress. The Crusades also gives us the perspective of the Muslim warriors who fought the invading Franks. One invaluable source is Usama ibn Munkid, a Syrian nobleman, warrior, and poet, who left behind a memoir called The Book of Contemplation. Usama's tone is often witty and observational, and he doesn't dwell on his own fears, but he provides revealing anecdotes. In one story he notes how one of the wonders of the human heart, that a man may face death in battle unflinchingly, yet the same man will scream in terror at the sight of a snake in his tent. This remark shows that Usama recognized how odd triggers and phobia can coexist with bravery. It humanizes the warriors. Even a veteran knight could have a panicked reaction in peacetime that seems to be disproportionate, possibly due to nerves on edge. And here's another anecdote. Usama admits that when tensions were high, he sometimes felt the urge to strike preemptively out of fear of betrayal, essentially describing hypervigilance. He also describes a scene where a crowd nearly lynched him in the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, but he was saved by a Frankish friend. Usama writes that in the moment he feared for his life, certain death was imminent. Afterwards, he suffered trembling at the memory of the mob. While not a long-term trauma case, it does indicate how vividly such incidents had stayed with him. Usama also writes lovingly of hunting and raids, but he does mention that older warriors often became quite a bit more anxious. He tells how his father, a seasoned fighter, would insist on over-fortifying their castle at any rumor of a Frankish attack, perhaps showing a kind of anxious overreaction born of many battles. But crusaders also had to contend with extreme physical hardship. Long marches, hunger, disease, which modern research suggests can worsen the risk of PTSD. One first-person account comes from the knight Ralph of Cogeshall, who joined the Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192. In his chronicle, he mentions how after months of siege warfare in the heat, many crusaders were sick in mind and body, seeing visions of their homes or convinced that they were cursed. Though he attributes this to demonic temptations or the desert sun, you can certainly read between the lines. The soldiers were hallucinating or suffering mental breakdowns under the stress. Some deserted, wandering off into the wilderness, a dangerous form of avoidance behavior, perhaps. But now not all was despair. Of course, there was faith, too. That was really the only coping mechanism you had. Better than nothing, I suppose. Many crusaders had found comfort in believing that they were on a holy quest, and that any suffering had a kind of spiritual merit behind it. This conviction, of course, could be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it gave us psychological resilience. If a knight believed that every comrade slain was a martyr destined for heaven, it might alleviate the grief of loss. If he believed his own violent deeds were righteous, perhaps he avoided crippling guilt. In modern psychological terms, this is cognitive framing. Crusaders reframed the horrors of war as the glories of God's work. Contemporary accounts certainly show an exultant mood after victories, with crusaders singing psalms amid the carnage. Their faith acted kind of like a psychological shield. But on the other hand, when things went wrong, defeats, witnessing atrocities that seemed less justifiable, the same faith could become a burden of doubt. The Second Crusade ended in failure, and many returning crusaders were ashamed and confused. Had God abandoned them? Some, like the monk chronicler Odo of Duil, described knights who fell into despondency and felt God was punishing them for their sins. Now that is reminiscent of PTSD sufferers who blame themselves for their trauma, whether it be, I deserve this pain for what I did, or I survived because I'm a bad person, I should be with them. In a medieval key, a knight might think he wasn't pious enough, and that's why he is tormented by inner demons. There is one tragic illustration of Crusader trauma. That's the story of Margaret of Beverley, an English woman who survived the brutal siege of Jerusalem, not as a combatant, of course, but as a civilian caught in war. 1187, by the way, when Saladin retook the city. After her escape, she eventually became a nun. She would wake up fellow sisters at night with her screams, reliving the siege. Her story, recorded by her brother, highlights that it wasn't only the professional soldiers. Non-combatants exposed to war could exhibit the classic symptoms of nightmares and hyper-startled responses. People reportedly pitied her too, yet some found it faintly ridiculous that a nun should behave so, illustrating that medieval attitudes could be unsympathetic to trauma in those expected to endure war, that kind of bad madness ridiculed in non-combatants, a kind of unproductive energy, I suppose. By the 13th century, the Crusades had become quite more institutionalized, with military orders like the Knights Templar and Hospitallers. These knights lived under strict monastic-style rules, and intended to keep them spiritually and mentally disciplined. The Order of the Temple, for instance, enforced daily prayer, silence at meals, confession of sins, and a communal lifestyle. One could argue this regimen helped members process the violence they dealt out. Through confession, they could unload guilt. Through prayer, they could seek peace. There's even records of Templar chaplains noting that some brothers were, quote, troubled in spirit after battles, and prescribing penitential psalms to help them. In effect, the Templars and Hospitallers had an early form of a peer support group, the Brotherhood itself, where veterans of many fights supported each other spiritually. This likely mitigated a few of the dramatic effects, although we also hear of Templars who became overly severe or ascetic, possibly a sign of psychological strain manifesting in extreme piety or a kind of emotional numbness, except for religious zeal. Well, in summary, the era of the Crusades furnishes evidence that medieval soldiers indeed did suffer psychological trauma, though it was interpreted through a religious lens. They believed strongly in the justness of their cause, and that gave many of them a resilience, but it did not erase fear, shock, or guilt. When those feelings surfaced, they were often explained as crises of faith or attacks of the devil. The Church's response? Penance, prayer, holy ritual, all aimed to heal the wounds of the soul. We see a clear thread of moral injury, crusaders and knights grappling with the moral implications of killing. Theologians like St. Thomas Aquinas weighed in on this in the 13th century. Aquinas, discussing just war, warned that even in a just war, a soldier could sin if he fought with cruel intent or excessive rage. He acknowledged that war can actually corrupt the soul, and that soldiers must guard against hatred and avoid targeting innocents. Aquinas essentially recognized the potential for psychological harm, but he framed it as spiritual harm that needed repentance. This scholastic acknowledgement that warfare has a moral limit shows an understanding that going beyond that limit could devastate a person internally. And indeed, Aquinas and others advocated that returning warriors undergo purification. In Eastern Christendom, a similar stance existed. St. Basil of Caesarea, though much earlier, actually 4th century, set a precedent followed in medieval Orthodox practice. Basil recommended that any soldier who kills in war, even lawfully, should abstain from communion for 3 years because, quote, his hands are not clean. Now, this wasn't a punishment per se, but rather a time of healing and penance. The Eastern Church in the Byzantine era applied this rule at times, indicating an official recognition that a soldier needed a kind of spiritual rehabilitation after shedding blood. The act of killing was not counted as murder, yet it was treated as something that stains the soul. Think of it as an ancient analogy to counseling and decompression time. Rather than sending a crusader straight back to normal life, the Church would impose fasting, prayer, and even a little bit of time just to have exclusion from the Eucharist, effectively forcing him to reflect and spiritually recover. Maybe you can see it as harsh, but perhaps it gave the soldier a structured way to process his wartime experience, at least within a supportive religious framework. Well, as we enter the late Middle Ages, the 14th, 15th centuries, warfare in Europe changed in scale and nature. The 100 Years' War between England and France, 1337 to 1453, dragged on for generations. The Ottoman Wars threatened Byzantium, and mercenary companies roamed the countryside in between wars, often pillaging and spreading violence. Personal accounts became somewhat more common, and we also have literature and plays that provide a good bit of insight. Now, critically, this period gives us explicit testimony from knights themselves about the psychological toll of combat, none more compelling than the aforementioned Geoffroy de Charnay, and the indirect evidence from chronicles like Jean Froissart's. Charnay's reflections in the mid-14th century show us that by this time the concept of chivalry had been developed a keen awareness of knights' inner struggles. Chivalric writers basically expected knights to suffer hardships of the mind and spirit, and they wrapped these up in the mantle of honor. Enduring them was just part of one's duty. Geoffroy de Charnay, who died in 1356 at the Battle of Poitiers, wrote of knights who, when they would be secure, would be beset by great terrors, as we noted earlier. He talks of how even in safe fortifications a knight might find himself fighting an unseen enemy, his own fear and dread. He also mentions that a knight might feel as if nature itself had turned against him, likely describing the profound alienation or numbness that can follow trauma. Importantly, Charnay suggests that part of a knight's courage is in conquering these inner demons. He frames it as a trial sent by God, or as the price of true honor. There can be no bravery without madness, he even implies in one passage. Well, that's a startling phrase, don't you think? It shows that medieval people saw a fine line between heroism and insanity in war. To be a fearless warrior, one had to flirt with a kind of controlled madness, like the fury of the berserkers, for example. Yet if that madness escaped control, it could become a debilitating PTSD-like illness. Charnay's work essentially acknowledges that combat stress is real and attempts to advise how to steel oneself against it, for example by focusing on fighting for a righteous cause as a way to mitigate psychological damage. He believed that if a knight's conscience was clear, knowing that he fought on the right side, whichever one that is, right, he would be less vulnerable to the after effects of violence. Well, this aligns with modern findings that soldiers who feel morally justified have a lower risk of PTSD in general. Pretty fascinating convergence across the centuries, that's for sure. Now, on to chronicler Jean Froissart, who recorded the events of the 100 Years' War. He provides anecdotal evidence of trauma among both soldiers and civilians. Froissart describes, for example, veteran archers in England who were so conditioned by years of conflict that they startled at loud noises and slept uneasily, ever ready to notch an arrow at a sudden cry. He also tells of bands of mercenaries, after a peace treaty, who, unable to adjust to peacetime, turned to brigandage. While economies played a role, sure, they needed income, many of these men had become inured to violence and restless, possibly an outcome of long-term trauma, where a return to normal society was difficult. They only felt alive, or purposeful, in conflict, a tragic outcome that we see in some modern veterans as well. But Froissart doesn't use psychological analysis, but he often notes when individuals seem disturbed or broken in spirit, for example after the traumatic Battle of Poitiers of 1356. He writes of one French knight who was found dazed on the battlefield, alive but so shocked by the defeat and the pile of his slain friends that he was, quote, like a man out of his wits, unable to speak or even react. Only after being taken home and tended for weeks did this knight recover his senses. Froissart's matter-of-fact report of this indicates that such battle shock was known to occur. In modern terms, the knight had acute combat stress reaction, what in World War I you would call shell shock, temporarily losing cognitive function due to trauma. And we also have, from the late 14th century, a remarkable literary depiction of a knight's trauma in Shakespeare's play Henry IV, Part 1. While Shakespeare wrote in the 1590s, he portrays the events of 1403. Well, Shakespeare was not medieval, but he did draw on older traditions, and likely real stories passed down about warriors. In the play, Lady Percy describes her husband, Sir Henry Hotspur Percy, a seasoned young war hero in terms that perfectly fit a PTSD profile. Hotspur is an insomniac. He awakes at night screaming about battle. He is irritable and emotionally distant, and he is no longer finding any joy in the pleasures of home. Lady Percy laments that he is always restless, hearing phantom trumpets and imagining himself on the battlefield even in the middle of the night. While it's a dramatic work, Shakespeare had an acute sense of human nature, and he's essentially saying, this is how a war veteran can behave. His Elizabethan audience would have recognized it too. They themselves lived in a society with warfare. The Wars of the Roses were in living memory, and many had seen soldiers return from those civil wars exhibiting such symptoms. That Shakespeare could so accurately enumerate Hotspur's symptoms suggests these behaviors were observed in real late medieval knights. It's a case of art reflecting life, I suppose. A confirmation that medieval warriors could be psychologically scarred, excuse me. Well, let's go on to another late medieval figure, Joan of Arc, who, though not a typical soldier, led armies in the 1420s during the 100 Years' War. She was a young woman of extraordinary faith and claimed divine visions. While Joan is often remembered for her courage and eventual martyrdom, chronicles note that she had a sensitive heart. After battles, Joan was known to weep for the fallen, both friends and the enemy. At the Siege of Orleans and other fights when the fighting ceased, she comforted dying enemy soldiers, reportedly shedding tears and praying for them. Some scholars interpret this as Joan having an unusual degree of empathy that made her deeply affected by the violence, despite being an effective leader in combat. One could argue Joan experienced a kind of acute stress. Whenever the adrenaline of battle cooled off, she seemed overwhelmed by the human cost. But her faith sustained her. She of course believed it was all in God's hands. It is revealing, though, that even this icon of medieval bravery was emotionally shaken. In her trial testimony, Joan spoke of how the noise and fury of battle tested her, only to hear voices from God giving her strength to go on. Her case is a bit unique, and hints that without her intense spiritual conviction, the trauma of war might have broken her psyche. With that conviction, she managed to channel it into compassion and resolve. Joan's story is a unique one, but it illustrates that the era's understanding of piety and purpose was still there, and could anchor a person amid the war's chaos, a medieval analogue to psychological resilience. Well, as the Middle Ages waned, some of the last battles fought, like the Battle of Towton, 1461 in England, or the final siege of Constantinople, 1453, left quite a mark on those who survived. Towton, during the Wars of the Roses, was exceptionally brutal. Perhaps 28,000 dead in a single day, and that is, by the way, a bit of trivia, the largest death toll on English soil. Though we have no personal diary of a Towton soldier, later accounts mention that the memory of Towton was like a nightmare. One chronicle says that for years locals spoke of ghosts on the battlefield, and on the battle's anniversary they all seemed to come out at once, a sign that trauma had entered folklore. Whether literal or figurative, sure, this idea of ghostly remnants shows a collective processing of mass death. Perhaps people projected the psychological haunting of such a slaughter onto the landscape itself. In the Byzantine Near East, the final fall of Constantinople in 1453 similarly traumatized the population. Chronicler Niccolo Barbaro, who survived the siege, wrote of the defenders' despair in the final days. Men who had fought for weeks without rest were seen weeping uncontrollably as the Ottoman cannons breached the walls, some falling into a numb silence, while others raged in frenzied courage. spectrum of psychological reactions to impending doom, I suppose. After the city fell, survivors had nightmares of the walls crashing and the enemy swarming. Some of these accounts came from later collected stories of Greek refugees, indicating long-lasting cultural trauma. One interesting phenomenon in late medieval Europe was the recurrence of veteran insurgencies or robber bands as mentioned. When peace came, many long-standing soldiers simply couldn't go back to a normal life. For example, after 1453, the end of the 100 Years' War, England was full of unemployed archers and men-at-arms. Some had known nothing but war since their youth. King Henry VI's government tried to buy them off and return to farming, but many refused or just failed at it. Their antisocial behavior and formation of outlaw groups could be partly economically driven, but you've also got to wonder if some also thrived on the violence because they were, well, psychologically not at ease in a peaceful setting. Contemporary observers often label these veterans as ruffians or lost souls, hinting that war had brutalized them. We might see this in the long-term effects of untreated trauma, aggression, difficulty adapting to normal life, marginalization. It's all there. So how exactly do we sum up the late Middle Ages? Well, we have direct testimony, Shani, Frasa, etc., that fear, nightmares, emotional disturbance certainly affected soldiers. The ethos of chivalry in this era put a high value on enduring mental anguish as part of honor. Knights were expected to be stoic, but the very need to exhort them to stoicism was evidence rather that many had struggled. The religious perspective remained crucial. Knights continued to be guided towards prayers and penance. One popular late medieval text, Christine de Pizan's Book of Deeds and Arms of Chivalry, in 1410, synthesizes classical and medieval military wisdom. It advises that a good knight should confess his sins and seek God's grace before and after battle, implying that the act of war could endanger one's soul and sanity. It even mentions that knights returning from war should give alms and undertake pilgrimages of thanks, not just to thank God for survival, but to cleanse themselves of war's stains. We can interpret this as a ritualized way to transition back to normalcy, much like modern armies have a decompression period. Pilgrimage in medieval times, well, that often served as another therapeutic journey for veterans. If you don't get ambushed along the way, that is. So, to answer the question posed at the start of the video, did medieval soldiers get PTSD? We can pretty much answer yes, they did. In modern terminology, we would say many medieval warriors undoubtedly experienced that cluster of symptoms that we now define as PTSD, that evidence drawn from a broad span of medieval ages and across cultures. It's pretty compelling. But in saying yes, they had PTSD-like experiences, you've got to also appreciate how medieval society made sense of it all. Unlike the modern era, which treats PTSD as a medical condition to be treated with therapy and medication, medieval people framed these struggles in a moral and spiritual and social lens. A knight's nightmares might be his conscience grappling with sin. His flashbacks might be described as phantoms of those he slew, and his emotional withdrawal could perhaps be seen as a kind of worldly weariness. Of course, it's worth noting that not all medieval soldiers were traumatized. Just as today resilience varies, so do experiences. Some knights relished war their whole lives and left memoirs boasting of slaughter with little indication of remorse. Perhaps they truly did not suffer mentally, which, well, it raises its own questions. or perhaps they simply did not record their darker nights. Others, like the majority, had more complex reactions. But the vast majority of medieval combatants were not knights, but rather ordinary men-at-arms or levied peasants. Their voices are seldom recorded. We occasionally hear echoes of it, though. A village chronicle mentioning about how the local men who returned from a campaign were changed or meek as lambs, or conversely quick to anger and quarrel. Well, it stands to reason that the trauma of war touched every level of society. The poor archer who lost his friends at Crusade might have nightmares, just as the noble knight would, even if the knight could afford a chantry for solace while the archer only had ale and time to talk to his wife. Indeed, the impact on families has to be considered. Wives like Shakespeare's Lady Percy noted the personality changes in their soldier husbands. Medieval literature also has many instances of the veteran returned home motif, sometimes positive, but often showing a man grown harsh or taciturn. Let's think of Odysseus, actually, slaying the suitors in rage. That's an old example, a classical one, yeah, sure, but you'll see it retold in a different flavor and context, resonating that archetype of the rough veteran. 14th century France. An itinerant horse dealer stops at a tavern near the coast. But he is no simple merchant. He is Enoquin de Beauce, an English spy sent to infiltrate the French noble household during the 100 Years' War. Far to the east, in 13th century Cairo, a Mamluk agent walks through the market fully veiled, hiding his identity as he carries a secret message for Sultan Baybars. And in a Japanese fortress town, a shinobi ninja silently scales the wall at midnight to map out the enemy defense. We speak briefly of a few examples among many, and these examples spanning different cultures are not something out of fanciful fiction. They rather reflect a very real, though often hidden world of medieval espionage. Spies and informants roamed the courts, camps, temples, and trade routes of the medieval world, quietly shaping history from the shadows. Medieval chroniclers and manuals hint at whispered intrigues, a captured letter revealing a plot, a double agent turning the tide of a siege, or an assassin lurking in the royal court right under everyone's noses. Chivalric knights and roaring battles dominate the popular imagination of the Middle Ages, but behind the scenes, a more subtle war was being waged. And it is what we uncover today, in our time together, peeling back the layers on those hidden agents of medieval times. So come with me, and we'll slip behind the curtain. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. You may not have clicked the subscribe button yet. If you have not, I invite you to do so, and leave your thoughts in the comments below on what you think about medieval spies. Also, this video is 100% ad-free. Thank you very much to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreon, and those who occasionally donate. Once again, you have my thanks, eternal gratitude. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can look into the world of medieval spies. From the earliest medieval campaigns, commanders understood that knowledge was power, and therefore knowledge could decide a victory or defeat. The use of scouts by those commanders, that's an old warfare tactic, as old as war itself, and medieval leaders, they were no exception. As a matter of fact, medieval war manuals explicitly urged the use of spies. Around 1409, the French writer Christine de Pizan advised every general to dispatch them, for to inquire and understand the purpose of the enemy. But true espionage, that went beyond simple scouting. It meant to penetrate the enemy's secrets, not just observing their movements. This could be a perilous endeavor, yet many took the risk. Medieval chronicles abound with references to covert agents in wartime, from humble camp spies to high-ranking traitors. Let's go back to the 100 Years' War. We mentioned that in the introduction. Perhaps the most quintessential of medieval conflicts, the war between England and France. English forces, fighting on foreign soil, needed the best intelligence they could get. One major hurdle was language. A spy who couldn't blend in would be quickly unmasked. But fortunately, for King Edward III, his court included many French-speaking allies, such as Flemish and Gascon knights, whom he sent to snoop around on the French plans. According to the chronicler Jean Froissart, the English even planted multilingual agents, fluent in English, French, and German, within the French army itself. These spies mingled among the enemy ranks, gathering gossip and sensitive information undetected. Froissart dramatically illustrates the payoff. In 1345, the Earl of Derby learned of a French siege plan by means of a spy he had in the French army, enabling a surprise counterattack. The raid succeeded brilliantly, largely because one secret informer kept the English one step ahead. The war intensified, and English espionage grew more daring. In 1386, anticipating a French invasion fleet, the English recruited our aforementioned Antoine Dubos, a mercenary fluent in French, to infiltrate the French high command. Posing as a servant for hire, Antoine wormed his way into the households of two French nobles coordinating the invasion. For a time, he fed London priceless details about troop musters and logistics. However, eventually his luck seemed to have run out. Caught snooping around Montreal, he was arrested and tortured in Paris. Antoine's grim fate, execution after interrogation, showed the risks that medieval spies faced. Yet, after the death of Antoine, there was much more to do. The confessions that he had, screamed out during his interrogation seemed to have blown open an entire network of English subterfuge agents within French territory. Now, at the main peak of all this, in 1386 to 87, English spies roamed across northern France in many different disguises, from mercenaries to horse traders and merchants, all the rest, and they took up menial jobs in French households to obey plans. Of course, once the plans were all heard, they would relay these by word of mouth to the English commanders at Calais. Now, Calais is an important city. At the time, it was an English-held port, and it became this intelligence hub, funneling secrets back home to Westminster. So what emerges from these accounts is a proto-spy ring that starts to resemble a more coordinated intelligence service, long before such institutions formally existed. Let's look at other medieval armies, likewise employing espionage, though often in more ad hoc and creative ways. The Byzantine Empire, heir to Roman statecraft, they left behind their own military treatises that frankly discuss the craft of spies. One anonymous Byzantine strategicon, likely 6th century in origin, laid out criteria for selecting good spies. They must not be of the enemy's race, must know the enemy's language and customs, and have no grudges that might skew their loyalty. They must be men of natural intelligence, fluent in the enemy's language, and experienced travelers in their country, the treatise goes on to advise. It even suggests tradecraft for communications. A spy should arrange a secret meeting with a confederate in a busy foreign marketplace under the pretext of trading goods. An early example of what they call a dead drop in plain sight. The Byzantine generals were warned to be as crafty in counter-espionage as in spying. Emperor Leo VI's Tactica, circa 900, recommended that if one's army was outmatched, any enemy spies caught should be killed or locked up immediately to deny information to the foe. Conversely, if one's army was stronger, Leo suggested a clever psychological ploy. Allow enemy spies to observe exaggerated displays of strength, and then release them, so they would report back and their compatriots succumb to cowardice at the thought of facing such forces. The Tactica also outlines methods to flush out infiltrators in the camp. For example, sudden musters to see who did not know the unit passwords. The very inclusion of these tips in military manuals shows that espionage was a known factor at this time, and although it's a little bit before the medieval period, it's certainly worth mentioning as these traditions carried forward into later times. Even legendary warrior kings were not above a good bit of subterfuge. An oft story told, first recorded by medieval writers after the Norman conquest, claims that Alfred of Great Wessex personally infiltrated a Danish Viking camp in the 9th century, disguised as a humble minstrel. While scholars note this tale comes from a later tradition rather than contemporary evidence, its endurance in English lore speaks to a fascination with cunning as a component of generalship. The image of King Alfred strumming a harp by the enemy's fire, all the while noting their numbers and plans, it's the epitome of the ideal of the warrior spy. Brave enough to fight in the shield wall, yet cunning enough to sneak behind the enemy lines in a peasant's garb. Now, whether or not Alfred truly did this, we know many medieval commanders employed agents to scout and infiltrate. During the Crusades, for example, both Christian and Muslim leaders relied on espionage amid holy war. Let's take one example. Before the First Crusades assault on Antioch in 1098, Crusader Bohemond of Taranto recruited a spy inside the city, a renegade, former Muslim guard, who helped facilitate the city's fall by stealth. Decades later, Nur-ad-Din Zangi and Saladin routinely sent spies to Frankish strongholds. In fact, a remarkable anecdote claims Saladin managed to recruit the Frankish queen of the city of Antioch as an informant in the 1180s. The full truth of that is a bit debatable, but it is clear that cross-cultural spying did occur during the Crusades, aided by the region's religious and ethnic mingling. Hospitaller and Templar knights maintained networks of local contacts, and Arabic-speaking Christian converts would move between camps gathering intelligence. The Muslim side likewise used merchants and local Christians as scouts. Spies were so endemic that crusading armies often executed suspicious locals as potential informers, sometimes rather unjustly. And so the war for the Holy Land was not only a clash of swords, but a battle of wits, with each side vying to outmaneuver the other with the help of secret eyes and ears in the dark. But nomadic empires, too, they had mastered espionage of their own style. The Mongols, known for swift and brutal conquest in the 13th century, also excelled at intelligence gathering, a softer tool, a complement for their hard power. Genghis Khan's forces routinely sent agents ahead of the horde, posing as traders, monks, even fleeing refugees, mapping out enemy terrain and probe defenses. Many cities in Central Asia and the Middle East opened their gates in panic after Mongol spies sowed rumors of the horde's invincibility. The Mongols also integrated conquered engineers and officials who brought valuable inside knowledge, and in turn, their adversaries sought information on this seemingly unstoppable horde. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars in Egypt built an extensive spy network to monitor the Mongol movements and frustrate their plans. He established an information network from Syria's northern frontier to Gaza, with mountaintop watch stations to spot invading armies and pigeon posts to relay warnings swiftly back to Cairo. A postal relay with fresh horses allowed urgent messages to cover hundreds of miles in days, a medieval intelligence hotline. Baybars also formed a secret elite cadre called the Crusade, messengers or seekers, whose sole task was espionage and clandestine missions against the Mongols and Crusaders. These agents were so secret that their names were never written down. They operated in complete anonymity. A contemporary biographer of Baybars noted that the Sultan lavished funds upon these spies, paying them, quote, blood money, commensurate with the lethal risks that they took. The Crusade excelled in both intelligence and sabotage. Chronicles account how they recruited disaffected insiders in the Mongol Ilkhanate, and when that failed, they forged letters, falsely implicating loyal Mongol officials as traitors, a ruse that led the Mongols to execute their own generals. In this way, Baybar's spies turned the enemy's fear and suspicion into a weapon, creating chaos behind Mongol lines without ever even loosing a single arrow. From England to Byzantium, the Levant to the Asian steppe, commanders who invested in espionage often gained a decisive edge, or at least mitigated the blind uncertainty of pre-modern battle. The eyes of the army, that's what spies were sometimes called. They could save thousands of lives by preventing ambushes and unwelcome surprises. Yet, espionage in war was inherently unreliable and fraught with danger. Medieval spies lacked many tools modern agents would take for granted. No wiretaps, cameras, or telegraphs back in those days. Just wits, and whatever trust they could earn. And then there was the risk of gruesome punishment if caught. A captured spy might be hanged, beheaded, thrown into a dungeon for years. False information was another pitfall. Some spies were double agents, or simply fed rumors that they'd heard in taverns. As one analysis puts it, medieval spies tended to repeat gossip learned at many hands removed, and we all know how unreliable that can get. Wise generals treated spy reports with caution, corroborating them through multiple sources if possible. But despite these challenges, the incentive to spy was too great to resist. The alternative was to march in blindly, hoping one's enemy was not a step ahead. Thus medieval warfare became a cat-and-mouse game of screening and scouting. Camouflage, code words, and decoys were used to mislead the enemy spies, while counter-spies tried to sniff out those very tricks. The existence of this long-running spy versus spy contest in the Middle Ages, it shows us that human intelligence, in, well, both senses of the word, has always been a crucial element of warfare. But let's go a little bit beyond the battlefield. You see, espionage thrived in the royal courts and corridors of power too. In the medieval period, politics was intensely personal. Kings and queens guarded their thrones from ambitious vassals, while rival states jockeyed through diplomacy and subterfuge. Without modern bureaucracies or communication technology, rulers often relied on webs of informants to keep them apprised of distant happenings, or in the worst case, hidden conspiracies. A common maxim in medieval governments was that the ruler ought to plant spies on his subjects and associates, like eyes that spy on their whereabouts, their news, especially if there was any doubt about them. This advice, echoed in various mirrors for princes, that is, guides for rulers, from early Islamic eras to late medieval era, showed that the systematic surveillance was considered a normal duty, simply the prudence of an intelligent monarch. One of the earliest organized intelligence networks emerged under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates of the Muslim world. As early as the 7th century, the Umayyads set up the Barid, a state postal service, but it also doubled as an espionage apparatus. The couriers who carried letters were also expected to report on local conditions and officials, earning the nickname Sahib al-Kabar, or bearer of news. In essence, the mailman was just another spy. Early caliphs planted agents in provincial courts to ensure governors remained loyal and that the tax revenues kept flowing in. This, of course, could be as simple as a trusted courier quietly noting the mood of the populace in each town, or as elaborate as a network of informers relaying intelligence back to the capital. By the 10th and 11th centuries, this ethos of surveillance reached a point where in some cities like Basra, people assumed any stranger might be a spy for the caliph and greeted unknown faces with outright suspicion. The Seljuk Turks, they came to power in the 11th century and found their own agents so overzealous that they had to set rules. For example, forbidding spies from invading the privacy of women's quarters or breaking down doors without cause. Clearly, intelligence gathering was so pervasive even in peacetime governance, to the extent that social paranoia sometimes ran high due to it. Back in Christian Europe, royal spy networks were genuinely a bit more ad hoc. But by the later Middle Ages, some rulers developed reputations as spy masters. King Edward II of England, just for one example, early 14th century, well, he employed agents to monitor his treacherous barons. However, his enemies also spied on him, and famously used his favorite private correspondence as evidence to rally opposition. The Avignon papacy in the 14th century had cardinals who acted as quasi-spies, funneling political information from across Christendom to the Pope. Meanwhile, King Charles VII of France organized a bureau called the Cabinet Noir. What a cool name! They intercepted and decoded letters, an early form of postal espionage that presaged those modern intelligence agencies. But it was Charles' contemporary, King Louis XI of France, who truly earned a nickname as the Spider at the center of the web of spies. Louis XI, reigning 1461 to 83, was dubbed the universal spider by his foes for his endless intrigues. He recruited informants from all walks of life, merchants, pilgrims, even shoemakers, to act as his eyes and ears throughout Europe. The shoemakers were the soul of the operation, surely. The Burgundian diplomat, Philip de Comines, who later served Louis, wrote admiringly of how the king maintained secret contacts in foreign courts, always paying for good information. Louis sent agents to follow the movements of rival dukes, bribed messengers to hand over copies of letters, and posted his own spies in the households of powerful nobles, disguised as perhaps grooms or clerks. In one instance, when Louis was plotting against the Duke of Burgundy, he had a surgeon in the Duke's service on his payroll, feeding him details of the Duke's health and itinerary. Such underhanded methods scandalized more than a few contemporaries, as they violated this chivalric ideals of honest dealings among nobles. Yet by the late 15th century, real politic was winning out over chivalry, and espionage in politics was becoming somewhat institutionalized, I suppose. Comines frankly observed that a wise king must know everything he can, and couldn't rely solely on overt ambassadors. And speaking of ambassadors, diplomats in the medieval world were inherently double agents as spies. When Italian city-states like Venice, Milan, Florence began to send resident ambassadors to each other in the 15th century, one of their primary duties was gathering intelligence. These envoys wrote regular dispatches home, not only about treaties and ceremonies, but also the military preparations, finances, and even gossip about the foreign court. Earlier in the medieval era, diplomatic missions were more episodic, but rulers still expected envoys to take note of anything useful. The Byzantine Empire's legendary Bureau of Barbarians in Constantinople managed foreign envoys and very likely collected intelligence they let slip. Byzantine officials were masters of polite interrogation, plying visiting dignitaries and merchants with lavish hospitality, while subtly probing them for information on their realms. In turn, Byzantium sent out its own spies, under the guise of diplomats or traders. Emperor Justinian, in the 6th century, dispatched envoys to the Persian court, who were explicitly tasked with gathering military intelligence. And, time permitting, sow a bit of discord, a mission that sometimes blurred into bribery and subterfuge. By the High Middle Ages, Italian merchant banks and trading houses formed another pan-European information network. The agents of the Medici Bank, for example, reported from far-flung markets about not just commodity prices, but local politics. Venetian merchants abroad routinely wrote letters that doubled as intelligence briefings, knowing the Senate valued such reports. In a medieval world without newspapers, those who controlled the flow of news, well, they had the power. Rulers often maintained friendly relations with merchant communities, precisely to tap into their knowledge of other regions. Trade and politics intertwined. But nowhere did political espionage and religion intermingle more than in the medieval Islamic states, like the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt. The Fatimid court in Cairo, around the year 1000, was a hotbed of palace intrigue, where spies and counter-spies operated under the patronage of royals. The eccentric caliph Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, 996 to 1021, is credited with an unusual innovation: the extensive use of female spies. You see, chroniclers say that Al-Hakim recognized that women, often overlooked in a male-dominated society, made excellent clandestine agents. He employed elderly women to visit the homes of leading families under friendly pretenses and subtly pry information from the ladies of the household. These grandmothers turned spies would return with reports on who might be fomenting dissent or which nobles were meeting in secret. Well, not to be outdone by her brother, Al-Hakim's half-sister Sit al-Mulk organized her own spy network, of course, to advance her own political goals. The reach of women in domestic spaces gave them access to whispers that male officials could never hear. Another Fatimid vizier, Al-Afdal Shahanshah, notoriously enlisted his mother in an espionage caper during a struggle against political rivals. She masqueraded as a soldier's mother and wandered Cairo, loudly lamenting how badly the current regime treated its servants, a ruse designated to draw out sympathizers of the opposition. When, eventually, an unwary citizen would agree and speak ill of the vizier, the disguised mother spy reported their words back to her son, helping Al-Afdal identify and eliminate hidden rebels. Pretty clever. Well, all of this shows that medieval espionage was an equal opportunity employer. Transcends gender and class when circumstances require. A clever mind and loyalty to one's patron, that was the only real qualification. Religious institutions themselves played their own roles in espionage and information networks. The medieval Catholic Church, operating across Europe, had perhaps the largest intelligence service by default, i.e., the clergy. Monks, priests, bishops, they frequently traveled or corresponded, and they could act as conduits of news, or even secrets between realms. Popes received a steady stream of reports from the legates and prelates in distant lands. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is the one involving the Cathars, by the way, and the medieval Inquisition, 13th and 14th centuries, the Church leaned on local informants to unearth heresy, effectively a domestic spy system, where neighbors would, report on those holding unorthodox beliefs. In the 14th century England, foreign monks became suspects of espionage, simply due to their international ties. Parliament in 1378 even accused French monastic houses in England of harboring spies, and used this as an excuse to dissolve the alien priories. Whether or not those monks actually plotted treason, the incident shows how the specter of espionage permeated political paranoia. Secular rulers were uneasy about any uncontrolled channels of communication, and foreign clergymen or merchants could easily fall under suspicion of spying. Sometimes rightly so, but a lot of the time, not. Conversely, there were of course cases of clerics acting as double agents. During the 100 Years' War, an English prior named John Bouquet was caught carrying correspondence from the French. Perhaps it was messages written in code. Well, the poor fellow was thrown into Newgate prison for spying. And if you've watched my video about medieval English prisons, you'll know that was not the place to be. Thus, medieval governance operated amid constant low-level surveillance. Kings watched vassals, popes watched kings, and sometimes even queens and courtiers pursued their own secret agendas. Well, let's move on to the Church's involvement in particular, because of course having such a great institution, they've got their hands in many different things. Well, religion in the Middle Ages, it wasn't just a matter of piety. It was entwined with politics, war, and thus espionage. Holy wars and sectarian strife. That's one way to breed subterfuge, and perhaps the most notorious example of a religious group employing this cloak and dagger tactics is the sect known to crusaders as the Assassins. In the 12th to 13th centuries, the Nizaris, a breakaway Shia Muslim faction, controlled mountain fortress in Persia and Syria under their leader, whom the Franks dubbed the Old Man of the Mountain. Surrounded by larger Sunni and Crusader states, the Nizaris used targeted assassination as their chief weapon, and pulling off those missions required careful espionage. Assassin devotees infiltrated the courts of powerful enemies by posing as converts or servants, sometimes for months, even years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And thus they became experts in blending in. A Nizari agent might serve incognito as a bodyguard to a Seljuk vizier, gathering his trust and intelligence about his routines, and then one day plunge a dagger into his back. The elimination of key figures, like Marquis Conrad de Montferrat, assassinated in 1192, entire by Nizari agents disguised as Christian monks, sowed fear and uncertainty, a psychological effect far exceeding the assassins' small numbers. To counter this invisible threat, rulers hired food tasters, doubled their guards, and kept spies of their own to sniff out potential impostors. The assassins demonstrated how religious fanaticism combined with espionage could completely destabilize a realm, and in turn, they forced those realms to adopt countermeasures. But religious espionage was not limited to dramatic assassinations. Often it took the form of information gathering under the guise of piety. Pilgrimages, for example. They allow travelers to cross borders relatively freely, and some pilgrims, well, they were wearing the right outfit, but they were essentially spies. Kings occasionally sent knights on pilgrimages to holy shrines in hostile territories, with instructions to observe fortifications or political conditions along the way. Conversely, members of religious orders wandering abroad could be recruited as informants. The Franciscan and Dominican friars, who ventured into the Mongol Empire in the 1240s, such as John of Plano Carpini and William of Rubruck, they were true missionaries. Yet, the detailed reports they wrote about the Mongol military strength, customs, and geography were eagerly studied by the Pope and European monarchs. Effectively, intelligence dossiers, cloaked in the mantle of travelogues and journals. Throughout the Crusades, military orders like the Knights Templars and Hospitaller maintained extensive networks from Europe to the Holy Land, and their letters and ciphers criss-crossing the Mediterranean often carried strategic insight. It is telling that when the Templars were suppressed in 1307, one accusation was that they were communicating secretly with the Muslim world, an unfounded charge, but reflective of the suspicion that their international reach had enabled more espionage. Back to the Islamic sphere, the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca each year brought together Muslims from Spain to Central Asia. Rulers sometimes placed agents among the Hajj caravans to glean distant political news. The Mamluk Sultan in Cairo might thus learn of unrest in North Africa, or a new pretender in Arabia via returning pilgrims. The religious diplomacy between Christian and Muslim powers also saw spying under truce. During the Third Crusade, Richard the Lionheart and Saladin famously exchanged envoys and gifts. Meanwhile, each kept spies in the other's camps. Arab chroniclers mention how Saladin's intelligence chief Rais al-Jasus, the chief of spies, intercepted letters between the Crusader princes and used turncoat Franks to feed false information to the enemy. On the Christian side, Richard had Arabic-speaking knights, and perhaps sympathetic local Christians who passed him intelligence. For example, warning him of Saladin's ambush plans on the road to Jaffa. In one instance, Richard's forces preemptively struck at a watering point, having been tipped off about Saladin's intended surprise attack, which certainly implies effective espionage or scouting on the part of the Crusaders. Espionage served not just war, but also religious persecution and power struggles. We briefly mentioned the Inquisitions, but we'll quickly go over them in a bit more detail. Within Christendom, the medieval Inquisition, especially in the 13th century against the Cathars of the Languedoc region of southern France, relied heavily on informants. The inquisitors, like Bernard Guy in the early 14th century, encouraged the faithful to report clandestine, heretical meetings. Neighbors would observe who attended secret Cathar prayer gatherings. In a sense, the whole society was being mobilized as amateur spies in service of religious orthodoxy. The covert nature of the Cathar heresy, meeting in caves or remote barns, it forced the church to adopt these spy tactics. We're talking disguises, surprise raids, and networks of informers who infiltrated heretic circles. Some inquisitors even planted fake converts to Catharism who would gain trust and then betray the leaders. It's pretty morally sinister, but you can't deny it's effective, because by the 1320s, the Cathar movement was largely destroyed, thanks in part to espionage from within. You certainly don't see many Cathar churches around, don't you? Meanwhile, at the highest levels, papal and imperial intrigues featured espionage worthy of any royal court. In the 12th century showdown between Thomas Becket and King Henry II of England, both sides maintained agents to monitor the other's moves. Henry had royal clerks spying on Becket's allies, while Becket, still in exile, had informants in England, keeping him apprised of the king's hostility. Similarly, during the Great Schism, the split between the rival popes in Rome and Avignon around 1400, each papal claimant dispatched spies and propagandists across Europe to undermine the other. Effectively, a spiritual Cold War fought through espionage and secret correspondence. Well, to sum it all up, religion provided both a motive and a cover for medieval espionage. Beneath that cloak of faith, spies could travel and converse where soldiers simply could not, and where faiths or sects clashed, from the Holy Land to heresy at home. The struggle often relied on stealth and information as much as open preaching, or, on the worst days, force. And let that remind you that even in an age supposedly guided by divine providence, medieval actors took matters into their own hands. They deployed spies in a very human way in the service of God, or at least their interpretation of God's will. Of course, the medieval world was not just clashes of arms and ideology, but also intense competition for technology and wealth. In this arena, too, espionage stepped in to play its role. Long-distance trade and nascent global markets gave opportunities for industrial spies, those who would steal artisans, techniques, or geographic knowledge to benefit their patrons. And the most famous case of medieval industrial espionage is the theft of silk from China. You see, here's what happened. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire craved the luxurious silk textiles that came via the Silk Road from East Asia. Silk production was a carefully guarded Chinese monopoly. No one else could do it. And exporting silkworms, well, if you got caught trying to smuggle them out, they would kill you. According to the historian Procopius, around the year 5500, Emperor Justinian I managed to break this monopoly with a bold spy mission. Now, I know this is a little bit before the medieval period, but I'm going to put it in anyway, because I want to. Two monks who had traveled in Serinda, the Far East, informed Justinian that they knew the secret of silk, that it was made by the cocoons of worms feeding on mulberry leaves. And so they offered to acquire these wondrous worms for Byzantium. Under Justinian's patronage, the monks journeyed back to the east, likely Central Asia, and smuggled the silkworm eggs hidden in hollow canes all the way back to Constantinople. Procopius writes that the eggs hatched into worms which fed on mulberry leaves. Thus began the art of making silk in the Eastern Roman Empire. Of course, this cloak and dagger operation, two robed monks as undercover agents, it paid off magnificently. Byzantium established its own silk workshops, freeing it from paying gold to Persian middlemen for Chinese silk. It was perhaps the first recorded instance of international industrial espionage. The stolen secret of sericulture gave the Byzantine economy a boost and altered the balance of trade. Notably, it was achieved not by military conquest, but by stealth. Throughout the Middle Ages, we find similar, if a little bit less dramatic examples of economic espionage. Knowledge, as always, was power, whether the recipe for Damascus steel, or design of an improved windmill, or even the map of a new sea route. Medieval guilds zealously guarded their crafts. If a skilled craftsman tried to emigrate, he might be stopped or even assassinated to prevent trade secrets from leaking. Italian glassmakers in Venice, famous for their quality, were legally forbidden to leave the Venetian lagoon for this very reason. There are accounts of agents sent to lure foreign artisans to a new land with higher pay, essentially talent poaching. For example, in the 15th century, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, eager to develop cannon casting in his empire, enticed European cannon founders to Constantinople, or simply just captured them in war to replicate the latest Christian technology. Conversely, artisans who left Islamic regions for Europe brought technologies in metalworking and textiles that ultimately gave the West a new edge. Trade networks themselves were conduits of intelligence. Merchant spies became commonplace. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the Italian merchant republics, Venice, Genoa, Pisa, they were all locked in a fierce rivalry over trade with the East. They all kept agents in foreign ports to glean information about each other's deals and about political changes that might affect commerce. A Venetian in Alexandria might secretly report the movements of a Genoese fleet, or bribe a local to obtain a peek at his competitor's cargo manifests. Western merchants in Constantinople were notorious for dabbling in espionage. During wars between Christian and Muslim powers, some merchants sold information to one side or the other, motivated by nothing more than profit. And so, commerce created cosmopolitan meeting points, ports, fairs, caravanserais, where news and secrets inevitably traded hands. Savvy rulers tapped into it, The Crown of Aragon, for instance, used Jewish and Muslim merchants as informants on naval activities in the Mediterranean. In the Indian Ocean, Arab traders closely guarded their navigation methods, like the use of monsoon winds. They didn't want the Europeans to know about that. But one legend holds that around 1500, a Gujarati pilot revealed the monsoon timing to Vasco da Gama's crew, a revelation that helped the Portuguese establish a direct sea trade to India, albeit just after the medieval period. Earlier, Marco Polo, in the late 13th century, provided Europe with a trove of information about the wealth and politics of East Asia. Whether he was acting deliberately as a Venetian trade intelligence agent is unclear. But his book, it certainly served that purpose for those who followed. Sometimes, espionage targeted strategic resources. A subtle example comes from the 12th century wars between the Song dynasty of China and the Jurchen Jin dynasty. The Song general, Liu Guangshi, facing invasion, devised a psychological ploy involving coinage. He issued special coins as tokens to encourage enemy troops to defect to the Song side. Many of them, by the way, were ethnic Han conscripts under the Jurchens. These coins promised safe passage to any bearer who came over to Song lines. By sowing distrust and offering reward, this act blurred into espionage. It induced the enemy soldiers to become Song informants, or just outright turncoats. Some later theorists even speculated that these coins could have been used as identification tokens for Song spies operating in Jin territory, though the historical record favors this defection narrative. Either way, it was a clever exploitation of information as currency, quite literally. Another arena of economic espionage was geography and exploration. Knowing the exact locations of gold mines, spice islands, or trade routes, that was immensely valuable. States went to lengths to keep such knowledge secret or ferret out each other's secrets. In the late medieval period, as Atlantic exploration began, the Portuguese jealously guarded their maps of the African coast. According to some accounts, rival Spanish agents tried to obtain these maps in the 1480s, essentially engaging in covert ops for cartographic intelligence. Back on land, the trans-Saharan gold routes were an object of mystery and desire for Europeans, and there are indicators that the African traders gave deliberately misleading information to Berber middlemen to prevent them from bypassing certain caravan routes, a form of protective disinformation that confused foreign seekers. But by and large, fully fledged industrial espionage in the modern sense was limited by medieval constraints. Many technologies were localized. Stealing a secret formula, for example, the Chinese porcelain recipe, it was futile without the raw materials and skilled context to replicate it. And indeed, Chinese porcelain remained unmatched in the West until much later. All spies could bring back were samples and vague descriptions. But that doesn't mean that you should underestimate the medieval entrepreneurial espionage spirit. Individuals like the 12th century scholar Adelard of Bath traveled to Islamic Spain and the Middle East, learning advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, written in Arabic, and then smuggled this intellectual treasure back through translations, thus enriching European science. And while not espionage in a cloak and dagger sense, this transfer was sometimes done quietly to avoid the scrutiny of conservative authorities. In a way, books and manuscripts, they were the era's sensitive data, and acquiring a prized manuscript from a distant library, but that could be as valuable as stealing state secrets. And so, of course, rulers patronized scholars to obtain such works. which occasionally involved some stealth or persuasion in foreign lands. By the end of the Middle Ages, the groundwork for the organized economic intelligence was laid. The Italian city-states and Hanseatic League had established archives of treaties and trade reports. The Portuguese and Spanish had been systematically charting new territories, and cities like Bruges and Nuremberg teemed with correspondents swapping commercial news. So it's really no surprise that in the 16th and 17th centuries, states would formalize these practices with chartered companies and secret services dedicated to securing economic advantage via espionage. But even in earlier medieval centuries, we see that whenever goods and coins crossed border, information rode alongside with them. The medieval merchant was often part adventurer, part diplomat, and part spy, whether gathering news of Mongol intentions on the Silk Road, or carrying letters between European courts as an unofficial courier. You always had to find a way to make a little bit of extra money, even if it was coming with some danger. And so we come to the end. Espionage. It was everywhere and nowhere. A kind of open secret of statecraft, warfare, and commerce that left very few overt traces, but still managed to have profound effects. We've journeyed across continents and centuries, and we've found spies in princely courts and monastic cells, and also on battlefields and caravan routes. These spies were as diverse as the societies they served. Kings in disguise among their enemies, soldiers of fortune selling secrets for gold, even pious nuns and cunning grandmothers eavesdropping in palaces, double-dealing merchants in distant ports, nameless scouts slipping through moonlit forests. It's pretty cool, isn't it? When we are in the tavern, we care not that we are mortal. The words of the 13th century reveller in the Carmina Burana, capturing the rowdy allure of these medieval establishments. And indeed, to the people of high medieval Europe, taverns, inns, and alehouses, they were far more than mere drinking spots. They were living rooms of the community, the waypoints of the road, buzzing with news, commerce, and camaraderie. A place of respite, stepping off that muddy path, out of that cold, and into the warm. So how about you and me go and get a table, and I'll tell you all about that world of taverns, and examine how one might exactly run one of these establishments in the High Middle Ages. How did one establish one? What food and drink were served? How were they procured? What about the laws that set the closing hours or fixed the price of a pint? Who were the typical patrons, and what was the mischief they brought through the door? It's not just about the general practices, but also all those lesser-known details that bring the tavern to life. The alewives who dominated the beer trade, the penalties for serving bad drink, tavern names and signboards, a culture unto themselves, and even notorious incidents like tavern brawls that spilled into violent, drunken riots. We're not going to stick in one place. Regional and economic differences, we'll note them when we come across them. Whether the establishment is a humble rural alehouse or a grand inn in an urban area, to appreciate the tavern's varied role across medieval Europe, we'll try and tread as many paths as we can. And by the end of that journey, you'll know exactly how a medieval tavern was run. But before we get to all of that, let's have a welcome to the channel. A warm Tavern, welcome. We'll stick with the theme, I suppose, shall we? Well, if you're new here, you've yet to hit the subscribe button. I invite you to do so. If you've already hit the subscribe button, do not hit it again, because that means you unsubscribe, and we can't have that, can't we? Now, this video is 100% ad-free, due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. Thank you very much, you have my eternal thanks. And with all that out of the way, introductions, welcomes, good manners, let's get to the topic at hand. As usual, nice and relaxed. So let's start from the beginning. To run a medieval tavern, we've first got to know what kind of establishment you're running. Medieval terminology distinguished several kinds of drinking houses and lodging houses, and each of them had its own niche. First, let's look at the general tavern. In many parts of Europe, the word tavern implied a setup in status and usually a focus on wine. In fact, in medieval England or France, the word tavern often specifically meant a wine-drinking house, distinct from alehouses, which of course sold ale. Taverns were commonly found in towns and along trade routes. They served wine, often imported, and they prepared foods too, roast meats, cheese, or stew, for a more well-to-do clientele such as merchants, guild members, or travelers. Now, here's an interesting part. Women of respectable standing usually avoided these wine taverns, at least in the French accounts, due to them having quite a, let's say, rowdy reputation. Taverns might also offer takeaway wine in jugs, and many doubled as informal restaurants where one could dine out heartily or just have a simple fare long before true restaurants existed. Now, we just made mention of an ale house, so let's get to that. A more simple local establishment, often literally just somebody's house, where homemade ale was brewed and sold. These were ubiquitous in villages and towns. The common ale house usually ran by an alewife or brewer. They typically did not provide lodging either, only ale and perhaps some basic fare. A telltale sign of an alehouse in England was the ale stake, a pole projecting from the door to announce that a fresh brew was ready. Ale was the everyman drink, and alehouses were frequented by labourers, peasants, and town folks to get their daily beverage and dose of socialization. And then, of course, we have the inn, essentially taverns licensed to offer lodging. An inn provided food, drink, and a bed for the night, catering especially to travellers, pilgrims, and visiting merchants. They were typically larger establishments too. A decent inn had multiple chambers for guests. And of course there would also be a main hall for meals and drink, a kitchen, storage cellars, and stabling for horses. Because of the need for space and resources, inns were often found on main roads or in towns, and many were operated by people of some means, almost middle class. In England, by the later Middle Ages, inns became known as public houses, or pubs. Every inn was a tavern, but not every tavern was an inn. The key differentiator was beds, lodging. If you didn't have any lodgings, you were just a tavern. Nothing wrong with that, though. There are a few other terms. Medieval sources mention guest houses, hospices, and hostels, often run by religious houses or charitable foundations, especially along pilgrimage routes. Of course, think of the Knights Hospitaller, things like that. They provided lodging and sometimes free food to travellers. Though they might not be considered commercial taverns in a strict sense, nonetheless, many inns had religious origins. For example, along major pilgrimage routes in Central Europe, monasteries or local nobles established inns to serve pilgrims and merchants. During the High Middle Ages, such inns with taverns proliferated along trade routes, frequently under noble or ecclesiastical patronage. In Central Europe, there was the German tavern in the Wirtshaus tradition. It often began under feudal privilege. Only nobles, monasteries, or town councils might have a license to run them initially, but this all changed as time went on. Now, running each type of establishment required different resources, and of course, you catered to different crowds, but they all fell under the umbrella of victualling houses, places providing victuals, food and drink, that is, to the public. For a prospective tavern keeper in the 13th century, deciding whether to run a humble village alehouse or a bustling town inn would determine everything from the scale of operations to the clientele served. And of course, there's some clientele that you'd perhaps rather go without. We'll get to that later. Now, here's the thing. In the High Middle Ages, no one could simply set up a tavern wherever they pleased. There were actually a surprisingly complex legal and feudal set of frameworks to consider, and many taverns were, in fact, established under some form of license or privilege. In towns, tavern keepers often needed permission from town authorities or a royal patent to operate. Urban taverns or inns were sometimes regulated by guilds or town councils. For instance, the city of London kept close watch on its taverners and vintners, vintners being the winemakers, by the way. City ordinances controlled how taverns sold wine, even mandating that no tavern could sell both red and white wine at the same time. This ordinance aimed to prevent fraud and ensure quality by specialization, a hint of the early regulatory environment a tavern keeper had to navigate. In many regions, feudal lords or monasteries held rights to approve or run taverns. Along pilgrimage roads or in smaller settlements, the local lord often had the right of tavern, or in French custom, the ban vin. The ban vin was the lord's privilege to sell his own wine for a certain period after the harvest. Vin, of course, being the word for wine. In Italian you have vino, French you have vin. Well, during this time when he had this privilege, no one else in that area could sell wine at all. So, a would-be tavern keeper in the countryside might actually lease the tavern rights from the lord or operate the tavern as part of the lord's demesne. In many cases, the inn on a manor was a monopoly of the lord. Villagers were bound to buy drink there, just as they were bound to grind grain at the lord's mill. Well, ecclesiastical ownership, too. That was quite common. Not surprising, since the church owned quite a lot of the land, and therefore much of what was built upon it. Monasteries and bishoprics often maintained inns for travellers or derived income from tavern rents. A significant number of taverns on busy routes were effectively run by clergy or under church auspices in this period. However, the church did draw a line between providing hospitality and endorsing drunken revelry. Church-run guest houses aimed for more wholesome lodging, while strictly for-profit taverns ran by lay people flourished under secular oversight. But no matter who owned the tavern, authorities recognized them as public necessities. And with that came legal obligations. English common law by the late medieval period declared inns and taverns to be public houses, and with that they had duties to the public. This concept, which had quite early roots actually, meant a licensed inn had to receive all respectable travellers willing to pay, and could not arbitrarily turn people away or price gouge. If they got caught doing that, well, you would lose your license. Already in the 13th century, the principle was that an inn served the common good, a refuge for travellers who otherwise had few safe places to sleep on the road. An aspiring innkeeper, therefore, entered a sort of social contract. In exchange for the privilege of operating, they were expected to uphold certain standards of hospitality and fairness. Of course, royal and municipal laws also shaped tavern operations. One landmark in England was the Assize of Bread and Ale, 1266, the statute of King Henry III's reign. It stands as one of the first food regulatory laws. It fixed the price at which ale could be sold relative to the price of grain, and likewise regulated the weight and price of bread. In essence, if grain became expensive, the law allowed ale prices to rise proportionally, and of course it became cheaper or vice versa, so that tavern keepers, many of whom brewed their own ale, could not overcharge beyond a fair profit. This assize was enforced for centuries and required innkeepers and brewers to keep the official measures and prices on pain of fines. We also see, in Magna Carta of 1215, an earlier nod to standardizing trade. Quote, "There shall be one measure of wine, of ale, and of corn throughout our whole realm." The declaration from King John's Charter. For a tavern in the 13th century England, this meant your servings of ale or wine had to conform to standard volumes, like the London quart or gallon, rather than a deceitfully short measurement. In practice, local ale tasters and wine gaugers, official inspectors by the way, would drop by randomly to measure your pitchers and ensure customers were not being cheated out of their proper drink, and quite rightly so. Need to bring them back. I've been to a few bars, and I swear to you, their pint glasses are deceptively different to what I'm used to. Anyway, this isn't about me. Across Europe, similar measures to this existed. Medieval city statutes from Italy to Germany often required taverners to use standard weights and measures, and to post all of the prices publicly. For example, a tavern in Paris or Florence might be required to sell wine at a fixed price per pint, set by the city authorities, especially in times of plenty. In some regions, authorities capped tavern prices to ensure the poor could actually afford ale, or impose special taxes on tavern sales to fill the civic coffers. Thus, the tavern keeper had to be mindful not only of pleasing customers, but also staying on the right side of the law. Would-be tavern keepers also needed to get that license in many jurisdictions. Records from England show local courts regularly renewing or revoking brewing licenses. In Scotland's 14th century law code, Regiam Majestatum, a chapter on brewsters declares that anyone making evil ale, that is, bad quality ale, shall pay a fine of 8 shillings, or face the punishments of the cucking stool, which is not what you think it is. Well, notably, it says, "She shall be put on the cucking stool," hinting that the brewers were assumed to be women, a point that we will get to shortly. Obtaining a license often meant paying a fee or rent. For instance, A tavern in a city might pay an annual rent to the city for the right to tap wine. In rural manors, the right to brew and sell ale might be auctioned off to a peasant for a season. Well, to sum it all up, if you want to run a tavern, you've got to know as much about the rules and greasing the wheels of authority as much as actually making the ale or wine. A good tavern keeper kept a clean relationship with local officials, be it town aldermen, feudal lords, or royal officers, avoiding those fines and securing their livelihood. Now, assume our tavern keeper has the legalities sorted and the keys to the alehouse firmly in hand. So, let's step inside and see the daily operations of the tavern. Dawn breaks, and the tavern keepers wake up. The keeper and their family, or servants, stir the embers of last night's fire and prepare for the day ahead. If the establishment brews its own ale, as many of them did, especially smaller alehouses and inns, the day might start with tending the mash in the brewhouse out back. Brewing was a core task for many tavern keepers. You're not much of a tavern without any ale, aren't you? In England, brewing ale was so common among the women that alewife became a pretty standard occupation. Women brewed and sold ale from their homes as a way to earn extra income. Side hustles back in those days. Monastic records, literature, and legal rolls all attest to the prevalence of female brewers. Let's take one example. The Durham Manorial Court Rolls of 1365. They list many women presented for issues with their brew. One Agnes Postel was fined 12 pence for selling bad ale, and another, Alice de Belsaye, was fined 2 shillings for similarly poor ale that was, quote, of no strength. These fines show that quality control started with the brewing process. Weak or sour ale, that was a punishable offence, and quite rightly. Thus, a conscientious tavern keeper rose early to brew or at least sample the new batch before serving it, knowing that one angry customer or a random ale taster might complain the ale was below standard. Apart from brewing, you also had supply management. That was a daily concern. For alehouses, grain, or malt as they call it, had to be sourced often from local farmers or maltsters, and brewing done frequently, since ale, by the way, does not keep long. Unhopped ale would sour in days. In wine-selling taverns, the keeper had to procure wine from merchants. In the High Middle Ages, and this meant dealing with wine traders who brought in barrels from regions like Gascony, Rhineland, or Italy. London tavern records show that the most wine in English taverns was robust red wine shipped from Gascony, that is, southwest France, with some Rhine wine or other varieties for those who could afford them. The tavern keeper would buy a barrel and then retail it by the jug or cup. Wine was typically sold relatively young. Medieval consumers expected this year's vintage, not aged bottles, as wine spoiled without modern bottling. Of course, we solved all these problems now, haven't we? The tavern keeper had to be adept at storage, keeping the casks in a cool cellar and tapping them efficiently. Food preparation was another key part of operations, especially for inns and taverns. The medieval tavern keeper's menu was pretty simple, but not bad. The common fare included bread and cheese, stews and pottages. One popular tavern stew recorded in the 14th century English cookbook is a spiced chicken stew called boucanade. Roasted or boiled meats too were popular. Bacon, beef or mutton for those who could pay. Pies, seasonal vegetables. In France, taverns by the 14th century offered roast meats and simple dishes to accompany wine. The tavern kitchen might have a large cauldron simmering with a one-pot meal that could be ladled out to guests. For travellers at inns, breakfast might be coarse bread and ale. The main meal later could be a stew of whatever was available, perhaps rabbit or salt fish on Fridays, and of course, plenty of ale or wine to wash it down with. Tavern keepers usually did not aim for fine cuisine. Nobles dined at home or in castles, but they had to provide filling portions. An old saying was that good ale keeps good company with good bread, so bread was indispensable, either baked on site or bought from a baker daily. And yes, quite rightly, you'll even know that in our common days, at least if we talk about Australian or British pubs, the first thing they really give you is the bread, even if you don't want it. It keeps good company. Now, the tavern keeper's role, that was multifaceted. It wasn't just one job, quite complex. Part merchant, part host, he or she, many alehouse keepers were women, did everything from tapping casks to serving customers to bookkeeping and supervising servants. In a larger inn, the staff might include serving wenches or lads, a cook, stable hands for the horses of guests, and pet boys to clean pots and refill jugs. But in a smaller tavern, it was pretty much a family affair. We have depictions of tavern scenes where the keeper's wife cooks a stew in the back while the keeper draws ale at the front, and their children might be sweeping floors or busying themselves with some other task. One 15th century illustration even shows a tavern woman using a broom hung above the door as a sign of her trade, a practice related to the ale stake or bush sign. That broom or green bush branch told passers-by that fresh brew was available, hence the proverb, "Good wine needs no brush," implying if your wine was excellent, you need not advertise it. Well, aside from domestic chores, an innkeeper had to mind finances. Prices were often set by law, but profit came through volume and services. A cup of ale might be cheap, but an innkeeper could charge for lodging, for stabling a horse, including feeding it hay and oats, for meals, and even for ancillary needs like arranging a guide or selling feed and travel supplies. Successful innkeepers in bustling towns often became quite prosperous, and by the late medieval period, English innkeepers could be among the wealthier townsfolk. They sometimes expanded into side businesses too, brewing on a large scale, importing wine or goods, or money lending. One notable example from later medieval England is Richard Kingsmill, a 15th century innkeeper who grew so prominent that he actually ended up serving as the town bailiff, member of parliament, and justice of the peace. Clearly a man of means and influence, certainly. While Kingsmill era is slightly later than our focus, which is the High Middle Ages, it does show a trend. A well-run inn on a major route could be a springboard to wealth. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the groundwork for this was laid as trade expanded and more travellers filled the roadways, increasing demand for good inns. But at the operational heart of the tavern was the cellar, or the cask room, controlling the drink. Medieval tavern keepers had to guard against spoilage and theft. Barrels were valuable, and there are accounts of taverners being fined for watering down wine or reusing dregs from old casks to stretch the supply. Indeed, sources indicate a variety of tricks and adulterations, mixing good wine with bad, blending cheaper imported wines with premium ones, or even creating fake wine by adding spices and alcohol to water. Now that's dirty. You can't do that. Of course, practices like that were risky. If you got caught, the punishments would be humiliating. So, London's authorities employed wine tasters called searchers to visit taverns, sample the wine, and ultimately destroy any casks of spoiled or fraudulent drink. One London ordinance infamously punished a tavern keeper who sold bad wine by making him drink a portion of the sour wine and then pouring the rest over his head in public shame. Ale, too, was policed by official ale conners in England, conner being an old word for taster, who would don leather breeches and literally sit in a puddle of spilt ale. One bit of a strange test was that good ale not too watery would make the ale conner's leather pants stick to the bench. Whether or not this exact test was common, it does show that the medieval public valued honesty, whether it be by measure or quality, and tavern keepers always lived under the community's watchful eye. So let's go on to the next section. Who really ran the taverns? Well, I've mentioned a little bit about the prominence of women as alehouse keepers and brewers already. In the High Middle Ages, especially in Northern Europe, brewing was a rare commercial sphere where women could actually thrive. Many taverns and alehouses were essentially family businesses, with a husband and wife team or a widow carrying on the trade. Records from England around 1300 show alewives frequently mentioned in court rolls, often when they are presented for breaking the assize of ale by overcharging, or just brewing something a little bit subpar. Now, a typical entry might have read that so-and-so, the alewife, is in mercy, is what they would call fined, for selling ale contrary to the assize. These fines, usually just a few pence, were seen as cost of doing business most of the time. They indicate that women of relatively ordinary status did play a key role in the tavern trade, just because they show up in the records so many times. And in fact, that cucking stool punishment, once again, not what you think it is, in JSTOR, and later laws specifically targeted she who brews bad ale, confirming that authorities expected tavern brewers to be female. Now, for many women, running an alehouse was an extension of household brewing, taking a traditional task and turning it into a profit by selling the excess. Most of the time, that's pretty much how it started. But, on the other hand, the large inns in cities or on major roads were often run by men, sometimes men of significant standing. These innkeepers might be retired soldiers, merchants, or urban officials who invested in the hospitality trade. They had to manage more capital, property, multiple staff, supply chains for wine and food, just because of the size of the establishment. This social status could be respectable. Some even served in town councils, as noted earlier. Yet tavern keepers always walked a fine line in reputation. Whenever alcohol's involved, well, things can go downhill pretty quickly, can't they? They provided comfort and community, but the moralists frequently maligned them as enablers of sin, drunkenness, gambling, and all the rest that comes with it. There's an old Latin proverb, wine and women destroy men, and taverns are accused of offering both in ample measure. Church writings and sermons often lump tavern keepers with dubious professions, warning of the souls they could lead astray. Now, what about the staff within taverns? That arranged from family members to hired help. The prosperous inn might employ serving maids or lads who not only delivered food or drink to the tables, but also sometimes doubled as entertainers or flirtatious company for the guests. All in good fun. The trope of the comely barmaid has its medieval roots, after all, though reality for such women could be harsh work rather than romantic jokes and revelry. Cooks and kitchen boys, especially if the inn prided itself on a particular dish. In some taverns, the cooking might be minimal, cold fare like bread, cheese, pickles. Patrons could even bring their own meat to be cooked on the tavern hearth for a fee. This practice was akin to a cook shop operation, and was more common in the cities. Then you had stable hands or ostlers, crucial for inns that hosted travellers' horses. These workers fed, watered, and looked after the horses, and in winter kept them from freezing. The innkeeper charged guests for stabling, so keeping the animals healthy was both a good service and good business. After all, you don't want to stable someone's horse and they come back the next morning to find it frozen to death. Now here's something. On occasion, you would have musicians or hired entertainers. Now, they were not regular staff, but taverns did often welcome minstrels who might perform for tips or food or lodging. A fiddler or singer could enliven the evening and draw a bit more custom. Some tavern keepers would encourage such performances, effectively making their tavern a hub for music and storytelling on market or holidays. The clientele of the medieval tavern, it all depended greatly on its type and location. A village alehouse might see the same locals every single day, peasants, artisans, all relaxing after work. But in towns, the tavern attracted a mix. Local tradesmen visiting merchants, even students, especially in university towns like Oxford or Paris, even sometimes the clergy, though the pious were supposed to refrain, many did not, due to the chagrin of the bishops too. And there were also travellers, messengers, pilgrims, peddlers, knights errant, and they all needed a place to sleep and eat. The social classes mingled in taverns more freely than other settings. Contemporary observers noted that in the tavern, for pope and king alike, all drink without restraint. Now that line from the In Taberna song humorously lists all ranks of society drinking together. The lady, the lord, the soldier, the cleric, the man, the woman, the servant. Indeed, taverns were one place where the usual social hierarchies seemed to loosen out a little bit. Especially after a few drinks, no one really cared. A scholar or a squire might find himself dicing and joking with a blacksmith or sailor. This commingling sometimes led to a few tensions, however. For example, university students, generally from more privileged backgrounds, clashed with the local townsfolk in taverns. The famous St. Scholastica's Day riot of 1355 in Oxford actually began when two students insulted the wine quality at Swindlestock Tavern and ended up trading blows with the innkeeper. Of course, this sparked a town versus student melee, and it left nearly 100 people dead. All fun and games until the end of the sentence, right? While that occurred, slightly after the High Middle Ages, it does show a constant of tavern life. When disparate people get together to drink, well, conflict can brew up as easily as the ale does. But beyond serving food and drink, taverns played crucial roles as information and networking centers. News traveled through taverns as through no other place. Travellers brought gossip from afar. Minstrels spread tales and news. Local deals were struck at tavern tables, and even political conspiracies sometimes fermented over ale. Of course, that's only people getting drunk. One thing leads to another. Chronicles and letters from the period revealed that taverns were often the setting for notable encounters. Merchants would choose a reputable inn to meet partners or clients, essentially conducting business over pints of ale or a jug of wine. Guilds on occasion, too, held informal gatherings. In 14th century London, some craft guilds met at specific taverns which became their unofficial headquarters. But for the common folk, it was quite the recreational centre. Games, they were a big draw. Dice, board games like backgammon, throwing games, they were all common sights on tavern tables. With games, of course, came gambling, and taverns were hotbeds of that, to such an extent that some towns banned dice play outside of taverns in an event to confine the vice. Taverns also hosted celebrations, a successful harvest, a saint's feast day, or a wedding eve often spilled into local alehouses for communal toasting. For young people, the alehouses could be a place of courtship, or indeed mischief. Though moralists fretted about it, villagers acknowledged that youths might meet and mingle at the ale bench. And, well, complaints notwithstanding, you're never going to stop people from doing that. The tavern keeper had to manage this lively atmosphere. One essential skill, of course, was keeping order. The tavern keeper was expected to break up any fights and throw out those who became a little bit too unruly. And this was more than just good sense. It was legally mandated in many places that the innkeeper maintain peace on their premises. Town laws in Germany and England held innkeepers responsible for violent brawls if they did not intervene or report them. Some sources even suggest that innkeepers could face fine for bloodshed. Tavern keepers sometimes employed a strong servant or maintained a cudgel behind the bar, just in case. As one writer later quipped, a good innkeeper needed, quote, the patience of Job and the strength of Samson when dealing with the drunk patients. Now, interestingly, the duty to keep order also intersected pretty much with public safety. English common law would eventually make innkeepers answerable for the security of their guests and their goods. Already, in our period, if a traveller's horse was stolen from an inn stable or his bag pilfered while he slept in the inn, the innkeeper could be held liable to compensate the loss, unless he could prove he took all precautions. Wise tavern keepers employed locks, had designated sleeping quarters, and sometimes organized a curfew bell or a lights-out policy to reduce the nocturnal mischief. A few city taverns even hired night watchmen, but that was kind of expensive, and, well, you need to cut costs, don't you? Of course, we can't have it all about the cheerful hospitality. You'll have plenty of perils and moral quandaries. Authorities kept a wary eye on taverns, precisely because they knew that they gathered mixed crowds behind closed doors with alcohol in play. So let's consider a few of those challenges. Of course, inebriation, drunk people. That's the most obvious issue. Medieval society was surprisingly tolerant of moderate drinking. However, habitual drunkenness was frowned upon and sometimes punished. The keeper had to decide when to stop serving an obviously drunken guest. Fail to do so, and that guest might start a fight or damage property. The literature of the time is full of warnings, too. One 12th century cleric described taverns as places where men, quote, drink the blood of the grape until the room spins and shameful behavior ensues. The rule of the Knights Templar in 1129 and other military orders explicitly forbade members from entering taverns precisely to maintain discipline. That a rule had to be stated suggests some eager young knights might otherwise slip into the local tavern, with potentially unruly results. A tavern keeper in a garrison town might thus find himself turning away cowled Templars or Hospitallers who were under oath not to be there, or face their order's penalty if caught. Of course, we've also seen how tavern altercations could escalate into violence, apart from our Oxford riot example. Medieval chronicles occasionally recount murders that occurred at taverns, and it doesn't get more violent than that. Here's one case, from the Crusader states. It tells of Count Hugh of Jaffa in 1134. While gambling in a tavern in Jerusalem, he was suddenly attacked and stabbed. In that account, the tavern, described as a merchant shop used for gaming and drinking, became the stage for a political assassination. But in more mundane reality, tavern brawls between locals were pretty common. Blows with fists, drinking pots, or even daggers could be exchanged. The tavern keeper's challenge was to calm the tensions early. Some tavern keepers employed a simple rule: all weapons left at the front. A few medieval taverns had a chest or rack by the door where customers were supposed to deposit swords and daggers upon entry, a precursor to the coat check, I suppose. How widely this was enforced is pretty unclear, but at least one city, London in the 13th century, forbade carrying unsheathed weapons in taverns, indicating authorities encouraged disarmament inside the drinking houses. Then there was gambling. Of course, all the problems that come with it. The taverns often ran hand in hand with games of chance. Despite periodic bans by kings or bishops on dice and cards, you could never really stop it. Some tavern keepers might run a side gambling den or take a small cut from the wagers as a house fee. This could be lucrative, but it also invited trouble. Debts incurred in drink led to bitter quarrels. Moralists bemoaned taverns as schools of dice where youths learned to gamble away all their money. But for many innkeepers, allowing dice games kept customers on the premises longer, and that meant they were just going to buy more ale. So yes, it was a vice, but quite tolerated. Similarly, we also had the women of the night lurking in some taverns. Especially in larger towns, certain taverns gained reputations as fronts for those midnight rendezvous, those who wanted to procure some companionship. In 1268, even far away in the Holy Land, the Sultan Baybars complained about a Frankish tavern in Jaffa that had installed a Muslim woman in it for illicit purpose, essentially accusing the Crusaders of running a very dirty establishment under the sign of a tavern. Within Europe, civic records occasionally mention tavern keepers charged with allowing loose women on the premise. The savvy innkeeper might officially forbid such activity, but unofficially some inns did profit from renting out the back rooms. Well, the line between tavern and a more illicit establishment could always blur, and it's one of the reasons that the more respectable in society sometimes chose to keep their distance. There is a less sensational but important challenge, and that is maintaining a basic level of cleanliness. Taverns could get filthy. Brushes on the floor soaked with spilled ale, greasy wooden tables, unwashed pots, and the ever-present smoke from torches and hearths. A good tavern keeper would sweep out the whole, bring in fresh rushes or straw for flooring, wash drinking vessels, and tear out bedding in inns to prevent fleas. This was not merely for comfort. Travellers indeed took note of the inn's hygiene. A 15th century traveller's guide advised choosing inns that appeared clean to avoid those that stank of sour ale and vermin visibly present. Poor sanitation could also draw fines. A few cities had health inspectors, who would censure taverns for rotten food or foul privies. Medieval understanding of germs was pretty much non-existent, but they did understand that bad ale would make you sick. Spoiled meat could cause illness, so tavern fare had to be relatively fresh. After all, it only takes one bad meal or a bad drink to lose a customer for life. For example, unsold meat pies might be required to be thrown out the day after to avoid food poisoning incidents. And indeed, an unlucky tavern could get a reputation for making patrons ill. Well, they wouldn't be around for too long after that, certainly. Taverns, like all medieval buildings, were mostly made of timber and thatch in small villages, and even in cities often wood-framed, with cooking fires and drunk patrons with torches or pipes. There was that risk of fire that was ever present. Innkeepers often had to enforce a sort of nightly fire curfew, ensuring that hearths were banked and guests did not leave candles burning near bedding. A tavern fire could be devastating, not only to the inn, but to the entire neighborhood if it spread. So cities sometimes required tavern owners to keep water buckets or firefighting equipment handy. There is an echo of this, too, in later London records, requiring every inn to have a ladder and tank in case of fire. In the countryside, a tavern might be the only large communal building, so villagers might rally to put out any blaze. But of course, prevention is the real key. Well, despite all of these challenges, many taverns ran successfully for generations, often passing from parent to child. They adapted to the rhythms of medieval life, busier on market days, subdued in penitential seasons like Lent, when authorities sometimes banned revelry, and overflowing on holidays, when the ale flowed freely. The tavern keeper's adaptability, to be a genial host one moment and a stern bouncer the next, then a shrewd accountant at some times, an empathetic listener at others. It was all crucial, and at the end of the day, just part of the job. Well, let's have a look at a few of the regional differences. Just a few of the differences in general between different regions, urban and village establishments. Well, the basic concept is all the same. Food, drink, and shelter, that's universal. But these differences gave each area's tavern its own cultural flavor. As mentioned, in wine-producing areas, Italy, Spain, the Rhineland, France, the tavern was largely a wine house, and in such places ale was less popular, or it was seen as a bit of a poor man's drink, might only be brewed for local consumption. By contrast, in the north, England, Flanders, Germany, Scandinavia, ale or beer was king. An English tavern keeper typically brewed ale. A German innkeeper in the late 13th century might be brewing beer with hops. The Germans were indeed pioneers in hopped beer, and this led to differences in scale. Wine could be imported in volume and stored, but ale, that was different. It had to be brewed constantly and in small batches. Thus, a tavern in Bordeaux might simply tap the latest casks from the local vineyards, whereas an alehouse in England might have a brewhouse as its centerpiece. as hops spread in brewing, as in hopped beer lasted longer, so it all made sense. By the late 14th century, larger commercial breweries emerged, and that shifted beer making from women at home to a more large and male-dominated enterprise. The tavern keeper in the Low Countries, around 1300, might be on the cusp of this change. Instead of brewing himself, he could buy beer from an early brewery. This was an economic shift. The era of alewives gradually gave way to the era of the Brewers' Guild and beer guilds in towns. In cities, taverns tended to specialize. There were taverns known for certain wines or dishes, inns favored by certain merchant caravans, and alehouses tied to particular neighborhoods or guilds. In London, a document from the early 15th century lists over 50 tavern names, and they all sound rather just like normal English taverns of our modern day. The Boar's Head, the Angel, the Swan. It shows how taverns used pictorial signs and names to stand out. Urban tavern keepers faced stiff competition. They also had to cultivate quite a good reputation. Prices in cities were often higher due to taxes. For example, after 1300, heavy taxes on wine in France and England made tavern wine quite expensive. But rural taverns, on the other hand, there were fewer and far between. Perhaps one every few villagers, and they might operate more intermittently, etc., only when the ale was freshly brewed. No open and closing hours, just wait for that broom to be hung up. They were on the vital highways, a lonely inn on a long road. It might only be the safe spot to stop for miles. Travelers' journals sometimes mention relief at finding a humble roadside tavern after a long and hard day's journey. Well, regional customs also influenced tavern regulations. For example, in some Italian cities, taverns had to close at night by the ringing of a curfew bell to prevent all of that late-night debauchery. And in England, there was no universal closing time in the 13th century, but local town laws might enforce Sunday closure during mass hours or ban late-night service to students. Penalties for transgressions varied. Sources from France tell of blasphemous or swindling taverns being pilloried. German towns sometimes combined the tavern trade with brewing rites in unique ways, etc. Only certain houses were granted brow and serve rights. A high medieval tavern keeper in Bavaria might thus need to be part of a guild, or officially recognized by the Duke to brew beer for sale. But despite all the differences, the unifying theme across regions and classes was that taverns were indispensable. A 12th century English text whimsically claims that ale is proof that God loves his creation, and by extension, the alehouse is a blessed place. Maybe a bit of irony, of course. Medieval people accepted taverns as part of the social landscape, sometimes praised for their hospitality, and other times blamed for society's ills, but they could never outlaw them altogether. Attempts at prohibition were virtually unknown. Alcohol was west too central to diet and culture. Even reformers who criticized taverns usually conceded that travelers and pilgrims needed somewhere to stay. We just can't leave them out in the mercy of the elements. Now that would not be very Christian at all. Well, we are drawing towards the end of our time together today. But there's a few little goodies that I've left till last. It shows a bit of the colour and character that went into the tavern. There's a few vivid little tales and facts that have emerged from the old primary sources. The first one is the tale of the two alewives. In medieval literary allegory, tavern keepers sometimes appear as stock characters. In William Langland's late 14th century poem, Piers Plowman, there was an alewife named Dame Quickly, and in some versions Betty the Brewster, who is notorious for selling bad ale and cheating her customers. She even has an epitaph that she'll be doomed for her watered-down ale. Now this poem's interesting because it notes how she dilutes ale with water and serves it in unclean vessels, deceiving both pilgrims and the poor. Yeah, it's an exaggerated satire, but it does mirror real concerns that tavern keepers had to balance that profit versus honesty. Despite church strictures, not all clergy shunned the tavern. Some monastic accounts slyly record monks sneaking out for a cheeky pint with the boys. One story tells of a monastery where the ale was so bad that certain monks regularly escaped to a nearby inn for something decent to drink, only to be caught and disciplined. This prompted the abbot to actually hire the tavern's brewer to improve the monastery's own stock. Well, let's have a little talk about tavern names and signs. Like I said at the start of the video, they're a culture unto themselves. Medieval taverns typically had symbolic names, since literacy was quite low. A tavern would be known by its sign, etc. The Green Dragon, a dragon painted on the signboard, or the crown, or perhaps the boar's head, or the flying bird, or something like this. In London, lists from the early 1400s indeed shows tavern names inspired by animals, objects, saints, and heraldry. A tavern keeper thus also had to be a bit of a marketer. The iconic painted inn sign has its roots in our own period. Well, the period we're talking about, I mean. By the High Middle Ages, it was common to hang a recognizable icon outside one's tavern. We've already noted the simpler, universal symbols like the ale stake or bush. But gradually, more personalized signage emerged. For example, Chaucer set his Canterbury Tales pilgrims gathering at the Tabard Inn. Now, tabard is a type of tunic. Likely the sign displayed a picture of a tabard coat. Indeed, Chaucer's description of that inn and its host gives us a rather delightful snapshot. The host of the tabard, Chaucer calls him Harry Bailey, is a stout and merry man who is so genial in hosting that he joins the pilgrimage as a tour guide. Chaucer's host even proposes the storytelling contest to entertain the group, a clever innkeeper turning a journey into a social game. Through this, we glimpse how talented tavern keepers could be. The life of the party, the facilitator of communities. Now, what about a few notable drinks? People had to get creative. Ale and wine, they were the staples. But there was also mead, which is a kind of wine made from honey. That was popular in regions with beekeeping. Cider was common in ale-growing areas, like Normandy or England's West Country. Though cider was often sold by farmsteads, some taverns did serve it. Spiced wines called piment or hippocras were high-end luxuries. These were my wines mixed with sugar, ginger, cinnamon, whatever spices you could get, served warm in winter. A tavern keeper might have a special recipe for a hot spiced ale or mulled wine to draw customers on cold nights. By the late 13th century, distilled spirits, the early forms of brandy and whiskey, were finally starting to appear, but still rare. A high medieval tavern wouldn't yet be selling shots of hard liquor. That came later in the late medieval period when distillation spread. But they did, however, make potent concoctions like braggart, which packed quite a punch. His ale mixed with some honey and herbs, a little bit stronger than the usual. We also have evidence of taverns hiring storytellers, or allowing theatrical troupes to perform short farces in their yards. In Southwark, near London, in the 14th century, some inn-yards were used for plays, quite a precursor to the Elizabethan theatre tradition. In village taverns, the entertainment might be more rustic. Jugglers, trained animals, or just bawdy jokes told by the locals. And on the flip side, taverns, of course, could be spots of crime. Cutpurses, that is, pickpockets, frequently crowded taverns to ply their trade. A traveller who drank too deeply might wake up to find his pockets quite lighter than expected. Of course, I suppose he could be gaslighted into thinking he just spent it all on alcohol. Savvy tavern keepers did keep an eye out for known thieves, since if word spread that one's inn was unsafe, business would drop. There's a record from Bruges of a tavern keeper who colluded with thieves. He would get wealthy foreign merchants drunk and then signal the thieves to rob them. Well, he didn't last that long. When caught, needless to say, he faced harsh justice. But most of the time, tavern keepers were very honest, cooperating with local watchmen to ensure their premises did not become dens of thieves. After all, it tends to push the customers away. Now, one more before we finish up. There is one story that shows the physical risk of the tavern trade. It actually comes in the form of a coroner's report from England in 1270. It tells of two women, Amice and Sybil, who were brewing ale in the brewhouse of an inn. As they carried a tub of boiling wort to the vat, Amice slipped and fell into the boiling liquid. Despite Sybil's quick rescue attempt, Amice was grievously scolded, and the poor thing died the next day. This tragic incident, it shows a little bit of the unseen dangers faced by tavern keepers and their workers. Open fires, heavy barrels, boiling liquid, an ever-present occupational hazard in the days long before occupational health and safety regulation. And let that remind you that while we've gone through all of this and it all sounds nice and pretty, all good fun, that there is a rather dangerous image of the tavern too. It's still medieval times, and in medieval times you are never really safe. Deus vult. God wills it. The chant echoes out as frenzied men hear the speech of Pope Urban II and prepare to go all in on a crusade to retake the Holy Land. November 1095. The heart of Christendom prepares to fight the Holy War. But why would they do that? Why exactly would tens of thousands of medieval Christians, all the way from the penniless peasant to the great lord, suddenly uproot their entire lives to fight in a foreign land they knew only of from Scripture? To the modern observer, the idea is a bit baffling, even fanatical. But to Christians of the late 11th century, the call to crusade felt not only justified, but urgent and inevitable. In their eyes, you see, the whole enterprise simply had to happen. It was, as they believed after all, ordained by God, necessary to defend the faith and rescue their brethren. But it was much more than that. This was not simply a religious war. There were so many moving parts, and so today, from a modern academic perspective, we're going to step into their shoes and explore the reasons, whether they be religious, political, social, and economic, that the contemporaries gave to themselves for embarking on this great crusade. No judgments, just observations, detached academia as usual. But first, just going to welcome you to the channel, as I always do out of habit and good manners. If you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, I would advise you to do so. And for those who are new to the channel, welcome. Thank you to those coming back. You'll notice no ads on this channel because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. If you would like to become among that crowd, well, there are links in the pinned comment and in the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, I think it's time that we go back to the 11th century and find out just what was happening. But of course, the 11th century. I doubt that anyone listening remembers what that was like. So let's start and understand the backdrop of the late 11th century and try and understand why the call to arms resonated so deeply. It was, I suppose, a time of rising confidence within Latin Christendom, but also looming threats from the outside. Europe itself was experiencing a period of dynamic change. The population, that was growing quite well. Trade, it was reviving. And the chaos of those earlier dark ages, as they were called, well, it was giving way to a more organized feudal society. It took a surprisingly long time for everyone to recover from the old order under Rome in its Western Empire sense. Those couple hundred years between the fall of Rome and those proper early Middle Ages, well, it certainly took a while for them to organize things into the new normal. Now, topic for another video, perhaps. Yet, with more people and more knights, there came more internal conflict, incessant local wars between lords and little feuds breaking out, often spilling blood on church altars and the innocent alike. The church, well, they had to try and tame this violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which urged knights not to harm the innocent and to cease fighting on holy days. The efforts were met with mixed success. By 1095, many devout leaders were anxiously seeking a way to direct the aggressive energy of Europe's warrior class toward a more righteous end. And you must think about it. You have men with lots of resources, heavily trained in combat, with nothing to do, no one to fight. Of course, they're going to end up fighting each other, causing a bit of trouble. Let's put aside the general romanticization of knights for a moment. It's not quite like the tales of Lancelot and King Arthur. Of course, there was a little bit of that going on, sure. But a lot of knights definitely felt a little constricted by their position and the expectations put upon them, especially once they started to get a little bit of that disposable income, winning that at tournaments, all the rest. Well, beyond Europe's frontiers, of course, there was a profound challenge rising, and that was the advance of the Islamic powers. Now, the biggest power at the time was the Seljuk Turks, and they were closing in on the Christian lands. You see, for centuries, Christian and Muslim forces had clashed intermittently, and most notably in Spain, where the Christian kingdoms were slowly reconquering the Muslim-held territory, and also in the Mediterranean, when Norman knights had recently seized Sicily from Muslim rule. But now, there was a very new alarm sounding from the east. The Seljuk Turks, a recently converted Muslim people, had stormed onto the scene, and they had dealt a crushing blow to the Byzantine, or Eastern Roman Empire, at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. In the aftermath, vast swaths of Byzantine Anatolia, that is modern-day Turkey, were overrun. Ancient Christian cities fell to the Turkish control now. Roads became dangerous for travelers. The good old days were well and truly over. But even pilgrims, unarmed women and men, peasants, all the rest, travelling to Jerusalem, the holiest city of Christendom, they reported increasing harassment and peril. Jerusalem itself, along with the entire Holy Land, had been under Muslim domination since the 7th century. But the Christians had generally been tolerated to live and worship there under Islamic rulers, and pilgrimage had continued. All you need to do is pay the tax, the jizya, a lot of the time. Well, all of this began to change. In the year 1009, the volatile Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim had destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the revered site of Jesus Christ's tomb, by the way, in a fit of intolerance. Of course, the Europeans, they did not take to this kindly. It sent an outrage shockwave throughout Europe. Although the church was later rebuilt, stories of its desecration lingered in Western memory. By the 1070s, the Seljuks wrested Jerusalem from the Fatimids. Rumors spread of new atrocities. Some returning pilgrims told lurid tales of Christian pilgrims being robbed, attacked, and even once they arrived at the holy places, simply being prevented from entering. What a disappointment. Well, whether exaggerated or true, the reports painted a picture of the holy city and Eastern Christians in dire need. Something had to be done. So, you can see that the roots of all of this go back almost 100 years. Well, even more than that. A few hundred years, really. It had been brewing for quite some time. Now, what about the Byzantine Empire? Because they're the real player in this. And they found themselves right on the frontier between the clash of Christendom and the Islamic kingdoms. They found themselves hard-pressed by the Turks. And by 1095, Emperor Alexios Komnenos had managed to stabilize his throne and even reclaim some territory. But he knew he could not restore all of the lost lands, at least not alone. Swallowing a good deal of pride, the emperor reached out to his fellow Christians in the West for help. And this was remarkable. You might think that the Eastern and Western Roman Empire, it's just a line they drew for convenience. But no, they had actually been estranged for about 40 years or so. The Great Schism of 1054 divided Orthodox and Catholic Christianity, and nothing breaks up friendships like disagreements in religious orthodoxy. But nonetheless, at the Council of Piacenza in March of 1095, Alexios's ambassadors delivered an urgent plea to Pope Urban II. They asked for a limited force of Western knights, mercenaries, basically, to assist Byzantium in pushing back the Turks. I suppose in their own polite way, the Eastern envoys painted a grim picture of Asia Minor laid waste and Christian churches violated by infidels, appealing to their common faith. Of course, they had different doctrines between the Catholic and the Orthodox, but they all agreed on one thing, that the Holy Land was holy, and anyone who touches the Holy Land makes not an attack on church, but an attack on God. Now Pope Urban, he listened with interest. He was a Frenchman by birth, and quite a reformist, deeply committed to strengthening the church's moral and political authority. The timing of Alexios's request was quite fortuitous. Urban had recently reasserted his control over the papacy after a long struggle with the rival pope and the Holy Roman Emperor. now that he saw his opportunity to unite the warring nobles of Western Europe under a sacred cause, while also mending fences with Byzantium and extending Rome's influence. What began as an appeal for a few hundred knights would soon swell into something far greater, a spiritual tidal wave that no one, perhaps not even Pope Urban himself, could fully anticipate. Thus, on the eve of the First Crusade, Latin Christendom stood at a crossroads, spiritually energized, but militarily fragmented, increasingly aware of threats to the fellow Christians abroad, and led by a papacy eager to assert leadership. So, I'm sure you can see how this stage is perfectly set for the enterprise that could channel religious devotion and knightly aggression into one grand venture. It was a one-stop shop. It could require a clarion call loud enough to rouse the heart of Europe, and Urban II was about to deliver exactly that. And so here we are, wheeling back to that scene in November 1095, Clermont, France. Urban II convened a great church council there, mainly to discuss reforms, but he had a kind of dramatic finale in mind. On the council's last day, the Pope stepped outside to address the masses. We are fortunate to have several near-contemporary accounts of what Urban said, though each chronicle is remembered a little bit differently. They're all pretty much the same. But the reports do agree on one thing, that Urban's speech was a tour de force that brought the crowd to a fever pitch. According to one chronicler, the Pope began by describing the plight of Eastern Christians and the barbarity of the enemy. He spoke of a horrible tale coming from Jerusalem and Constantinople. Churches desecrated, Christians driven from their homes and enslaved, and the holy places defiled. There is one recounted version, when Urban details the atrocities allegedly committed by the Turks, stories calculated to make his listeners shudder with indignation. He claims, for instance, that Christian men were being circumcised and their blood poured over altars. The Turks tortured and killed with unspeakable cruelty, and the Christian women suffered dishonor at the hands of the infidels. Quote, "What shall I say of the abominations inflicted on women?" One account has Urban declare. "To speak of it is worse than to be silent." Whether or not such lurid tales were actually true, they were certainly powerful. Nothing like that to whip up the emotions. And the message was clear. Christendom itself was under attack. They were coming for us. Its holy sanctuaries and people suffering intolerable wrongs that cried out for redress. Surely, that watching audience couldn't just sit there and let it happen. So Urban posed a challenge to the listeners. Who, if not you, will avenge this injustice? A quote from one of the texts. "On whom is the labor of avenging these wrongs and recovering this territory incumbent, if not upon you?" I suppose it was more than a call for revenge, really framed as a kind of sacred duty. Kind of like God was looking down and judging their responses. You better not give the wrong answer. The Pope reminded the largely French audience of their ancestors' glorious deeds, that heroic age of Charlemagne, when the Christian kings expanded Christ's realm by defeating pagan foes. Let the deeds of your ancestors incite you, Urban exhorted, invoking Charlemagne and the other old heroes of that age who had extended the borders of the faith. And so now, he implied that it was simply their turn to take up that mantle, live up to the legacy. But most stirring of all was Urban's appeal to liberate Jerusalem, the biblical Holy Land. In the words recorded by the monk Robert of Reims, Urban painted a contrast between the war-torn, impoverished land of Europe and the richness of the distant promise. Quote from his speech, "This land which you inhabit is too narrow for your large population, nor does it abound in wealth. It barely furnishes food enough for its cultivators. Hence, you fight and devour one another." And he was right. He was 100% correct. It was a frank acknowledgment of Europe's internal strife. Then the Pope offered a remedy, of course. "Let your quarrels end," he said. "Let wars cease among you. Enter upon the holy road to the holy sepulchre. Wrest that land from the wicked race, and subject it to yourselves." Now there's a stunning idea. All that energy, fighting between each other, redirected outward, not in the service of wealth, but in the service of God. Why spill your neighbor's blood in petty feuds, when you could fight the wicked race, i.e. the Muslims, occupying Christ's own sepulchre? Robert the monk's account continues, with Urban describing the Holy Land in almost poetic terms, to entice the crowd even further. He reminded them that this was indeed that land from Scripture, the land flowing with milk and honey, promised by God, the navel of the world, made sacred by Christ's life and death. Jerusalem, the royal city at the center of the earth, was now held captive by the enemies of God, and it begs for liberation. Urban called upon his listeners as the chosen people of God's war. He said, "From you especially, Jerusalem asks for succor, for God has given you glory in arms. Undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, and with the assurance of eternal glory in heaven." Well, it sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Remission of sins. I'm sure a few eyes darted back and forth, thinking, perhaps the sins I've committed will only be remitted if I do this. Well, the last line carried immense weight, of course. That is that spiritual reward, unprecedented in its scope, complete forgiveness from the Pope himself. This was a formal indulgence, essentially a promise that fighting for the holy war for the sake of Christ would wipe away the penance one owed for past wrongdoing. To a society deeply concerned with salvation in the afterlife, that was quite the incentive. Now imagine knights who had lived by the sword, often incurring blood guilt or excommunication for their violence, now being told that if they turned their sword in a more productive way, face it to the infidel, their sins could be washed clean. Very little wonder that the crowd, upon hearing all these appeals, roared in agreement and devotion. It kind of reminds me of when Oprah gave everybody a car. I'm sure you remember the crowd reaction. Now, let's not compare Oprah to Pope Urban II, shall we? But I'm sure you see what I'm getting at. So they shouted, Deus vult, God wills it." Moved by the unanimity, of the response, Urban reportedly rejoiced and declared, "Indeed, God has drawn this cry from you. Let it be your war cry in battle, for it comes from God." The Pope then urged all who were able-bodied and prepared for the task to take up the call. He specifically forbade the weak, elderly, or women from going, so as not to burden the army, and he encouraged those who could not fight to support the endeavor financially. Urban appointed as the spiritual leader of the expedition Bishop Adhemar of Lipoi. Now who was that? Well, he was a respected, pious cleric from the area, and he volunteered right on the spot. Well, he then set the official departure for August of 1096. The crowd surged forward to pledge themselves to the journey, many receiving a cross-shaped cloth to stitch to their tunics. The origin of the term "to take the cross," the very mark of the crusader. Now, some people think that they were stitching them straight into their skin. I've heard a few people say this before, and it seems their citation for it is the introduction of the video game Dante's Inferno. Now, don't get me wrong, it was an absolute banger, but no one was bringing out fishing hooks and stitching it directly into their skin, at least as far as I know. If they were, please correct me. So, in a mix of fiery rhetoric and heartful piety, the First Crusade was on like Donkey Kong. Urban sermon deftly wove together all the key justifications that the Christians of the time found persuasive: defense of the fellow Christians and sacred sites, righteous vengeance against cruelty, and the channeling of violent impulses toward a holy purpose, the lure of spiritual and material rewards, and the sense of participating in God's grand design. It all sounds like a pretty win-win idea for those crusaders. But let's break down each of those motivations more fully, and we'll see what made the crusade feel not just appealing, but so necessary to so many people. Okay, so at its core, the First Crusade was kind of sold and definitely embraced as this act of profound faith. It was the physical manifestation of someone's faith in God through taking up the sword with God at your back and going off to some foreign land to just beat the living hell out of complete strangers. Well, it's one way to put it. But the men and women of 1096 called it a pilgrimage, really, or a journey to Jerusalem done for Christ's sake. The word crusade comes from crux, for cross. You see, that was coined quite a bit later. At the time, participants thought of themselves first and foremost as pilgrims, but this time carrying swords. Understanding this mindset's pretty critical, by the way. They didn't see themselves as conquerors or marauders, but rather penitents and soldiers of God on a holy mission. One powerful religious motivation was the desire to liberate that holy land, especially Jerusalem. Now, of course, this was not going to come without a bloody good fight. People knew that, but they weren't going at it with bloodthirst in mind. It wasn't about that. Anyway, in Christian thought, Jerusalem, well, it wasn't just another city. It was the holiest place on the entire planet, the site of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, the location of the Holy Sepulchre, and the spiritual center of the world. Many believe that Jerusalem, because of this, should rightfully be in Christian hands, a fitting homage to Christ. You think about it this way. What if Mecca was overtaken by Christians? The Muslims would launch their own crusade, I suppose, or rather a jihad. Now, the idea that this sacred city was under the control of Muslims, whom they saw as heathens denying Christ, well, that was a deeply painful insult to pious Christians. There was this widespread yearning to restore Christian worship in Jerusalem's holy sites and to protect those places from dishonor. This was often framed not as a war of conquest, but as a moral obligation to Christ himself. Now, as Urban II implored, quote, "Let the holy sepulchre of the Lord our Saviour, which is possessed by unclean nations, especially incite you." There it is again. The Holy Sepulchre, treated with ignominy by unbelievers. That was the North Star, the rallying symbol that stirred the medieval imagination. Now, pilgrimage to Jerusalem, that was already the ultimate spiritual adventure in the Middle Ages, the top holiday destination. Those who managed to visit the holy city, rather, not the holiday city, despite the distance and danger, were revered at home as having done something courageous and holy. By recasting the Crusade as an armed pilgrimage, Urban made an innovative leap. He took up a very familiar act of devotion, pilgrimage, and fused it with a concept of holy war. Up to this point, mainstream Christian teaching had been ambivalent about warfare. Fighting was usually only condoned as a regrettable necessity in self-defense. But here, what we had was a war that was proactively called for by the sacred leadership. It had to be framed carefully to be acceptable to the Christian conscience. The solution was to emphasize the penitential aspect of the journey. Crusaders were often described as doing penance for their very act of taking up the cross. Instead of walking barefoot and unarmed to atone for sin as a typical pilgrim might, these penitents would carry a sword and lance, now weapons, symbols of God's service. But the church itself assured participants that their toils would count as a meritorious sacrifice. All the fasting, hardship, and danger they would endure on the march to Jerusalem would be like a great living prayer. If they were unlucky and died in the attempt, they were often compared to martyrs, giving their life for the love of Christ. One chronicler, Gilbert of Nogent, wrote later that God was literally pressing men's souls to undertake the Crusades as a means of salvation. The idea of dying for one's faith, that's been pretty much always honored in Christianity. The word martyr and carries quite a deep significance, not just in Christianity either. But now fighting and perhaps dying to reclaim Christ's tomb could be seen in that exalted light. Martyrdom no longer just for those disciples, priests, and all the rest. Anyone could do it. But perhaps the most concrete religious incentive was the indulgence that Urban pronounced. While the previous popes had spiritual rewards to knights fighting in Spain, Urban's promise at Clermont was unprecedented in scope. Full remission of the sins, if they truly repented. To medieval Christians, steeped in the belief that sin required penance, and that unatoned sin meant a lifetime, or rather eternity, in purgatory, or even worse if you were that unlucky. It was like being handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. Pass go, collect $200. It really is hard to overstate how motivating this was. Many knights knew that they had bloody pasts. They had killed, pillaged, perhaps even violated the peace of God. But now the church told them, go and do this one thing, and the entire slate will be wiped clean by God's mercy. One eyewitness to Clermont wrote that Urban's call was a command of Christ, and those who heeded it could substitute the expedition for all penance. So in essence, the crusade was presented as a holy shortcut to grace. Think about it. If you could, take one test, and then all of your student loan debt would be forgiven. I suppose these are we can frame them in our modern issues, I suppose. But in addition, religious culture at the time was imbued with the expectation of miracles and divine intervention. Many crusaders genuinely believed God would guide and protect them. This faith was reinforced as the expedition unfolded. In their chronicles, they credit God for every major victory. For example, when the Crusaders miraculously survived starvation and then captured the city of Antioch in 1098, they attributed to not their own skill, but God's favor. And of course, the discovering of a holy relic, that being the Holy Lance, said to be the spear that pierced the side of Christ. That, of course, boosted their morale quite a bit. Now, one leader, Count Raymond of Toulouse, insisted on carrying this relic into battle. Such events strengthened the conviction that the crusade was God's work. If hardships befell them, these were the tests of faith. If successes came, they were proof of divine blessing. And we even see a kind of apocalyptic zeal in play. Jerusalem held a place in the end-time prophecies for medieval Christians. If you're familiar with the book of Revelation and other texts, well, they hint at Jerusalem's role in this second coming of Christ. Some zealots likely believe that reclaiming Jerusalem would perhaps hasten the end of days and fulfill God's final plan for the world. While Urban II's recorded works focus on practical and pious reasons, the underlying religious sentiment among the masses, well, that certainly included hope of participating in a cosmic, divine story. Well, let's move on to a different set of justifications. Let's look at the ruling class of medieval Europe, this warrior aristocracy, knights and nobles living by the sword, both their calling and a curse. By the late 11th century, the Church had been grappling with the problem of knightly violence for generations. Knights, well, they were meant to protect the weak, uphold justice, but too often they preyed on the very people they should be defending. Feudal society was plagued by small-scale wars, disputes between lords, fights over inheritance, raids for plunder, or just vengeance. Common folk and churchmen alike suffered under this constant insecurity. The Peace of God movement, originating in France in the early 11th century, tried to forbid knights from harming non-combatants like peasants, clergy, women, and merchants. But the Truce of God went even further, and that prohibited warfare on certain days, and in Sundays, holy seasons, giving societies some kind of respite. These initiatives had a moral force, but enforcing them, that was another matter. You can make rules, sure, but rule breakers don't follow the rules. Many knights, they paid lip service to the peace and the truce, only to ignore them when ambition or anger flared up within them. The First Crusade, in the eyes of reformers like Urban II, well, that offered a brilliant solution. Turn their violent energies toward a righteous cause. Rather than unrealistically trying to make these trained warriors lay down their arms and be good little boys, the Crusade gave them a chance to use their fighting skills in a more noble manner. And so in one fell swoop, the concept of Christian knighthood was completely transformed. No longer would a knight be merely a brutal enforcer for his own gain. He could now become a soldier of Christ, as some writers proudly dubbed the Crusaders Miles Christi. Now this was indeed a radical rebranding. War, if fought for God's justice, could not be a sin but rather a path to holiness. So contemporary accounts of Urban's sermon, they also highlight this appeal to knights, you see. One chronicler, by Foucher of Chartres, who was present at Clermont, by the way, recalls Urban urging these fighting men to cease their internal wars and instead fight against the infidel. Let those who have been robbers now become soldiers. That's a quote from Fulcher's version. Let those who have formerly fought against their brothers and relatives now fight, as is right, against barbarians. The Pope was effectively saying, stop all your petty squabbles. Let's team up for the ultimate noble battle. Fulcher also notes the promise, let those who have been serving as mercenaries for a small pay now obtain the eternal reward. And there's a poignant insight there. Many landless knights hired themselves out to scratch out a meager living, becoming little better than thugs for coin. And Urban, he offered them something grander, a chance to be part of a divinely sanctioned army, gain spiritual wages far beyond gold, an eternal retirement plan. The knightly class responded with enthusiasm. To be sure, their motives were a mix of idealism and self-interest. Medieval knights were concerned with honor, fame, and fealty. The Crusade promised honor on a colossal scale, the kind that would be celebrated in songs and chronicles. And indeed, we're still talking about it, so there's that. Now we know that many prominent nobles, of course, took the cross in 1096, including some of the most renowned lords of France and Norman Italy. So let's just quickly go through a quick character list, I suppose. And we'll mention a few of them just to illustrate their mindset. So first, we had Raymond IV, that is the Count of Toulouse. We have mentioned him, one of the richest and also the oldest nobles to go. He was deeply devout. Now in 1096 he was nearing 60 years of age, and he saw the crusade as a holy mission so important that he left his vast domains, even bringing his wife and family along, believe it or not. Chronicles note Raymond's piety. He reportedly wanted to die in the Holy Land and be buried there. Well, he didn't quite die on the march, but he never returned to Europe, staying to rule in the East, a sign of his long-term commitment to the cause. Then we have Godfrey of Bouillon, a duke from Lorraine. He also took up the cross quite early, but he had a quite complicated past. He had fought for the German emperor against the papacy in earlier years. Some speculate that by joining the crusade he sought to atone for siding with the, quote, wrong side in that conflict, making peace with the church. He sold or mortgaged most of his property to finance the expedition. Pretty enormous personal sacrifice, that's for sure. And Godfrey became one of the Crusade's foremost commanders, ultimately elected the ruler of Jerusalem after its capture. Though here's something quite tellingly, he refused to wear the king's crown, quote, where Christ had worn a crown of thorns. So instead he took a different title, Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, reflecting the Christian ideal of humble service to God, even in victorious glory. But then we had Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman prince from southern Italy. He was a bit of a different sort, daring, ambitious, quite frank about seeking his fortune, to be honest with you. Bohemond had fought the Byzantines before. His father had tried to conquer the Greek Empire, so cynics might say that Bohemond joined the crusade hoping to seize land for himself. There's certainly a few eyebrows raising at that. And indeed, during the campaign, he maneuvered to claim the city of Antioch as his own principality. Yet even Bohemond cloaked his venture in piety, and he won the admiration of those as a crusader hero. He was at Clermont, too, to hear Pope Urban's call, and was moved enough to take the cross despite the rivalry with Byzantium. And that goes to show that even those with worldly aims seemed to frame their participation as knightly honor and religious duty combined. Okay, last one. Tancred of Hauteville, Beaumont's young nephew. He exemplifies this chivalrous ideal. In Chronicles, Tancred is portrayed as a model crusader, brave, relatively merciful to the conquered, and motivated by this genuine religious fervor. There is one story that is, well, admittedly it could be romanticized. It claims that Tancred lamented when the Crusaders, in the flush of victory, massacred the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He would have preferred that they convert rather than be killed. Well, whether that's true or not, such anecdotes reflect the self-image of knights as righteous warriors, not mere butchers. And it certainly goes out to those who want to save souls, rather than just send the infidels to that fiery pit. Whichever comes first, I suppose. Now, for knights like these, the crusade had a social allure beyond the spiritual. Medieval society was hierarchical and local. The noble's fame usually extended only as far as his neighbor's eyes, but answering the Pope's call, that made the knight a part of a pan-European enterprise, one that chronicles would write about for posterity, and YouTubers would make videos about 900 years later. It is really hard to underplay the romantic appeal that this held for a warrior class, raised on these epic legends. Many of them grew up hearing that tales are like the Song of Roland, stories where noble Christian knights battled pure evil. So the First Crusade in their minds was living out a similar epic on the real stage of history. It was now their turn to become the paladins of Christendom. But then you have the pragmatic social factor. The laws of inheritance, also called primogeniture, often left younger sons of nobles with no land or titles, and of course, that's quite a problem. For those landless knights, war and adventure were the only real way to make name and potentially new estates. The East, with its rich cities like Antioch and Jerusalem, beckoned as a place of opportunity. Even Urban's speech, as reported by Robert the Monk, hints at Europe being overcrowded and poor, implying the East as a land of plenty by comparison, milk and honey, just like the scriptures. But whether or not the average crusader consciously thought that I'm going to get rich, the possibility of profit and plunder, well, that certainly loomed in the background. Whether or not people like to admit it, everybody acting as pious as possible. However, importantly, the moral narrative of the crusade reframed even material gain as part of God's will. If a knight gained wealth or land during the expedition, he could believe that it was God rewarding him for his service. One high-ranking participant, Stephan of Blois, wrote cheerfully to his wife from Antioch that he had twice as much wealth now as when he left, seeing absolutely no contradiction between spiritual aims and personal benefit. There's another social element that often gets overlooked, and that's peer pressure or feudal obligation. When major lords like Raymond or Godfrey took the cross, their vassals and knights were strongly inclined to follow. Entire feudal contingents went east under the lord's banners, and in a sense it became fashionable among the nobility to join the crusade. One could gain prestige at home simply by participating, whereas declining, well, you're a bit of a coward, aren't you? Well, for those on the fence, seeking neighbors and fellow knights rush out to pledge themselves must have been quite persuasive. It's akin to a wave of enthusiasm sweeping through a warrior class. A new definition of what it meant to be a true knight emerged, one who fights for God, not just for himself. You see, the Gold Crusade didn't only inspire nobles and the hardened warrior class, but ordinary people too. Medieval society, high and low, was deeply religious. The idea of rescuing Christ's patrimony and earning eternal merit, well, that proved to be quite popular across all social classes. So within months of urban sermon, a spontaneous movement of common folk, later dubbed the People's Crusade, had ignited. This outpouring, while quite less organized and ultimately tragic in outcome, it shows how compelling the vision was to the average man on the street in 1096. So one figure stands out in the grassroots crusading enthusiasm: Peter the Hermit. He was a charismatic preacher, often described as a gaunt, barefoot monk riding a donkey, who traveled through France and Germany preaching the crusade to anyone who would listen to him. By all accounts, he was apparently quite mesmerizing. People flocked to touch his robe, or even pluck hairs from his mule's tail as if to carry a piece of this holy man's zeal. Peter the Hermit's sermons stirred villagers and townsfolk to leave their ploughs and shops and join the march to Jerusalem. And so, he became the unofficial leader of tens of thousands of would-be crusaders, but not armored knights. Farmers, laborers, women, elderly, even children, all swept up by that apocalyptic excitement. So they believed that if knights could go and fight for God's tomb, why not them as well? After all, they're Christians too. Some sources suggest that Peter preached the Lord would protect the simple and meek on this journey, possibly even working miracles on their behalf. A bold claim. Let's see how it works out. Well, we shouldn't make jokes about that now, shouldn't we? Well, the People's Crusade, as it is often called, set out in spring of 1096, months before the official departure date and largely without any church authorization. It was as if the floodgates of passion had burst. This ill-trained mob included pious souls sincerely seeking to do God's will, but also riff-raff and miscreants who saw a chance for loot or a bit of adventure. Their march across Europe was chaotic, lacking discipline. Some groups in the People's Crusade committed horrific excesses, revealing a darker side of mass zeal. Most notorious were the attacks on the Jews in the Rhineland. Certain bands of crusaders, led by minor nobles like Count Emmiko of Leiningen, decided on their way to fight the Muslim infidels, they would first need to deal with the ones that they perceived at home, i.e., the Jews. So in Speyer, Worms, Mainz, and other cities along the Rhine, these mobs massacred Jewish women, children, and the men, forcing conversions or simply slaughtering those who refused. Well, it was strongly condemned by local bishops, of course. They tried, often in vain, to shelter people. It didn't quite work out. Yet it happened, precisely because the crusading fervor was so intense, and of course, a little bit misdirected among the lower ranks. These perpetrators twisted the Crusades' idea, the war for Christianity, into an excuse to murder people, and anyone who they saw as Christ killers or infidels were on the menu for that. For them, in this reasoning, the crusade had to happen, not only in Jerusalem, but against any perceived enemy of Christ. And this is important. As a sobering note, while the main aim was freeing the Holy Land from Muslim rule, the entire atmosphere in general of holy war could ignite uncontrolled fanaticism. So, moving east, Peter the Hermit's masses and similar groups of peasants reached Byzantine territory in 1096. Unruly and hungry, the Byzantine Emperor Alexios, astonished and somewhat dismayed at these ragtag hordes suddenly showing up out of nowhere, quickly ferried them across the Bosphorus into Asia Minor, mainly just to keep them away from Constantinople. There, the People's Crusade met its doom. Unarmed peasants and undisciplined militias were no match for the seasoned Turkish troops. In the fall of 1096, these ill-fated enthusiasts were ambushed and massacred by the Seljuks shortly after entering Muslim-held territory. Only a handful of them, Peter the Hermit among them, survived to later join the main Crusade armies. The People's Crusade, despite its tragic end, exemplifies how ordinary Christians of the time felt the Crusade was necessary and urgent. Many of these folks had very little to gain materially. Some even was walking barefoot, trusting God to provide. Motivations were often naively spiritual. Chroniclers like Albert of Aachen relate almost unbelievable anecdotes. A segment of common crusaders became so carried away that they followed a goose and a goat that they claimed were filled with the Holy Spirit and divinely ordained to lead them to Jerusalem. So picture that, scores of devout peasants walking behind the goose, singing hymns and sincerely believing that God's voice was guiding the animal to the holy place. Seems a bit silly, but it does show the nearly hysterical level of religious excitement, a mass psychosis of faith. Well, what about the economic factors? At least for the common people. You see, while knights needed costly armor and thus often had to sell off their lands or take loans to finance their trip, the poorer crusaders obviously had quite fewer resources. Some very real economics underlay their decisions. A peasant living in grinding poverty under heavy feudal burdens might see the crusade as a kind of chance to start up a new life, or at least a temporary escape from their woes. The Middle Ages had limited mobility. To go on a crusade was in some cases to throw off one's feudal obligations. The Church tried to ease the way by, for example, suspending debts for those who took the cross and forbidding creditors to seize their lands while they were away. And this meant a debtor could depart without fear of returning to complete ruin. Something like a fresh start. I mean, when you have nothing to lose. Well, townspeople, too, might have been enticed by the thought of profitable trade in the East, or simply swept up by pious patriotism for Christianity. Urban had explicitly encouraged the rich to aid the poor in going, and indeed many nobles did sponsor and equip poorer neighbors or neighbors or vassals to join the march, and this created a sense of communal endeavor. Everybody, rich or poor, could share in the spiritual riches of the crusade. All of this mass enthusiasm was further stoked by a network of itinerant preachers, and that's beyond Peter the Hermit. All across France and Germany, clergymen took up Urban's cause, preaching in churches, public squares. They all spoke in the vernacular languages, so even the illiterate listeners could grasp the message. Now, do remember that back in those days, the Bible was not translated for the common people to read. You would go to a mass in Latin and just, ask questions to the preacher afterwards, I suppose. Well, miracles, too. They were reported as signs of God's divine favor. There were tales of heavenly lights pointing the way east, or if divine apparitions urging people to go on, well, they were considered miracles too. In Genoa, it's said that the city's patron saint appeared in a vision to assure support for a fleet. Whether that's true or rumor, it certainly galvanized those faithful. And by the time the main armies of the First Crusade left Europe in the late summer of 1096, an estimated 60 to 100,000 people were on the move, including non-combatants. Now, this was an unprecedented migration. It included women, some who went to support their husbands, priests, to provide spiritual guidance, and all manner of camp followers. The journey was extremely arduous, across the Balkans, through the harsh winter in Anatolia and beyond, but the motivating fire for many was the vision of the holy city, and the conviction that they were part of God's grand plan. Now it is worth emphasizing, too, that many truly experienced what they thought was divine intervention along the way. When hardship struck, starvation, disease, heat, it caused disillusionment in some. A few turned back, yet a core persisted, bolstered by religious resolve and by leaders who kept reminding them of the sacred purpose. A sunk cost fallacy, I suppose. Thus, popular fervor was both the fuel and at times the uncontrolled wildfire of the crusade. It made it a people's movement, in addition to a princely one, and it just shows again why contemporaries felt that it had to happen right now. A French farmer in the day might say, well, we just simply have to help our Lord and our brothers. God himself calls us. There was a sense of immediacy. Many believed that failing to respond to God's summons would invite divine wrath, or at least be a terrible shame. And if everybody else was going off to the crusade, you wouldn't want to be the one guy in the village who didn't. Only so many ordinary folk convinced and participating, the First Crusade took on this air of a popular apocalypse, a showdown between the faithful and the forces of darkness. And in every way, every Christian soul could play their own part. Anyone can be a hero. Of course, faith and fervor, they were the driving forces. But we'd be a bit silly to ignore the political and economic factors that made the whole thing feasible, and also in some leaders' eyes desirable. Here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you. No matter what they tell you, you've always just got to follow the money. Someone benefits. Someone's making something. It doesn't mean that the whole ideal is null and void. But where there's money to be made, the people who want to make it all rush on in. Now, the late 11th century, that was a time in general of intense papal ambition and Christian statecraft, and the Crusaders served those ends, even as it wore the mantle of piety. So, let's consider all of that now. Look at how the political motives align sometimes a little uncomfortably with the more religious and pious narrative. First, the papacy itself had reasons to champion such a venture. Pope Urban II, as we have mentioned, was a reformer following in the footsteps of the great Pope Gregory VII. Now, as for Gregory, he'd once envisioned raising an army of knights to aid Byzantium and maybe even reclaim Jerusalem as early as the 1070s. Well, spoiler alert, that plan never materialized due to conflicts in Europe. But it does show that the idea was germinating in reformist circles. By 1095, Urban saw an opportunity to assert the leadership of the Roman Church over all Christendom. If the Pope could raise an army by mere power of his word, an army not to fight other Christians, as in past political quarrels, but to fight the enemies of God, it would dramatically elevate the spiritual authority of his office. And yes, it is a hell of a legacy. No pun intended with the usage of the word hell. He would, in effect, become the leader of not just the papacy, but Christendom in a very tangible way, commanding not just prayer and doctrine, but armies of the faithful. And you have to remember, at this time, the papacy had been locked in a struggle with secular rulers, the investiture controversy with the Holy Roman Empire, who had ultimate sway over Christendom. The First Crusade, whether intentionally or not, seems to have sidestepped all of these little squabbles. And no reigning king, by the way, went on the crusade. The King of France, Philip I, was excommunicated at the time and stayed home. The Holy Roman Emperor, Henry IV, was tied up in a conflict with the Pope. And the King of England, William II, well, he just wasn't interested. Yeah, no interest from the English, I'm afraid, in the First Crusade. And so this left Urban with a clear field to rally the nobility and knights without royal interference. It is a telling detail. The Crusades were largely led by second-tier monarchs and great lords, rather than kings, and it meant that the Pope's influence was very important. In calling and legitimizing the Crusade, Urban was effectively superseding kings in the eyes of many, a bold statement of papal primacy. Of course, if the kings aren't around, who's the second in command? This whole thing was Urban's idea in the first place, so he better be around to take a bit of responsibility. Now, let's consider the Byzantine angle. Emperor Alexios Komnenos, who had asked for help and surely hoped for a force he could control or that would return his lost territories to him. Urban's call fulfilled part of that request. It brought a force far larger than Alexios expected, even frighteningly so. From a Western perspective, aiding fellow Christians in the East was a noble justification. Chroniclers often mention that the Eastern Church was in anguish and needed relief. Urban's own letter to the French churches after Clermont framed this crusade as coming to the rescue of Eastern Christendom. He wrote, "The Christians of the East have implored our aid." This fostered a sense of Christian unity across East-West lines, a potentially healing gesture after the schism. Some believe that Urban also had in mind the reunion of the churches under Rome's leadership. A little ambitious. But if Western knights saved Byzantium, perhaps the Byzantine Church would acknowledge the debt that they owed to the papacy. In any case, to an 11th century Christian knight fighting to protect fellow Christians, whether they be Greeks, Armenians, Syrians, etc., from Turkish oppression, well, that was a just and noble cause. For the great lords who led the Crusade armies, the Prince's Crusade, as we might now call it, political and territorial ambitions walked hand in hand with piety. And don't be naive. Don't think that those like Bohemond, Raymond, or Baldwin of Boulogne were indifferent to worldly gains. Once again, we can't slip into this romanticism of King Arthur-like knightly virtue. Quite a few of them hoped to carve out their own leaderships in the East, and indeed, as events turned out, some Crusade leaders became rulers of the new Crusader states. Baldwin took Edessa in 1098 and later became the king of Jerusalem. Bohemond settled as the Prince of Antioch. Was this outcome completely planned from the start? What do you think? Well, not officially. If it was, they didn't talk about it out loud. They all swore oaths to Emperor Alexios in Constantinople to return former Byzantine lands to him. But the temptation of land and tithe in the exotic East proved to be a little too strong. When Alexios did not or could not help at crucial moments, like during the siege of Antioch, Crusade leaders felt released from their promises. They often justified taking possession of cities in moral terms, either as fair reward for their bloodshed or because the Greeks, quote, abandoned the Crusaders, thus voiding any obligation they had to them. In the context of 1095 to 99, it's important to note that these princes could sincerely reconcile ambition with holy purpose. An idly lord might rationalize, God wants us to have these lands to better defend Christendom on earth. For example, when Baldwin of Boulogne assumed control of the county of Edessa, becoming the first Crusader prince to found a state, by the way, he did so at the invitation of Christian Armenians living there, who needed protection against the Muslims. Baldwin became the adopted heir of an Armenian lord and took over Edessa's governance. One could view this cynically as opportunism. Baldwin's first thought was not Jerusalem, but securing a personal domain. But look at it from another angle. Baldwin's actions planted a Christian bastion deep within enemy territory, and arguably, that was going to be a pretty big advantage for a wider crusade. I suppose maybe a little bit of both columns is true. Baldwin likely saw it as a fortunate turn for himself and a service to the cause, protecting fellow Christians on the flank of the main army. This dual reasoning shows how Crusaders merged this principle with a kind of pragmatism. Now, in terms of economic motives, yes, they were there, but they played a little bit of a subtler role. Behind the nobility stood the Italian mercantile cities. Think about Genoa, Pisa, Venice, and they were quick to support the Crusade with ships and supplies. Really, the best thing they could do was provide a navy. These city-states recognized that if the Levantine ports were captured by Latin Christians, it would open lucrative trade routes for them. Almost as soon as Crusaders began winning victories, Italian fleets arrived to assist. And, of course, to share in the profits. Cha-ching. Plenty of them to be had. For instance, a Genoese fleet helped the Crusaders take Antioch and later Jerusalem, and in return, Genoa received trading quarters and privileges in those cities. While these arrangements were not the initial driver of the crusade, the expectation of an economic reward certainly helps get support from those who might otherwise remain on the sidelines. Like we always say here, it always greases the wheels. A merchant or craftsman might justify backing the crusade, or even going in person, by the prospect that new markets and wealth would flow from a Christian-controlled Holy Land. And again, the medieval mindset, commerce and faith, they weren't really contradictory. Success in trade, well, that's just another one of God's blessings. Another angle of political motivation was the prestige and influence to be gained by participants. For younger nobles without much inheritance, joining the crusade in the retinue of a famous lord offered quite a chance of advancement. Many obscure knights made names for themselves through bravery or leadership during the crusade. Chronicles celebrated individuals who would otherwise be forgotten simply because they took part in this grand affair, a rare opportunity for social mobility, or at least fame, a kind of feudal ambition. Well, there is also this balance of sincere faith and shrewd politics, which is perhaps embodied best by Pope Urban II himself. After Clermont, he continued preaching throughout Europe, drumming up support for the expedition. He must have been astounded by the scale of the response. It exceeded even the most optimistic of hopes, yet he always framed the crusade as fundamentally a spiritual endeavor. If there were political side benefits, healing the schism, asserting papal leadership, curbing nightly violence at home, these were portrayed as happy little accidents, a corollary to doing God's work. In fact, Urban never visited the Holy Land, nor did he live to see the outcome. He died in 1099, just 2 weeks after Jerusalem fell, apparently without even knowing the news. Yeah, it took a while for the news to reach back then. But he had set in motion a movement that would recast the political landscape of the Mediterranean, and from a long-term perspective, the Crusade created Latin Christian states in the East and dramatically increased Western influence. Those outcomes might have been intended or perhaps unintended, but for the people of the time, they were often interpreted as part of God's providence. So, political motivations in their thinking did not really detract from the sense of righteousness. Really, they were entwined. A medieval noble or clergyman could believe that strengthening Christendom's unity and territory was itself a godly goal. There was no hard separation between political and religious spheres as we might think of today. No separation of church and state back then. The church was the state. Installing a Christian prince in Antioch or a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem, that was seen as both a strategic win and a spiritual triumph. And so there it is. Having travelled through all these facets of the First Crusade's justification, where exactly do we arrive to? Well, I suppose from the perspective of the people back then, it was a convergence of righteous cause, divine command, and just communal will. And yes, it did have to happen, because it answered a profound spiritual need, a pressing call for help from fellow Christians, and even a social necessity to quell violence at home, propelled by this genuine devotional energy as well as earthly hopes of those who took part. And so I think that is enough for today. The steady rhythm of oars and the glint of morning light on seawater. A long, sleek Viking ship emerges from the mist. In 787, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records the first arrival of 3 ships on English shores, an event so unprecedented that the local official who rode out to meet them knew not what they were. And when he did meet them, he was promptly slain. A few years later, in 793, the same chronicle tells of heathen men ravaging the holy island of Lindisfarne, presaged by fiery dragons seen in the sky. These dragons, they were both an omen and a metaphor, and it reflects how closely Viking longboats were associated with dread. Yet beyond the fear they instilled in their distant victims, the ships were a source of pride for their makers, innovation, and even identity. They were vehicles of not only war but trade, instruments of exploration and colonization, and of course potent symbols woven into myths and sagas. So let's learn all about Viking longboats today. That's an interesting topic. There's a lot of little details and eccentricities that you might not know, So over the next hour, I think you're going to learn quite a lot about them. But let me welcome you to the channel first. If you're new here, I invite you to click that subscribe button and leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, we are 100% ad-free on this channel, and quite proudly so. But we are only able to do this because of the generous support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and those who decided to check out the merch store. So thank you so much for anybody choosing to check out those avenues. Now, without further ado, let's begin this very long video. Well, let's start by saying that Viking longboats certainly did not emerge in a vacuum, but rather were the product of a long-standing Scandinavian boat-building tradition, one refined over hundreds of years. In fact, archaeological finds reveal that by the early Viking Age, that is, the 8th century, the dates that we have already mentioned, the Lindisfarne range and so on, Norse shipwrights had already mastered a distinctive construction technique. This is known as clinker building. Let me explain. In clinker-built ships, the hull is formed from long oak planks that actually overlap one another like the scales of a fish, fastened with tens of thousands of iron rivets. This method produced a hull that was both strong and flexible, able to twist and flex in heavy seas, rather than shatter like other boats would. Contemporary descriptions emphasize the elegant symmetry and lightness of the vessels. They were slender and flexible, with symmetrical ends and a true keel. Ultimately, crafted for speed, the ends of the ship rose in graceful curves, often terminating in upturned prows. And some of those prows may have been carved with animal heads, hence the terms like dreki or dragon ship in later sagas, though this detail is known mainly from later literary sources. But what we can know for certain is that by the Viking Age, these ships featured a sturdy keel running along the base for stability, and a mast to carry a sizable woolen sail, another crucial innovation that, combined with oars, gave the longboat its famous versatility. Now, in terms of structure, a typical Viking longboat had a long and narrow hull, with a ratio of length of around 6:1 or greater, and that enabled it to cut swiftly through water. A well-preserved example is the Oseberg ship, a 9th century vessel excavated from a burial mound in Norway. It's about 22 meters in length and 5 meters wide, and the elegant lines and carvings demonstrate the craftsmanship of a Viking shipwright. Its shallow draft, only about a meter, by the way, meant it could navigate waters that were mere shallows and even land directly on beaches, a feature that astonished those accustomed to deep keel ships of the south. The Anglo-Saxon monk Alcuin, writing after the Lindisfarne raid, marveled at how the Viking ships could suddenly appear, quote, and sail back on the sea like phantoms, another testament to their speed and the Norse advantage of mobility. It was the light weight that meant that they could even be carried over portages when necessary. That's right, just taken out of the water and carried over. It's hard to imagine that with a ship, but that's what they were doing. Not the first instance of this, certainly not the last. Well, this portability also allowed Vikings to drag ships over land between rivers or even around fortifications, literally bringing their navy across continents. The basic design of the longboat was time-tested. It drew from earlier Germanic vessels, for instance the 4th century Nydam boat found in present-day Denmark, It shows many features that Vikings would later perfect. Except for one thing, the Niden boat lacked a sail. By the 8th century, sails had been adopted pretty much universally, greatly extending the range of Scandinavian ships. With a single square sail of wool, sometimes up to 100 square meters on larger ships, mounted on a mast amidships, a Viking longboat could harness the North Atlantic winds. But when the wind failed, or precision maneuvering was needed, crews would take up the oars. Oarports along the gunwales or the sides of the boat indicate typical crews of anywhere from a dozen rowers on smaller boats to 30 or more on the bigger ones. For example, let's take the Ostberg ship that we've mentioned. It has 15 oarports on each side for 30 rowers in total. And saga sources speak of even larger ships. Now every detail of the design balanced speed, agility, and seaworthiness. The longboat's hull, wide amidships, and tapering to pointed bow and stern, gave it stability in rough seas while preserving a shallow draft. Its double-ended shape, symmetrical bow and stern, meant it could reverse direction easily without having to turn around. A handy trait for quick beach landings and, of course, retreats. Even the steering oar, that being the rudder in naval terminology, and yes, I'll try to do my best with the naval terminology and explain everything. The steering oar was innovatively mounted on the starboard, that being the right side on a pivot, and that would allow the helmsman to take fine control and make these fine movements. But the Vikings were also not prone to writing treatises about their ships, but later medieval saga writers convey a sense of universal admiration for the design. No matter what happened and all of the wars, they certainly had to admit that they had pretty good boats. One saga writer explains that a true king's ship could be the finest blend of form and function, long and slender as a serpent, yet strong-timbered and high-sided. And indeed, the very term long ship, that is langskip in Old Norse by the way, came to denote these war cruisers par excellence, in contrast to broader cargo ships. Still, the underlying design principles, clinker hull, keel, shallow draft, single mast with a square sail, they were common across different types of Viking vessels. It was a modular design that shipbuilders could scale up or down as needed, producing boats fit for fishing and local ferrying, all the way to grand royal longboats that could carry hundreds of warriors. But building a Viking longboat, that was pretty difficult. In fact, it was a community endeavor, not to mention an act of expert craftsmanship. It's not just like smacking together a small raft or barge to go down the river. Norse shipbuilders, often working near wooded shores or fjords, knew how to extract the best work from their materials. Quite ahead of their time, actually. Now, in terms of the wood of choice, that was oak. For the hull, mainly. It was tough, rot-resistant, and pretty abundant in Scandinavia. Shipwrights would fell tall, straight oaks and split them lengthwise to create the strakes or planks for the hull. Using the natural curve of the tree branches, they fashioned ribs and frames that would support the planking. The construction was done hull first. Builders laid the keel, and then raised the stem and stern posts, and then attached plank after plank, each overlapping the last in that clinker style. As one plank was secured to the next with iron rivets, the ship slowly took shape like a giant wooden shell. It was only after the hull was complete that the internal frames and crossbeams would be fitted, a technique that produced a very fair hull shape, and allowed for a bit of flexibility, which is very important when you're being thrashed about in the sea. Rivers not so bad, but the sea between, well, up near the North Sea, between that passage of Scandinavia and England, that can be quite a bumpy ride. Contemporary accounts from the sagas give a vivid sense of the labour involved. For example, in Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla, the saga of Olag Tryggvason, we read of how King Olaf commissioned the greatest longship of his time. Many hands were put to work, and quote from the text, some to fell wood, some to shape it, some to make nails, some to carry timber, and all that was used was of the best. And yeah, this matches what archaeology suggests, that building a longboat was a highly organized process. Skilled craftsmen called shipsmiths oversaw the shaping of each plank, so it would fit snugly along to its neighbor. Iron rivets, referred to as nails in the saga, though they were actually clenched rivets with a row of plate, were forged in quantity. The Heimskringla account even describes an incident where the master builder, displeased with the shape of the hull, secretly went along one side of the unfinished ship and carved a series of notches. The next day the workers were horrified to find the hull seemingly ruined, but the builder calmly shaved down the planks to remove the notches, thereby fairing the hull to a more graceful form. I mean, he could have just told them, but well, that wouldn't make for a very good story, wouldn't it? This is why, as well, a lot of these stories from sagas and everything, sometimes you can't take them exactly as a historical fact. You can take them more as a parable, a kind of moral story, this kind of thing. Not dismissing it, just adding that little pinch of salt that we need with these sorts of things. Anyway, King Olaf and his men concluded that the ship was a lot better looking for this adjustment, showing the artistry involved in achieving an optimal hull shape. Now, the raw materials required to build a large longship, they were quite considerable in themselves. One reconstruction, the Sea Stallion of Glendalough, that is a modern replica of a 30-meter Viking warship, illuminates this scale. You see, the builders roughly needed 150 cubic meters of wood, primarily fresh oak for planking and naturally curved oak limbs for the frames. Approximately 400 kilograms of iron were required to forge the rivets and bolts holding the ship together. Kilograms, of course. 1 kilogram is like 2 pounds, so think about 800 pounds of iron. And then around 3,000 meters of hemp rope were made for the rigging. Everything from the thick stay that held the mast to halyards, sheets for the sail, and mooring lines. Now, as for the sail itself, it was woven from wool, and it could be 100 square meters in area for a big warship. Producing such a sail, of course, is a massive task, usually involving the Viking Age women experts in spinning and weaving. A single sail might consume the wool of hundreds of sheep and require several man-years of labor to produce by hand. All these materials were assembled using simple tools, axes, draw knives, augers. Yet the precision achieved is evidenced by the ships that we do have surviving. The planks of the Gokstad and Oseberg ships, for example, they're so finely jointed that even after 1,000 years in the earth, the hulls held together when excavated. Now, if that's not built to last, I don't know what is. But it is important to note that Viking shipwrights built without detailed blueprints, at least as we know them. Knowledge was rather passed down orally and through apprenticeship. The proportions were likely laid out by eye and experience alone, perhaps guided by simple measuring rods or templates for curves. In the sagas, exceptional builders were admired almost like sorcerers of their time. Their craft seemed to be magical, but underlying their skill was a deep empirical understanding of wood's properties and the sea's demands. They shaped each plank to meet the next at just the right angle, forming a watertight lap joint sealed with tarred animal hair or moss. They drove rivets through the pre-drilled holes and pinned them over iron roves, that is, washers, to clinch the planks tight. They then fashioned sturdy oak ribs and beams to brace the hull interior, yet often left the hull planking itself as the main strength, a kind of natural monocoque design that could flex in the waves. Got to have a bit of give, that's for sure. This is also a technique that they use in making housing and buildings in general a little bit more earthquake-proof. If we look at the Japanese building traditions, especially the pagodas and all the rest, there's no actual nails in them. Rather, everything fits together in a way that it can slide around and react to any external disturbances. A little bit different from the Viking tradition, of course, but it's just another example of having this necessary movement within building and construction, whether that be stationary structures or boats or anything else. Well, anyway, when all the woodwork was done, the longboat would be finished with more practical details. A steering oar mounted on the starboard side towards the stern, rowers' benches or thwarts, which were often removable, by the way, and sometimes decking at bow and stern to serve as fighting platforms or cargo space. The hull was typically coated with a mixture of pine tar and oil to make it waterproof, giving the ships a dark, glossy finish, and also a distinctive, resiny smell. Some ships may have featured colorful painted shields hung over the gunwales when going into battle. One image made iconic by the later artwork in the Bayeux Tapestry, which, though depicting 11th century Normans, does show similar ships. Normans, of course, being descendants of Vikings. Yes. Now, the result of this building process was a longboat that could be both lightweight and incredibly durable. For example, the Gokstad ship, which is from around 890 and found in Norway, had a keel plank nearly 18 meters long and a broad, sturdy hull. Tests with replicas showed that such a ship could endure oceanic voyages and even surf down large waves. The Gokstad's builders inserted removable oar plugs so the oar ports could be closed at sea, and that prevented water ingress. A small design element, but a very crucial one. And indeed, many such clever touches appear in Viking longships, and this proves that they were not crude barbarian crafts, but rather very sophisticated vessels honed for performance. It was science. You don't think of the Vikings doing science, but what else would you call this? It's pure science, practical, for the purpose and for the time. But in economic terms, a large longship was an expensive investment. It certainly did not come cheap. It required contributions of iron, which in the Viking Age meant laborious smelting of bog iron ore, and skilled labor over many months. Kings and earls sponsored shipbuilding, and laws in some Scandinavian kingdoms stipulated that communities must collectively outfit ships for defense. Thus, the longboat was a communal achievement. When a new ship was launched, it represented the manpower, material, and ambition of an entire village or clan. So you can imagine the scene. After those years of weaving that sail, all those months of getting the wood and the iron and everything, Certainly imagine on that maiden voyage, the whole village coming out to wave as the warriors go off to war. Maybe to their doom. Who knows? But the important part is they go together on that ship that everybody built. Now I'm sure you've got a image in your head. One from the images you've already seen, and two from what we've just discussed over the last 20 minutes. But not all Viking ships were the same. It's just like how the modern navy has specialized vessels. The Norsemen had different ship types, some optimized for war, some for trade, and other purposes. But broadly, Viking ships can be divided into two categories in the literature side of things, that is, warships, often called longships, and merchant vessels. However, this is a bit of a simplification. There is a bit of an overlap. A sturdy cargo ship might join a war fleet, and a warship certainly carried trade goods or settlers at times. Nevertheless, understanding the ideal types helps us shed a bit of light on the Viking naval capabilities. So let's start with the warships. These are the iconic Viking raiding vessels. Long, narrow, fast. The Norse called them various names. Snake, swift cutter, dreki or dragon, if they were adorned with a dragon-head prow, which of course would be quite threatening to see come out in the early morning. A typical war longship, like a snekja or a snake, might be around 17 to 20 meters long, and carrying perhaps 20 pairs of oars, even 40 rowers, and additional crew. It had a sleek profile and a shallow draft, enabling quick movement in coastal or rivers. Sagas and chronicles highlight the speed and movement and striking power of these ships. For example, the annals of St. Bertin record that in 845 a Viking force of 120 ships sailed up the Seine River to besiege none other than Paris. The Frankish chronicler marvels at how swiftly they moved and how unstoppable they seemed to be on the river. Warships were light enough that their crews could drag them onto a beach or even across a strip of land to bypass defenses. This was not just theoretical. In Eastern Europe, the Norse Rus adventurers reportedly portaged their longboats between river systems to reach the Black Sea. The primary chronicle of the Eastern Slavs, not cited here but well known, describes Viking Rus hauling their boats around rapids on the Dnieper. At the high end of warship design were the great ships of kings. They were longer, and of course carried quite a few more men. The most famous is perhaps Olag Tryggvason's longship, the Ormur Inlangi, or Long Serpent. According to Snorri's account, which we have mentioned, that saga, the Long Serpent had 34 rowing benches, and that implies 68 oarsmen, plus additional crew, easily over 100 men in total. It was said to be 43 meters in length, and lavishly decorated with gilded dragon heads and tails. While saga figures might be exaggerated, archaeological evidence confirms Vikings did build some very large warships, especially by the late Viking Age. The discovery of the Roskilde 6 longship in Denmark, which is dated to around 1025, revealed a vessel about 37 meters long, a true leviathan of its day. These great warships, sometimes called drekar, were prestige objects, intended for the retinues of kings. They could outpace smaller ships, and overwhelm by sheer capacity. Saxo Grammaticus, in the Gesta Danorum, even mentions legendary fleets of 150 ships, and a fantastical armada of 3,000 vessels under King Canute. But hold your horses, these are likely exaggerations, and probably wildly exaggerated. But they are indicative of the psychological impact of a Viking navy. What unified the warship class was their emphasis on speed and maneuverability over cargo space. Their hulls were narrower, and beams were relatively slim. They often had higher freeboard than merchant ships, that is, side height, by the way, to allow fighting from the decks and to handle the rough waters. But they ultimately remained open boats, without full decks. Warriors in battle would station themselves along the gunwales, sometimes lashing ships together to create a stable fighting platform, as described in accounts of naval battles. One example of that, by the way, is the Battle of Svolder around year 1000, where Olav Tryggvason's ships were tied together to resist boarding. It's tactics like that show the Viking warships were effectively extensions of land armies underwater. Long, stable platforms for hand-to-hand combat, yet quite capable of swift movement and rapid retreats when needed. So let's talk about the merchant ships. Slightly less exciting than the warships. But don't worry, they've got some eccentricities of their own. Now they were called Nar, and that's spelled Knarr. In contrast to the lean warships, the Viking merchant vessels, also known as kaupskip or buying ship, were built for capacity and open ocean sailing. A Nar was typically shorter and much broader in beam, and we do have one well-studied example, Skjoldelev I, a wreck found in Roskilde Fjord in Denmark. It's about 16 meters long and nearly 5 meters wide. With its deep hull, it could carry up to 24 tons of cargo, far more than a longship could. The hull of a Nar was fuller and deeper, giving it a draft of around 1.5 meter when loaded. This greater depth and a shorter length made it slower under oar, and indeed Nars had few oar positions, often just for harbor maneuvering, but they were optimized for sailing on the high seas. A single large square sail propelled these ships in their hull form and allowed them to ride out the ocean waves with heavy loads. I suppose you could say the Nars were the workhorses of Viking trade and colonization. They're the kinds of ships that would have carried timber, furs, iron, wool, all the other trade goods that were needed. And they would carry them from Scandinavia to ports as far as the British Isles, the Baltic, and Francia. One historical account from the late 9th century describes a Norwegian trader, Othere, who sailed his cargo ship from Norway around England, and even up to the White Sea in the Arctic. Journeys only feasible in a stout sailing Nar. The longships were tough, but not quite built for that purpose. Now these ships, the Nars, were also likely the ones used to transport families and livestock to new settlements. The sagas of the Norse settlement of Iceland and Greenland, such as the saga of Eric the Red, describe how groups of settlers loaded their belongings, livestock, and kin into the great Nar. And indeed, Nars routinely crossed the North Atlantic, ferrying sheep, cattle, and horses to Greenland, returning with walrus ivory, hides, and exotic goods. In 1000, Leif Erikson's voyage to Vinland, that is Newfoundland, was almost certainly in a Nar, a ship capable of handling the open Atlantic and carrying bulky provisions and any trade acquisitions. Think of timber and grapes, as the legend holds, back to Greenland. One hallmark of Nar design was the small crew requirement. You see, a Nar might only have 6 to 8 crew members, relying mostly on sail power rather than the brute strength of the oarsmen. And this was sufficient for long voyages, leaving more room for cargo and reducing the need to carry food for large numbers of rowers. In contrast, a warship required a big crew of rowers who were essentially its engine. I suppose we can use those modern terminologies. We get away with it once or twice. Well, this difference meant that a Viking chieftain planning a trading expedition could do so with a fraction of the manpower needed for a raid. A practical distinction when considering the economics of Viking ventures. So between these two ends of the spectrum, the longship and the gnar, lay many intermediate types. There were smaller coastal and fishing boats, like the ferja or ferry boat, and the feiring, a four-oared small boat. But there were also hybrid ships too, sometimes referred to as karvi, which might carry 10 to 20 oars per side, usable for both raids and general transport. One interesting variant, though, was the byrding, mentioned in some sources, a small cargo boat, perhaps used for coastal trade or supplying larger fleets. The Vikings adapted their boat designs to particular needs: narrow, shallow draft boats for navigating the twisting rivers of Russia, broader, stable vessels for the North Sea trade, and so on. Everything was always built for purpose, whether that be war or trade. The Norse also continued to innovate. There was no one-and-done option when it came to ships. By the end of the Viking era, the 11th century, some warships began to incorporate features for even greater speed under sail, such as lowering the weight aloft. The Bayeux Tapestry famously depicts a Norman longship with striped sails and animal-head prows, direct descendants of the Viking longboat, carrying William the Conqueror's invasion force, a reminder that the ship technology did not vanish with the Viking Age, but rather evolved into medieval navies. Well, Viking maritime culture certainly produced a diverse fleet. No one can argue that. Each type played a role in the Norse expansion. The longboat, in a narrow sense, was the raider's razor, meant to strike fast and hard, and the gnar was the settler's and trader's wagon, built to endure long hauls and heavy loads. But both of these ships were the expressions of the same underlying nautical genius, just calibrated for different priorities. And together they enabled the multifaceted nature of the Viking enterprise. Not only swift raids and daring battles, but also long-distance trade networks, and the founding of new communities across the sea. But let's talk more in particular about raiding and war. From the Loire to Lindisfarne, the Mediterranean to the Volga, the appearance of a Viking longship, or even more of them, often heralded sudden violence and upheaval. In warfare, the longboat gave the Norse a strategic and tactical edge that left contemporaries panically scrambling to adapt. Medieval chroniclers, often on the receiving end of Viking attacks, remark frequently on the speed, mobility, and surprise afforded by these ships, with a mix of admiration and terror. The Frankish scholar Ermentarius, describing a Viking raid, lamented how the Northmen's ships could penetrate every river like serpents and strike deep inland where no enemy had been seen before. The historical record is replete with such accounts, which when analyzed shows how revolutionary the Viking use of longboats really was in an era when most European powers had, minimal naval capabilities. War was about fighting on land in those days. Here's a case in point: the raid on Paris in 845. In the Annals of Saint Bertin, recorded in March of that year, quote, 120 ships of the Northmen sailed up the Seine to Paris, laying waste everything on either side. The West Frankish king, Charles the Bold, hastily mustered forces, but realized he could not easily catch or defeat these river-borne raiders. In the end, he paid them off with a heavy ransom. 7,000 pounds of silver, by the way. That's pretty damn heavy. But it did make them go away. Well, this illustrates how Viking longships in war functioned like a fast-moving attack craft, able to exploit waterways as highways into the heart of enemy territories, bypassing all of those beach outposts. The same annals mention that elsewhere, a Viking fleet of 600 ships attacked along the Elbe, likely an exaggeration in number, but clearly reflecting a multiple squadron force operating simultaneously. Terrifying prospect of the time. Even if it's only 100 ships, still not good. But what made them so effective in war? It was all about the speed and shallow draft. A Viking longship under a skilled crew could average 5 to 10 knots under oar, and perhaps 10 to 15 under sail with a good wind. Enemy coast guards or militias rarely had any time to make an effective response before the Vikings had landed, plundered, and departed. The show was all over by the time they had their mail on. These ships could navigate shallow estuaries and rivers that were impassable to larger ships or to cavalry by land. In England, Vikings famously sailed up the Ouse, the Trent, and the Thames, parking their ships near towns and monasteries that thought themselves to be well and truly safe so far away from the coast. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry for the year 866 describes a great heathen army of Danes landing from a fleet in East Anglia, then proceeding overland to capture York in the next year, 867. The Chronicle doesn't detail the ships, but earlier it notes the shock of the first incursions in 1789. The first 3 ships of the Northmen arrived and killed the local reeve, as mentioned before. Well, by the late 9th century, Vikings were arriving with scores of ships, essentially a sea-borne army. Tactically, Vikings often chose moments of chaos, bad weather, religious feast days. Those were their times to strike, when people would least expect it, or on the feast days where people were just really drunk. And these were their time to strike, leveraging the all-terrain capability of their vessels. The longbows could be dragged into hiding up narrow creeks, or even across land to adjacent waterways, confounding pursuers. Frankish sources describe Vikings hauling ships up on the riverbanks to form temporary fortified camps, by arranging ships and digging ditches. The ships themselves could serve as fortifications in a pinch, turned on their side or propped as a barrier. They shielded the camps, kind of like circling the wagons in the old Gallic tradition. In set-piece battles at sea, Viking longboats allowed for highly mobile engagements. Battles often resembled land combat once the ships had closed in. Warriors threw grapnels to bind ships together and fought with swords, axes, and spears, and arrows, of course, when they were at close quarters too. And a vivid example of that is the Battle of Svolder, around the year 1000, described in multiple sagas. King Olav Tryggvason of Norway, sailing with only 11 ships, including his aforementioned Long Serpent, was ambushed by a coalition of Danish and Swedish Vikings with perhaps 70 ships. But rather than flee, Olaf formed his ships in a tight defensive ring. The sagas recount how the enemy boarded the outer ships one by one. Olaf's men fiercely defended the Long Serpent, Its high sides made boarding difficult, and its crew were picked warriors. But sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Olaf, facing capture, had no choice but to leap overboard, and he was never seen again. Though a saga account, this tale shows the features of a Viking naval warfare situation, the use of shield walls on decks, the binding of ships into larger platforms, and the value of a superior ship in battle, i.e., Olaf's long serpent held off many lesser ships for a long time. But it also shows that Vikings did not shy away from naval combat. They didn't have any castles or secure bases when on the move, so to survive they had to fight well at sea, as well as on land. Longboats also enabled the raiding lifestyle logistically. They could carry not just warriors, but also horses for cavalry raids inland. There are accounts too, in the Frankish chronicles for example, of Vikings bringing horses across the sea, something only possible because the ships could be beached and the animals offloaded. In 865, the great heathen army in England likely brought horses or acquired them soon after landing, facilitating rapid movement across England. A combined arms approach made possible by ship transport. The shallow draft meant that if threatened, Vikings could quickly re-embark and push off into water too shallow for enemy ships or too distant for arrows, and as a result defending armies found themselves perpetually frustrated. You see, if they marched to meet the invaders, the Viking ships could slip away by sea. But if they stayed put, the Vikings could strike elsewhere. A rock and a hard place. And then there's the psychological aspect. That image of the dragon-prowed longship striking fear. Some chronicles speak of the dragon ships appearing suddenly out of nowhere, and Vikings sometimes exaggerated this effect by mounting carved heads on the prows, though interestingly, Norse custom and Icelandic law dictated that when returning home, they must remove the fearsome ornaments, quote, lest the land spirits be frightened. This legal tidbit shows that Vikings understood the psychological warfare aspect of their ships. The same dragon prow, meant to terrify enemies, could offend the spirits of one's own land if it wasn't covered up. Now, that's a revealing glimpse of how they really took the aura of their vessels quite seriously. But it has to be said, we shouldn't romanticize Viking raiders. These were not heroic in any real sense of the word. Their incursions brought much suffering. From a military history standpoint, the longboat was a revolutionary force multiplier. With relatively small numbers, Viking bands could strike almost anywhere along coasts and navigable rivers. The Frankish Emperor Charlemagne and his successors, despite commanding vast realms, struggled to counter this. Eventually, the Franks started building bridge forts on rivers and a few coastal defenses, and the English kings created a navy of their own. King Alfred actually built a fleet of longship-like vessels to patrol against the Danes. These were direct responses to the Viking threat, and of course a tacit acknowledgement that without similar ships, one was just fighting a losing battle. And here's a pretty illustrative anecdote that comes from the Annals of St. Bertin again, in 859. Viking raiders sailed up the Rhone in Francia, even dragging ships past perilous stretches. And one group portaged ships from the Loire River to the Vistula in Poland, effectively conducting an amphibious invasion across Europe's watershed. The ability to appear in such unexpected places earned some Vikings nicknames like the Grey Viking, because they were said to strike like wolves out of the mist. In Eastern Europe, Swedish Norsemen, also known as Varangians, used longboats to create riverine trade empires, established fortified bases like Kiev, which began as a Viking stronghold controlling the Dnieper River trade. It was here that longboats were not just instruments of raiding, but also power projection to dominate trade routes between the Baltic and Byzantine Empire. The military versatility of the longboat shone on the east as well. Byzantine sources note the Rus attacking Constantinople in 941 with a fleet of what they called monoxyla, just their word for longboats. And though their attack failed, the emperor subsequently recruited Norse warriors as his Varangian guard, valuing their maritime skill among other qualities. But of course, while the Viking longboat is often remembered for war, and I suppose the Vikings in general, it was equally the vehicle of discovery, cultural exchange, and commerce too. The same oceans that carried those axe-wielding raiders also carried enterprising traders and brave explorers to those new lands. And it's within this arena that the more capricious Viking ships, the Nars and trade vessels, take center stage. These ships enabled those far-flung trade networks of the Viking Age, linking disparate worlds from the Arctic Circle to the Middle East. And they also allowed the Norse to become the first Europeans to reach North America, centuries before Columbus. In trading missions, Vikings loaded their ships with goods that were abundant in their homelands, or newly acquired through raids, and sailed to foreign ports to barter. Walrus ivory, furs, whale oil, woolen cloth, fine swords, just a few of the goods that they carried out. And in return they brought back silver, often in coin form or ingots, along with spices, glassware, wine, and other luxuries from the south. A remarkable account from 921 comes from an Arab diplomat by the name of Ahmad ibn Fadlan, who met Viking raiders on the Volga River. He describes them as keen traders in slaves and furs, and notes their willingness to travel great distances for profit. These Rus, as they were called, traveled by river systems in longboats, showing how Viking trade routes penetrated deep into Eastern Europe. They could sail from the Baltic Sea upriver, then portage or navigate through the river networks to reach the Black or Caspian Seas, connecting to the Islamic caliphates and the Byzantine Empire. The Volga trade route saw Norse traders exchanging northern goods for Arabic silver, and that's evidenced by the tens of thousands of Arab coins, also called dirhams, by the way, found in Scandinavian hoards, certainly a testament and evidence of active commerce. Seagoing merchants, especially from Denmark and Norway, focused on the west and south. Viking merchants became common sights in the markets of Frisia and Francia, being the Low Countries, and Francia being France and Germany, where they sometimes enjoyed peaceful trade even when other bands were raiding. There is evidence, too, that Vikings founded or developed trade emporia, such as Dublin in Ireland and York in England. And these places initially were raiding bases, of course, but as soon as they go into bustling towns where commerce flourished under Viking rule. The ships that facilitated this were stout Nars that could carry bulk goods. For example, the Kaupang market in Norway and Birka in Sweden. They were both trading hubs where ships arrived with loads of luxury items, like wine and pottery from the continent, and then departed with cargoes of Arctic pelts and Scandinavian amber. But perhaps the most ambitious trading and exploratory voyages were those that went westward into the Atlantic. In the late 9th century, Norwegian Vikings began seeking new lands, driven by a mix of ambition, overpopulation, and a bit of exile, too. Some chieftains were actually fleeing the unification efforts of King Harald Fairhair. Not everybody was keen on having a big, happy family, I suppose. Using their ocean-going ships, they discovered and settled Iceland, traditionally in the 870s. And from Iceland, they sighted the barren coast of Greenland. And by the 980s, Eric the Red had led colonists to settle Greenland's fjords. These were extraordinary voyages, too, crossing 1,500 miles of open ocean, and not very calm ocean at that. But they succeeded, because the Viking ships were built for the task. The Greenland voyages were largely one-way trips with loaded ships. They carried colonists, livestock, timber, grain, everything you'd need to start a farm in an unknown land. The sagas say that 14 ships set out on one early Greenland expedition, though only 11 arrived. That indicates the bit of peril involved in the task. Yet once established, Greenland remained tied to the wider world by these ships. Nars would sail roughly every few years back to Iceland or directly to Norway, exporting walrus ivory, seal skins, and polar bear hides from Greenland, which, by the way, at that time they were highly valued in medieval Europe, a real luxury product, and with kind of a end of the world kind of thing, the being so far away. You couldn't just get them from anywhere. It was certainly the ends of the earth. But it was likely on one of these trade routes that North America was first encountered. According to the Greenlander's saga and Eric the Red's saga, around the year 1000, Leif Erikson sailed west from Greenland and landed in a place named Vinland, likely Newfoundland or Labrador. He traveled on a Nar or similar vessel, described as large and sturdy. The sagas recount that earlier, another mariner, Bjarni Herjolfsson, had sighted unknown lands to the west when blown off course. A rather interesting surprise discovery. Leif's voyage was deliberate exploration. His ship found regions he called Helluland, that is, flat rock land. It's possibly a modern-day Baffin Island. Look that up on Google Maps. It's quite out there. Also Markland, which is forest land, likely Labrador, and Vinland, or the land of wine, somewhere on the northeast American coast with a more temperate climate. While these sagas mix fact with legend, archaeological proof of a Viking presence in North America was found at Lancey or Meadows in Newfoundland, a temporary camp or settlement dating to around 1000, when Norse-style buildings and artifacts had been excavated en masse. It bears a silent witness to Viking longboat voyages across the Atlantic well before any other Europeans. The ships that achieved this were not war longships, but solid ocean traders. They carried fewer crew and more supplies for survival on such a risky adventure. Maybe most of them thought they were never going to return, or even make it. I suppose it's astonishing to imagine a single-masted open ship, perhaps only 20 meters long, with a handful of Norse sailors scanning the horizon for new continents. But that's just what they did. Back in those days, the spirit of adventure outweighed the fear of death. But we could put it that way. But even in more regional exploration, Viking longboats played a key role. Norwegian Vikings explored the White Sea and the Arctic coast of Russia. One named Orther, or Otar, visited the court of King Alfred in England around 890, and told of sailing north beyond Norway to hunt walrus and trade with Finns. Alfred's scribes recorded Other's account, one of the earliest geographical descriptions of the Arctic, made possible by Other's robust ship that took him beyond the North Cape. The Vikings also settled in the Faroe Islands and ventured to Shetland and Orkney. Settlements in those islands were established around the 8th and 9th centuries. also quite early. Their ships also allowed entire families to relocate. The Book of Settlements of Iceland lists 300 to 400 settler vessels coming to Iceland over several decades, each laden with goods and passengers looking for a new home. But on the flip side, Viking longboats in trade meant cultural exchange. Vikings brought back not only material wealth, but also ideas and technologies. The presence of Arab coins in Scandinavia, Byzantine silks in Viking graves, or Frankish glassware in remote Norwegian farms indicates an interconnected world. The longboat was the physical means of that connection. In bustling trade ports like Hedeby in Denmark or Novgorod in Russia, you could find a diverse mix of people: Slavs, Frisians, Arabs, Norsemen, all enabled by seafaring trade. The Vikings often acted as middlemen, for instance, carrying silk and spices obtained by the Russians downriver, trade up to the Scandinavian regions, or moving furs and amber west into Europe. An interesting anecdote in trade is this: the Volga Vikings were known for selling slaves too, captured in Eastern Europe and sold off to the Islamic Caliphate. Ibn Fadlan, while horrified by some Viking customs, described their brisk trade. They would bring boatloads of slaves and pelts, exchanging them for silver dirhams and fine fabrics, and then return north. This human and economic movement would have been impossible without reliable ships. Likewise, in the West, Vikings who settled in Normandy from 911 onwards eventually integrated into Frankish society and even embraced Christianity. Yet they maintained their maritime connections. The Norman conquerors of 1066 had Viking ancestors, and they used many derived vessels to cross the Channel. We see that in the Bayeux Tapestry, of course. And thus we can see that the Viking longboat was a bridge between worlds. In exploration, it took the Norse to lands unimagined by their contemporaries. In trade, it carried goods and cultural influence across continents, and importantly, these peaceful or enterprising uses of ships were two sides of the same coin with raiding. Often the very same ship that traded could raid if the opportunity or necessity dictated. The versatility of the longboat made the Viking expansion a mosaic of activities. Some voyages were purely predatory, others purely mercantile, and many likely a mix of both. A crew might trade at one port and take a little detour and sack another on the way home. I mean, you're already there. May as well not waste the trip. The archaeological finds of cargo ships like Skalderlev I and others give us concrete evidence of ships used for commerce. For example, Skaldev I's construction, heavy pine planks, a broader form, shows a vessel built to endure the North Atlantic's fury with a full load. And it's no accident that such a ship was found scuttled in Denmark. It had done its duty, ended its life, plugging a defensive blockade in a channel. The Danes, by the way, sunk several old ships to block a waterway in the 11th century, which is why we have these Skalderlev wrecks. Let's take a look at a different kind of approach. In the Norse mythic cosmos, ships were not only practical vessels, but they were deeply symbolic and at some times even sacred objects. One of the most famous mythical ships is the Skidbladnir, often described in the Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson. Skidbladnir was said to have been the best ship ever made. Crafted by dwarfs, nonetheless, for the god Freyr. And it had magical properties too. It always had a favorable wind whenever the sail was hoisted, and astonishingly, it could be, quote, folded up like a cloth and put into one's pocket when not needed. Now that's handy, isn't it? This detail conveys the idea of a perfect, portable ship, and pretty interesting to see the Viking imagination. Of course, it's clearly a myth. Well, I suppose you can't prove them wrong, but we're going to err on the side of reality and say that it probably does not exist. But it does reflect how much the Norse culture valued a ship which could be taken anywhere and deployed at will, that ultimate symbol of freedom and movement. The prose edda explains that Skidbladnir was large enough to carry all the gods fully armed, yet through magic craftsmanship completely collapsible. In mythic terms, the ship represents both the pinnacle of craft and the limitless accessibility of the world via a good ship. And it's pretty telling that such a super ship is given to Freya, a god associated with fertility and prosperity. Ships were seen as bringers of prosperity, you see, and necessities for a fruitful life in Norse society. And then we have another prominent mythic ship, Naglfar. Far from benevolent, Naglfar is described in the Poetic Edda, and Snorri's other work as called Gylfaginning. I think I'm pronouncing that right. You'll have to excuse me with some of the Norse pronunciations. Well, it's presented in this Poetic Edda of Snorri as the vessel that will carry the forces of chaos at Ragnarok, that being the end of the world. And what a gruesome vessel indeed. Naglfar is made entirely from the nails of dead men. What a concept. This mythology warns that whenever someone dies with untrimmed nails, those nails add to the ship's construction, so quite morbidly people were to keep their nails trimmed to slow Naglfar's completion. At Ragnarok, Naglfar will break loose from its moorings. We have a passage from the saga of Snorri. Naglfar is loosed, says Voluspa. The ship fares from the east, and Loki steers out of Muspel, the realm of fire giants, come hosts over the sea. Snorri adds that a giant named Hrym will pilot it, and it will carry the giants into battle against the gods. Now, this terrifying image of a ship of the dead emphasizes the ship's role of a conveyor of souls or forces to the other world. It's as if the ultimate threat comes by sea, and that's intriguing, that Naglfar is called the largest of all ships in myth. Even the cosmos envisions the mightiest ship for the final conflict. The ship's composition, dead men's nails, also hints at the conception of the ship as made of humanity itself, a kind of collective vessel of doom. To the Norse, who routinely sent their dead out to sea, either in ship burials or burning boats, as we'll discuss, Naglfar is a dark inversion, a ship born of death, delivering destruction. It underscores that in Norse thought, ships could symbolize the journey to destruction, or ferrying of the damned souls, not unlike the fairy in Greek myth, one of Charon, but on a bit more of an epic scale. And of course, I always think of the band Naglfar whenever I hear that. Maybe you want to look them up, or maybe you don't. It depends on your personal taste. Well, mythology also, of course, had, no surprise, seafaring gods. The god Njord, father of Freya, was a deity of the sea and wealth, often invoked by seafarers for safe passages. While no specific magical ship is ascribed to Njord in surviving myths, his patronage of sailors shows a divinity linked to ships. The goddess Ran was said to catch drowned sailors in her net, a somber reflection of how those lost at sea were thought to be claimed by the sea's deity. And in a different vein, the heroic legends sometimes have magic ships that can sail on land, or need no crew. For example, In Gongu Hrolf's saga, a hero receives a ship that sails itself wherever commanded. These tales, fanciful as they are, again project that ideal of a perfect ship. But moving from myth to ritual, the archaeological record in Scandinavia reveals the practice of ship burials. High-status individuals, chieftains, kings, and in one notable case, 2 women of evidently great importance, were interred on actual ships and buried under earth mounds. The famous excavations at Osberg and Gokstad ships in Norway, as well as the Sutton Hoo ship burial in England, is in East Anglia, 7th century, likely related to Norse or related to Germanic customs. All attest to this. We've seen them plenty of times. In the Osberg burial, 834 AD, a richly ornamented ship was pulled ashore and used as a burial chamber for 2 women, along with an astounding array of grave goods, fine tapestries, sledges, a cart, animal sacrifices, that is, horses and dogs, personal items, and more. And in fact, the ship was 21 meters long and quite well decorated. Clearly not a mundane vessel, but perhaps one used ceremonially. Some argue that the Osberg ship, by the way, being somewhat less robust, might have been a royal yacht for more calm waters. The intention was likely symbolic, to provide the deceased with a means of transportation to the afterlife. As the saying goes, a Viking needs a ship, even in death. The graves were often oriented toward water. The concept might be that the dead would sail to the land of the dead, for example, the Hall of Odin or the realms beyond the horizon. In Baldur's funeral in Norse myth, the gods placed the dead god Baldur on his ship and set it aflame and adrift, a scene mirrored in literary accounts like the Old English poem Beowulf, where a king is given a send-off on a burning ship at sea. But such send-offs were rarely done in reality. Burning ship burials would leave little trace, which might explain their rarity in archaeology. But at least one eyewitness account exists of something similar. Ahmad ibn Fahlan's description of a Rus chieftain's cremation on the Volga in 922. He provides a detailed and rather harrowing account of a Viking Rus funeral among the Volga Bulgars. He notes that first, if the deceased was poor, they would make a little boat, which they would lay him in and burn. But if he was rich or noble, a whole ship was used. In the observed funeral, the dead chieftain's body was placed on his riverboat, which was hauled onto shore. Over 10 days, they prepared a great funeral with rituals, including the sacrifice of animals and ultimately a slave girl who volunteered to join her master in death. The ship was made into a pyre. They placed the body in a wooden pavilion on deck with treasures, weapons, slaughtered animals, and finally, the girl, who was ritually killed and laid by her master. And then, the ship was set on fire. According to Ibn Fahlan, thereupon the flames engulfed the wood, then the ship, the pavilion, the man, the girl, and everything in the ship. In a short time, they were all turned to ashes. Ibn Fahlan's astonished narrative confirms that the burning ship ritual was not just a legend, but an actual practice. Well, at least among the Swedish Rus in the East. But he also observed the belief behind it. The Rus told him that the fire would carry the dead to paradise, and that ship would serve as a vehicle for the journey. The use of a ship in a funerary context, whether buried whole or burnt, shows a spiritual metaphor that death itself was seen as just another voyage. The deceased sets sail from the world of the living. Well, ships also appear in ritual landscapes in Scandinavia. Archaeologists have found stone ship settings, arrangements of standing stones outlining the shape of a ship, often at grave sites from the Bronze and Iron Ages, So we're going quite far back with this. The stone ships likely symbolize the same notion. The grave is a ship for the soul's final voyage. And though not actual boats, they show how ingrained the ship's symbol was in funerary iconography. On a simpler level, many Viking graves, even without ship burials, included a boat or part of one, sometimes just a few planks or a boat keel, perhaps to invoke the same context. And Norse mythology even envisions the sky itself as a great ship, carrying the sun. In some Bronze Age rock carvings, solar symbols are on ships, while by Viking times the cosmology had shifted to personified sun and moon riding in chariots. The older idea of a solar bark, akin to Egyptians' Ra boat, is found on stone carvings in Scandinavia, hinting at quite a long tradition of seeing ships as cosmic vessels. But we should also mention the removal of dragon heads here again, now in a more ritual context. The earliest Icelandic law code opens by saying no one should land a ship with a dragon head attached, and if they have such a proud decoration at sea, they must take it down before approaching land, lest the land spirits be frightened. Quite fascinating, isn't it? It does imply that the Vikings recognized local spirits, and thought the fierce visage of their warships could scare or offend those entities. Therefore, a religious ritual or observance, they removed their heads as a sign of respect. This shows that even the appearance of a ship had a more spiritual dimension. The war prow was like a mask of terror for enemy ships. Of course, you would have to take that mask off in friendly territory. The law, dated traditionally to 930 AD in Iceland, codifies what was likely a wider custom in Scandinavia. It also subtly acknowledges that ships carried spiritual power, enough to necessitate regulation in law. Finally, ships figured in Norse festivals and ceremonies. There is some evidence that miniature ships could be used as votive offerings to the gods too. The Vikings also erected rune stones that mention voyagers, and a few depict ships. One famous rune stone from Sweden, the Rook stone, possibly mentions a great longship among its inscrutable poetic inscriptions. In essence, Viking longboats carried immense symbolic weight. In myth, they were owned by the gods, and carried the forces of chaos, or perhaps salvation. And in ritual, they escorted the dead to the afterlife, and formed part of sacred lore and custom. The sea, the ship, and the journey, they are a recurring triad in the Norse spiritual conception. The longboat was not just a physical craft, but a metaphysical symbol of safe passage, transition, and maybe ventures into the unknown, whether that be this world or the next. A Viking might call his coffin a last ship, or see his life as a voyage across waters under the protection of divine powers like Njord or Aegir, a sea giant who hosted the gods in his hall far beneath the ocean. And we find ourselves at the end of today's talk. Didn't we have fun? I had fun. I hope you did. I'm going to thank my top-tier patrons and supporters now: Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitimus, Kerry, Charlene, Linda Rees, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine. Oh, I've lost my spot. There I am. Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stephen, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Tauri, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftus, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, and Yvette. Thank you so much. I hope you had fun today. I hope you learned a lot about the Vikings as well, and their boats. Not all just about raiding and war. Quite a sophisticated society. Alright, everyone. Good night, lots of love to you all, and farewell for now. I'll see you when you feel like returning. I hope that's soon.